Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Someone, Waiting for a Long Time. Divine punishment was a plan for the Empire's third round of attack, and the Empire was still in the second round of attack. Try it first, okay. When the sky of the alien planet became bright, the Empire's attack on B-72 Highland began again. And this time, Ji Xinghe wanted to try the combat method that Tu Yuan called divine punishment. Without sticking to a certain line, Ji Xinghe, who was driving the general armor, launched a synchronous charge from top to bottom when the Empire Mecha Corps launched a charge from bottom to top. Alone, one armor, one sword, and one gun. The tungsten steel gold mecha battle knife that was taken back yesterday had originally been distributed to the mecha warriors of the Xinghe team, but in order to try a new combat method, the knife returned to Ji Xinghe's hands. To be more precise, it should have returned to his back. With a spear in hand and a long sword on his back, the general armor sprayed with 421 gold stars rushed down to meet dozens of charging Empire mechas. This scene was seen by many people and many guerrillas, and they reacted differently. Dozens of Imperial mechas charging from bottom to top chose to evade it the first time. Their combat target was not Ji Xinghe, but to break through the multiple defense lines of the Federation stationed on the B-72 high ground. The first step has been successful, Chen Sun's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. This time he also did not participate in the defensive operations, but wore a single soldier exoskeleton armor, and in the area with the widest view on the high ground, he held his electromagnetic sniper gun to support Ji Xinghe. In his sight, Ji Xinghe, who suddenly went down the mountain, had to face the Empire's thousands of troops alone, but the Empire's thousands of troops chose to turn a blind eye to Ji Xinghe. The two sides soon staggered. Ji Xinghe, who did not encounter any obstacles, successfully went down the mountain and continued to charge at a very high speed in the flat area at the edge of the bottom of the B-72 high ground. The roar did not come because of the special environment, but the dust that kept exploding around the general armor proved that the Empire did not really ignore Ji Xinghe. They were trying to use artillery fire to stop Ji Xinghe. But the general armor, which maintained high mobility, was difficult to be hit by artillery fire. The splashing shrapnel and flying dust could not stop the general armor's charge. Dong dong dong. Chen Sun's heart rang with the sound of the general armor stepping on the ground. The sniper scope brought a very clear view. When the ordinary Imperial soldiers who were charging synchronously with the Imperial mecha saw the general armor rushing towards them, their formation was directly scattered. But their speed could not be compared with a mecha, nor with the armored vehicles that cooperated with a mecha and tanks. The Imperial mecha could avoid it, and some of the tanks and armored vehicles could avoid it, but it was difficult for them to avoid it. Ji Xinghe, who was charging with a spear, did not sweep the spear horizontally. Compared with the spear made of tungsten steel gold, the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy could bring no weaker lethality when facing these ordinary Imperial soldiers. The general armor, which was transformed into a mud truck, avoided the Imperial artillery fire with a Z-shaped movement, and rushed all the way, leaving behind a pile of meat mud. It was like an armored vehicle rushing into a cornfield, drifting continuously while moving at high speed, and corn stalks fell in pieces. Those ordinary Imperial soldiers were much stronger than corn stalks. They had guns and cannons as weapons. When they knew they had no way to avoid it, they chose to shoot madly at the general armor, pouring all their firepower. If it were a military armored vehicle, it would not last long before it would be beaten into a sieve. The heavy armor could not withstand the endless firepower. Some guerrillas detonated the bombs they carried before they died, which was enough to overturn the most powerful armored vehicle in the world. But the general armor is not an armored vehicle. It is a powerful mecha comparable to the exclusive mecha of the ace mecha warrior. It is a war weapon that the Duke of the Empire needs to spend a lot of money to build. Whether it is a conventional rifle or a sniper rifle, or a submachine gun and a machine gun, it is difficult for the bullets to hit the general armor. When the distance is very close, the last crazy shooting of these guns before their own doomsday actually has a high hit rate, but they are not durable enough. When the heavy machine gun fired crazily, hundreds of bullets per second hit the general armor, which could only destroy its outer coating. The indestructible tungsten steel alloy bounced all the bullets, and the broken or deformed bullets turned into the firepower of the general armor as the general armor ran. Ji Xinghe didn't fire a single shot, but he seemed to have fired countless shots, taking away the lives of countless ordinary imperial soldiers. There was a muffled bang. An armored vehicle blocking Ji Xinghe was directly knocked up by him. The flames from the heavy machine gun on it drew a rainbow-like curved arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The imperial soldiers who escaped around were swept by the indiscriminate attack of this flame. The first trench appeared in Ji Xinghe's sight. This is the trench dug by the Empire, about 2 kilometers away from the foot of the B-72 highland. Rushing to this position means that he has gone deep into the enemy's territory alone, but there are no imperial mechas around him. From the current point of view, the second step is basically successful. Chen Sun's voice sounded a little excited. The Empire actually chose to ignore Ji Xinghe and has not sent any mechas to besiege him so far. Is it because conquering B-72 Highland is more important than killing Ji Xinghe? Is it because the Empire's conventional mechas can't cause any damage to Ji Xinghe at all, so they can only come to St. Venus? Or is it because they want Ji Xinghe to go deeper? The reason is not clear for the time being, but for now the trend is very good, and Ji Xinghe has the opportunity to complete the third step. In the command center of the Nantianmen space station, the command team led by Tu Yuan did not directly command B-72 Highland. B-72 Highland itself has a command center. After receiving the order to defend, they began to command according to the corresponding combat plan. Ji Xinghe and his Galaxy Mecha Corps are under the command of B-72 Highland. Previously, all the relevant instructions were received by the staff team led by Chen Sun, and then conveyed to the corresponding personnel. The Galaxy team has only Chen Sun as a staff officer, but the Galaxy Mech Corps has more than one staff officer. Harris team, Qin Tong team. Their mech teams have professional staff officers and commanders, and the very important communicators are fully equipped. But at this time, Ji Xinghe and Chen Sun were transferred out of the command sequence of B-72 Highland by the Nantianmen space station. Ji Xinghe is under the direct command of the Nantianmen space station, and Chen Sun is responsible for maintaining communication and making corresponding decisions at critical moments. In the cockpit of General Armor, no voices other than Chen Sun were heard. In order to maintain absolute silence and not affect Ji Xinghe's operation of the mech, almost all the information was integrated and displayed in Ji Xinghe's sight. Only Chen Sun can speak, but what he said has nothing to do with the battle. He just keeps reminding Ji Xinghe, there has been no problem with the divine punishment so far, and it can continue to be executed. A red light spot kept flashing in Ji Xinghe's visual window. This was the closest combat target to him. Ji Xinghe drove the general armor and rushed towards the red light spot without any hesitation. The trench blocking him was easily crossed by him. 1, 2, 3. In the third trench, an Imperial communication vehicle drove down the excavated slope. It should be very safe to hide behind a bunker. It was difficult for the Federal firepower to accurately hit the relatively narrow trench. The communication vehicle that can move in the trench is also difficult to detect the exact position. But when the general armor rushed to the edge of the trench and began to run wildly along the trench, the exact position of the armored vehicle was clearly visible. The sound of gunfire continued. Ji Xinghe, who rushed into the enemy camp alone, endured firepower worth hundreds of thousands of Federal coins per second. But the general armor was still intact, only the paint and Venus were destroyed. However, none of this mattered. The number of Venus no longer meant anything to Ji Xinghe today. When he appeared on the battlefield driving the general armor, he would definitely become the focus of the Empire's firepower. The long spear that had been dragging in his hand was finally raised. Ji Xinghe, who was running on the edge of the trench, jumped down when he saw the communication vehicle and fell into the trench dug by the Empire. He used the bunker built by the Empire to avoid the fire attack from the Empire. Charge! The Imperial soldiers in the trench had no way to hide in the narrow space, nor could they shoot. Their own people stood in front of them. When they faced the general armor, they had completely lost the opportunity to shoot. A mud truck crashed through a trench. The flesh and blood that dried up instantly after losing the protective clothing turned the orange-red trench into dark brown. How can it be described with just one word? Ji Xinghe was in a very good mood. He thrust a long spear in his hand suddenly, and with the momentum of the mecha's charge, he shot through the armor of the communication vehicle. While turning his arms to stir, General A had already hit the communication vehicle. General A, who finally stopped, did not bear any attack. In this trench, All the Imperial guerrillas who were behind him and could attack him had been killed by him. The Imperial guerrillas in the other direction were all blocked by the communication vehicle. Pulling out his gun, crouching, and swinging his fists, Ji Xinghe smashed the communication vehicle in front of him crazily. His two fists seemed to have become power hammers, constantly hitting at a very high frequency. Dang 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 dang. A communication vehicle quickly turned into a pile of scrap metal. It was caught by General A and then lifted up, and suddenly thrown to the other side of the trench. When the flesh and blood turned into mud, General A had already jumped up and stood on the land of the alien planet again. The Imperial soldiers who had just lost the sight of General A began to focus their firepower again, but General A could not stop where they were and let them fire at will. Charge again. Above Ji Xinghe's visual window, another red light spot began to flash. It was an attackable target discovered by the Nantianmen space station. There are many such red spots. Whether they start to flash depends on their distance from Ji Xinghe and how strong the defense force around them is. The command team of hundreds of people led by Tu Yuan seemed to be serving Ji Xinghe alone at this time. They used the high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, drones and other resources they had mastered to draw a huge chessboard for Ji Xinghe. On this chessboard, Ji Xinghe is neither a black piece nor a white piece, neither a chariot, a cannon nor a general. He is an unstoppable god who punishes all the targets of the Empire at will in the name of revenge. Ji Xinghe, who jumped out of the trench, quickly rushed to the vicinity of the second red spot, accurately located it and then struck it. Then came the third red spot, the fourth red spot. "Old Ji, they are coming," Chen Sun's voice rang in Ji Xinghe's ears. When facing Ji Xinghe's divine punishment, the Empire finally dispatched their mechas. Ji Xinghe was not panicked at all, but felt very happy. "Someone, I have been waiting for a long time." Chapter 277, The Sword Drag Plan. 50 Imperial mechas came in formation, and Ji Xinghe, who had been waiting for a long time, chose to charge head-on. They are all regular Imperial mechas, and there is not a single noble mecha. "Old Ji, it's time to verify the most important step." Chen Sun, who was holding an electromagnetic sniper cannon, had bright eyes. Facing these regular Imperial mechas, he was confident that he could blow up the head of one of them with one shot, but the premise that he could only fire one shot every 10 minutes made it impossible for him to shoot easily. There were 2 spare electromagnetic sniper cannons, but they were not very meaningful when the firing rate was too low, and they must be used at critical moments. If the Goshen energy sniper rifle could be miniaturized. Chen Sun watched Ji Xinghe rushing towards the 50 Imperial mechas alone, and he was actually a little distracted. It was not because he didn't care about Ji Xinghe's life or death, but because he knew very well that these 50 Imperial mechas would not leave Ji Xinghe behind. In essence, the Goshen energy sniper rifle is no different from the electromagnetic sniper cannon currently used by Chen Sun. Both use electromagnetic acceleration tracks as power to drive metal ammunition to attack targets. The difference lies in the power. Chen Sun's electromagnetic sniper cannon is powerful enough to penetrate the head of a conventional Imperial mecha. With Chen Sun's marksmanship, he can completely take advantage of the situation to destroy the intelligent core in the mecha's head, thereby affecting the mecha's mobility. When facing a noble mecha, as long as the shot is accurate enough, its camera can be destroyed. But if you want to cause penetrating damage to the armor of the mecha driven by the Imperial Erlin above, it is a bit incapable, and you can only rely on breaking the camera to attack. When Chen Sun helped Ji Xinghe fight before, he used this method. The most advanced gauze energy sniper rifle of the Federation can cause penetrating and effective damage to its armor even when facing a Marcus-level Imperial mecha. But this level of gauze energy sniper rifle is more like a sniper cannon in a sense. Even if you are wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, it is difficult to achieve accurate and effective operation. Moreover, although the recoil of electromagnetic rail-powered firearms and cannons is significantly lower than that of traditional gunpowder weapons, this does not mean that they have no recoil. Generally, this type of sniper rifle is mounted on an armored vehicle, using an intelligent aiming system and manual control to operate and shoot, and then the armored vehicle itself bears the recoil generated when it is fired. However, this method of use is not convenient enough and can easily be destroyed in advance by the Empire's long-range firepower. To make this weapon miniaturized and truly individual, the technical difficulty required is extremely high. Chen Sun felt that he probably wouldn't be able to wait in his lifetime. But if he could drive a mecha and then customize a gauze energy sniper rifle specifically for mechas, Chen soon thought of Andre's mecha firepower system and the Federation's latest mecha driving technology. Combining the two, would he have a chance to drive a mecha to fight? How could a man not like mechas? Chen Sun's distraction did not affect his observation of the situation on the battlefield. The picture in the sight was already close to 4 kilometers away. Ji Xinghe, who rushed head-on towards 50 imperial mechas, used the trenches dug by the Empire and the troops deployed in between to create a time difference that was enough for him to fight with these imperial mechas. At the same time, the number of imperial mechas that Ji Xinghe needs to face will never exceed 3. The weapons used by conventional imperial mechas and the power they possess cannot cause substantial damage to the general armor. So the way they choose to fight is the same as when they faced Ji Xinghe before, all of which are to use their own mechas as weapons to collide. Even if the ending is death, they have to collide. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe's previous judgment is not wrong. The feudal empire's indifference to the lives of these apes is not much worse than that of the Federation. The superiors can unconditionally decide the life and death of the subordinates, and the nobles can easily decide the life and death of civilians and slaves. This can also be proved by the performance gap of their mechas. In the Federation, as long as you are strong enough and prove yourself on the battlefield, you can get a more powerful mecha. This is the case with Han Li, Jackson, Harris, Qin Tong, the blind man, and the lame man. Except for Jackson, the rich second generation, what background and network resources do other people have? This is also the case with Ji Xinghe. If he had not been strong enough and proved himself in battle after battle, how could he have gotten the general armor? The old man and the Starry Sea can make him famous and wealthy, but it will never allow him to get the general armor, and even the Zanshin he used before. Nearly a year ago, when Ji Xinghe, who had 300 million eyes behind him, wanted to drive the mecha to the Sanlu Grand Canyon to perform a mission, he was almost stopped by Instructor Li and Chen Sun at the time. In the Empire, almost all high-performance mechas are in the hands of the nobles. Are those civilian guerrillas, or slave guerrillas, really not as good as the nobles in the ability to drive mechas? The vast majority are definitely not comparable. They have a big gap with the nobles because of their living standards, physical fitness and learning environment, but the base of civilians is too large. How can there be no amazing talents? However, no matter how talented they are, they cannot get high-performance mechas before becoming nobles. Even after becoming a noble, it takes a long time to accumulate resources before you can build your own noble mecha. The classes are clearly divided. Hence Ji Xinghe's invincible posture. General armor charged left and right, his spear swept and thrust, and one imperial mecha after another was turned into gold stars on his body. Without armor, he was already on his body. But it was impossible to avoid the charge of 50 conventional imperial mechas. While killing, General Armor had to endure collisions again and again. The charging posture was interrupted again and again, and then he stood up and charged again. How long can General Armor hold on? In addition to the command center of B-72 Highland and the command center of Nanchunman Space Station, the command center of Base Number 6 was also paying attention to this battle. They were the first people on the alien planet to know Ji Xinghe, so they naturally paid more attention to Ji Xinghe. Because of the existence of B-72 Highland and 2 Yuan's other combat arrangements, the pressure on Base Number 6 suddenly dropped significantly. There are also other combat areas around Base Number 6, and the pressure on the federal forces in them has also decreased. The significance of the existence of B-72 Highland has been revealed. People looked at Ji Xinghe, who was trapped in the enemy camp again, and thought of the fierce collisions he had endured when driving the general armor before, and they couldn't help but worry. If the general armor was damaged, could Ji Xinghe, who was in it, escape back to B-72 Highland for repair? Even if he could escape back, the general armor was not a standard mecha built by the Federation. Could its performance return to its peak after repair? Old Ji is confused. Master Liu took the time to use his authority to see Ji Xinghe's battle scenes. Because of the recent tense war, he has been promoted to professional technical captain after repairing more mechas. The apprentices next to him poked their heads in and were a little puzzled after hearing what Master Liu said. Why do you say that? Because the general armor will become weaker and weaker, but the general armor is made of tungsten steel alloy. The outer armor and the body are difficult to be damaged. The internal parts are all made by our Federation. It should not be difficult to repair. It is not difficult to repair. The difficulty is that B-72 Highlands does not have enough resources and equipment. After explaining, Master Liu said angrily, "What's wrong with you? You are all professional mechanics. How come you don't understand that there are many internal parts that need to be closely connected to the body? Xiaoli, tell me, what is the melting point of tungsten steel alloy? Xiaoli lowered his head awkwardly. At least 5,300 degrees, you know, Master Liu sighed and said, the melting point is only one aspect. In order to shape the tungsten steel alloy, you also need to configure the corresponding solution and very complicated processes. B-72 Highlands does not have such conditions. Therefore, once the general armor is damaged, it is basically impossible to repair it unless Lao Ji leaves B-72 Highlands. Then leave, an apprentice said. Lao Ji is an ace. He can't really stay in B-72 Highlands. Whether we can leave or not, we have no say, Master Liu said helplessly. I want to say that Lao Ji's fighting style is not advisable. He can obviously create greater combat value. What's the point of destroying these ordinary imperial mechas? People who don't know the God's punishment plan find it difficult to understand why Ji Xinghe chose this way of fighting. In comparison, Han Li's fighting style is much more reassuring. It is the kind of fighting style that Master Liu said is more valuable. One of the reasons is that Han Li's exclusive mecha has not been delivered yet, but even if the exclusive mecha arrives, Han Li will not fight like Ji Xinghe. After getting the exclusive mecha, the ace mecha warriors of the Federation can easily cover their armor if they want to pick stars. But so far, only Ji Xinghe has done this, which seems a bit greedy. But no one will say this directly, at least no one in base number 6 will say this. People just look at the general armor fighting alone with worry. Not good, Master Liu suddenly exclaimed, causing all the mechanics next to him to stop their actions and gather around his bracelet. In the battle scene displayed on the screen, the general armor, who had been invincible for a long time, staggered obviously when making a simple maneuver. Just like a drunk person. But the mecha can't drink. There can only be two reasons for this scene. First, there is a problem with Ji Xinghe's body, which leads to his operation errors. Second, the general armor is damaged, causing Ji Xinghe's precise operation to be deformed. Will there be problems with Ji Xinghe's physical fitness? Impossible. How long has he been fighting today? Unconsciously, people have developed trust in Ji Xinghe, a 66-year-old man, that exceeds the limits of the human body. Injured? It's also impossible because he is Ji Xinghe. A special mecha warrior hit him with a hammer, but Ji Xinghe was unharmed. So, when I don't know how many people panicked because of the stagger of the general armor, the Empire's apes also discovered this, but their mood is completely different from that of humans. The apes fighting in fear suddenly became excited and rushed towards Ji Xinghe's imperial mechas at a higher speed than before. As if to confirm their conjecture, the general armor, who had been rushing forward all the way, actually chose to turn around and flee. The charge without looking back actually happened to general armor and the Federation Ji Xinghe. The guerrillas were even more excited. Old Ji, a Marcus-class imperial mecha has chased out, and its target is you. Yeah, Ji Xinghe responded softly, expressionless, without any panic in his eyes. But the speed of the general armor he was driving when escaping was slower than when he was charging before. It is not obvious to judge with the naked eye, but it can be measured from the perspective of the mecha, and the imperial guerrillas can see it clearly. They are even more excited. They want to intercept you. They really can't come to kill you. Chen Sun's voice was full of joy, without any worry about the damage to the general armor. Those imperial mechas that were tracking behind Ji Xinghe did not take advantage of the damage to the general armor to kill Ji Xinghe frantically. They chose to take a detour to intercept. They wanted to create an opportunity for the Marcus-class imperial mech. And this was also Ji Xinghe's opportunity. Chapter 278 Beheaded. There are no other noble mechas, no. The voice that rang in his ears, combined with a god's perspective transmitted from the Nanchaman space station, made Ji Xinghe feel even happier. When the general armor was damaged, the imperial noble mechas hiding in the trenches did not go out in full force. There was only one Marcus-level imperial mecha that was chasing after Ji Xinghe. This already explains the problem. Kill or not, Ji Xinghe, who has always been decisive, asked in the cockpit. His control of the mecha was still accurate, including the general armor's mistakes and the sudden drop in speed, which were all intentional. Kill, Chen Sun responded decisively, and then explained in an exclamatory tone, you are Ji Xinghe of the Federation, how can you not kill? Yes. Ji Xinghe of the Federation was able to defeat the Imperial Duke Bilrosi IV in public with a patchwork hanshin. Even if the general armor he was driving was damaged, How could he let go of a mere imperial Marcus who was chasing him? Ji Xinghe had already made a judgment in his heart, but he could not make a decision easily. Professional issues should be left to professionals. Just like now, after the order of decision appeared, the rest of the things should be left to him as a professional. The general armor that slowed down to escape was soon intercepted by the conventional imperial mecha. More than 30 mechas appeared in front of Ji Xinghe, and the formation looked like 3 semicircular lines of defense. The result of forcibly breaking through one point is that the imperial mechas on the flanks find an opportunity to drown Ji Xinghe with the advantage of numbers. Their weapons cannot break through the general armor, but the Marcus mecha that chases over can. The situation looks very critical. People are worried that Ji Xinghe cannot complete the breakthrough. The forced leaping maneuver will attract the imperial firepower around Lao Ji. He turned around and faced the Marcus-level imperial mecha. It looks like he is going to make a desperate fight and pull a scapegoat before he dies. The imperial Marcus who is chasing after him finally has the opportunity to face Ji Xinghe. But its reaction is somewhat unexpected, but reasonable. Ji Xinghe turned around, and it could turn around at any time. Waste. Ji Xinghe's curse sounded at the same time as the curse from the Imperial Command Center. The language was different, but the content and target of the curse were the same. The waste Marcus was greedy for merit and did not advance rashly. His cautious way of fighting allowed him to escape. Ji Xinghe, whose general armor was damaged, could not pursue, so he could not pursue, and Ji Xinghe turned again. So the waste Marcus turned around again and completely reproduced Ji Xinghe's maneuvering movements. Dog stuff. For a moment, I don't know how many people who saw this scene cursed in front of the screen. Boom boom boom. The sound of artillery fire rang in Ji Xinghe's ears, and the imperial mecha that intercepted him in front of him did not hesitate to pour fire when Ji Xinghe turned around again and again, causing the speed to drop. The mecha can carry very little ammunition, and there are also some problems with accuracy. But they once again slowed down Ji Xinghe's maneuvering speed, allowing the long-awaited imperial firepower to bombard. In a blink of an eye, Ji Xinghe was completely submerged in the flying dust. And the entire area was like a dust storm that suddenly appeared, and nothing could be seen. The imperial mechas that were chasing and blocking them did not dare to act rashly. They defended their formation and emptied their ammunition. Various imperial long-range firepowers bombarded frantically. They could not see Ji Xinghe's exact position and tried to achieve effective strikes with firepower coverage. The dust storm intensified, and the visibility was less than 10 meters. All people and orangutans lost the figure of Ji Xinghe. Including various detection equipment, it was temporarily ineffective because of the rich iron oxide contained in the orange-red alien dust. Sizzle, Chen Sun's ears rang with the sound of communication being affected. He was very close to him, let alone the Nanshanmen space station tens of thousands of miles away. Although he knew that Ji Xinghe was using the dragging knife trick, this state of loss of contact was still worrying. General armor has been hit too many times, and Ji Xinghe has been fighting at a high intensity for many days. Will there really be no problems? In the pictures taken by high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and reconnaissance satellites, the area submerged in dust is still under the fierce firepower of the Empire. More than 30 Imperial mechas responsible for interception were standing by outside the range of firepower coverage. The Marcus-class Imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe also stopped. They were all waiting for the end of the firepower bombardment, waiting for general armor or Ji Xinghe to suffer more serious damage. The area with a diameter of more than 100 meters has already suffered tens of millions of attacks. This is exaggerated for a mecha, but not exaggerated for Ji Xinghe. It was only tens of millions. The mecha corps composed of 300 Imperial mechas, combined with the firepower attack of medium and long-range missiles, spent tens of billions of military expenses but failed to kill Ji Xinghe. While waiting, a bad premonition suddenly emerged from the heart of the Imperial Marcus. The shock wave, which was severely attenuated due to the special environment, did not really disappear on the alien planet. The tens of millions of firepower coverage attacks made the flying dust fly continuously. The area of the dust storm expanded. The Imperial Marcus thought of a rumor. When it learned that Ji Xinghe of the Federation had left the Federation's number 6 base alone in a mecha and headed to an unknown location in the dust storm, it was very upset that it had not been able to participate in the pursuit mission. No matter how you look at it, the mecha corps composed of 300 mechas is enough to make Ji Xinghe's body completely destroyed in the dust storm. But just when it was trying to apply to participate in this mission, the rumor suddenly came back, Ji Xinghe of the Federation was the evil ghost in the dust storm. Annoyance turned into relief. If it led the team to hunt down Ji Xinghe, the captured Imperial Marcus must have been it, and there was even no chance of being captured, and it was directly killed by Ji Xinghe on the spot. At this time, the unnatural dust storm continued to spread, and it looked so similar to the scenes in the rumors. The alert Imperial Marcus turned away after just a little hesitation. It wanted to distance itself from the dust storm, maintain a good field of vision, and wait for an opportunity. But at the moment it turned around, a federal mecha suddenly appeared in the camera behind its head. It rushed out of the spreading dust storm. Judging from its speed, it had already launched a charge in advance. How did he determine my position? Why was the direction of his charge so accurate? The Imperial Marcus was puzzled. He didn't even know Ji Xinghe's position in the dust storm. How did Ji Xinghe determine his position in the dust storm? He turned around and maneuvered in a hurry, and then began to accelerate. The starting action was already much slower. The mecha it was driving had a clear gap in performance compared to the general armor. Ji Xinghe started charging in advance again, and his speed had soared when he left the dust storm. The combination of these three reasons made the Imperial Marcus terrified in an instant. It couldn't escape. When this idea came up, it turned around again without hesitation, trying to buy time through a head-on battle. At the same time, it frantically called for support in the communication channel. Ji Xinghe's charge speed was slower than before, and the action of holding a gun during the charge was not as powerful as before. It saw all of this, which was why it dared to come and kill Ji Xinghe, but when it had to face Ji Xinghe alone, how could it not be afraid? The Imperial Marcus turned around and prepared to fight, and saw Ji Xinghe coming with a dust storm in his sight. When he hurriedly raised his weapon, the spear that originally belonged to Duke Bilrosiv had already picked up his weapon. When he returned the sword to block again, a trace of joy suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Imperial Marcus, and then the excitement gradually spread. Ji Xinghe's attack slowed down. So, is there a chance? There was a loud bang, and it was transmitted into the cockpit along the outer protective armor of the mecha. The two mechas that had just collided with each other in an instant, and the impact force pulled the distance between the two sides apart. Ji Xinghe, who had an advantage in the length of his weapon, had put away his gun and stabbed again, and the Imperial Marcus had also completed the action of returning the sword. With a clang, it once again blocked Ji Xinghe's stab, and this time, its mecha-heavy sword was not picked up. There is a chance. The excitement in the eyes of the Imperial Marcus expanded to the extreme. At this moment, his fighting spirit was boiling. How he hoped that many gorillas and humans could see this battle between him and Ji Xinghe. Only in this way can his merits not be erased and can he reach an extreme. Dukedom, here I come. When this thought came to his mind, the dust storm chasing Ji Xinghe had submerged the two mechas that were fighting to one place. The people who were just excited because Ji Xinghe had escaped from the bombing area and the lost contact area became worried again. During the short communication recovery period, they could also clearly see through Ji Xinghe's perspective and the perspectives captured by various observation equipment that Ji Xinghe's movements were slower than before. Is it a dragging knife trick, or is it really damaged? Except Ji Xinghe, no one can answer their question, and Ji Xinghe has no chance to answer their question at this time. The communication was affected again, and the line of sight was blocked by the dust storm. More than 30 Imperial mechas also disappeared in the dust storm when the Empire's firepower bombardment suddenly stopped. They went to support the Imperial Marcus. As time passed, the dust storm caused by the bombing gradually dissipated. The orange dust flew higher in the sky or slowly fell on the ground. The visibility became higher and higher, and the affected communications gradually recovered. Old Ji Xinghe, who had been nervous for a long time, asked in a trembling voice in the communication channel. Killed, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel, calmly stating a fact. He didn't say who he killed, but everyone who could hear this voice knew who he killed. Another Imperial Marcus. 3 seconds after the voice sounded, a federal mecha rushed out at a not very high speed at the edge of the gradually subsiding dust storm. It looked like it was not in full power charge mode, but in a cruising-like running mode. He held a long spear in his right hand, a mecha-heavy sword in his left hand, and a mecha sword on his back. All of them were his spoils of war. He was in the enemy's camp, but when he left alone, no apes stopped him, and even long-range fire attacks did not appear. The apes' eyes were all looking at the area where the dust storm finally dissipated. The Marcus-class Imperial mecha that had already fallen to the ground was expected by all the apes. Ji Xinghe had left, so how could it not die? But what all the apes did not expect was that in addition to the Marcus-class Imperial mecha, there were 12 Imperial regular-class mechas that fell to the ground. In the very short time when the dust storm covered the area and then dissipated, Ji Xinghe, who was alone, not only killed an Imperial Marcus, but also took away 12 gold stars. There were a total of 13 gold stars, and the size should be exactly the same according to the rules, but all apes and humans know that the meaning of one gold star is completely different from the other 12 gold stars. Is it the one representing the Marcus that scares the apes more, or is it that picking 12 gold stars in such a short time that scares the apes more? No. What really scares them is that the general armor is still running. Ji Xinghe, the owner of General Armor, is still here. P.S. Notice that it will be free on May 19th. Bosses can save up some money in the next few days and watch it together. Every bit saved counts. Chapter 279 Returning the property to its original owner. The Empire's attack on B-72 Heights stopped again. The Empire's troops retreated like the tide, and passed by Ji Xinghe, who was driving the General Armor. There was no conflict. The General Armor, running alone, was like a huge ship sailing on the vast ocean. Even if the waves were endless, it could only go around the two sides of the bow and could not hurt the hull at all. The Federal mecha warriors who wanted to pick up Ji Xinghe looked at the General Armor passing through the army and felt that a real man should be like this. Their fear is our strength, someone said a sentence in the communication channel. The speaker had a heart and the listener had a heart. People remembered that this was Ji Xinghe's truth. Seeing this incredible scene, people began to believe it and regarded it as the truth for treating the Empire in the future. There was no cheering, no celebration, and everyone performed their respective tasks in silence. This round of the Empire's attack once again broke through the second line of defense of B-72 Heights, faster than the last time, and brought greater casualties to the Federation than the last time. If Ji Xinghe had not killed an Imperial Marcus and tied down part of the Empire's firepower, hundreds of Imperial mechas would have had to be on guard against him in the process of turning around and going up the mountain. The third line of defense of Hill B-72 is very likely to be breached. But the Empire's next round of attack may start at any time, and the breached lines of defense must be repaired as soon as possible. Some of the defense centers that have been clearly located must be relocated. None of this has anything to do with Ji Xinghe. He drove the General Armor to the machine repair area of Hill B-72. The air defense system has not been breached, and areas like the machine repair area are basically impossible to be destroyed by the Empire's long-range firepower. Some mechanics who were repairing mechas put down their work directly after the General Armor entered the machine repair area. Their primary task is to repair the General Armor. The outer armor is intact, and the damage rate of parts is 3.7%. The repair time is expected to take 2 hours. After the repair is completed, the performance will not be degraded. The condition of the General Armor is unexpectedly good. After withstanding many direct collisions with the Empire mecha, various firepower coverage attacks, and slashing with weapons by the Empire mecha, the General Armor did not suffer any worrying damage. The time required for the repair work does not have a big impact on the time that B-72 Highland needs to defend. Prepare a 16th generation standard mecha for me. Even if it is not modified, Ji Xinghe did not want to wait until 2 hours later to join the battle, because the Empire could not give B-72 Highland 2 hours of rest time. And this is related to his battle plan. Old G, I will lend you my mecha. Harris drove his Hanshin to the mechanical repair area, and without waiting for Ji Xinghe to agree, he directly said to the mechanics, do you have a mecha of my model? It doesn't matter whether it is modified or not. What matters is that it can be used immediately. An ace mecha warrior and a special mecha warrior asked for a mecha at the same time, and the ace mecha warrior should be given it anyway. But the mechanics and equipment officers ignored Ji Xinghe's request without hesitation and directly agreed to Harris's request. Yes. It will be transferred in 5 minutes. Lieutenant Colonel Harris, please wait. Harris, who was originally a major, has been promoted to lieutenant colonel because of his military exploits. His promotion path is much smoother than Ji Xinghe's, and no one will deliberately suppress him. Okay, Harris, who had already jumped out of Zhanshan, took off his helmet and looked at the silent Ji Xinghe. What's wrong? Uncle Ji, are you disgusted with my masculinity? Ji Xinghe did not take off his helmet, but looked at Harris through the mask and said calmly, tell me, do you want a knife or a sword? Harry. Harris rubbed his hands and laughed, and said with an embarrassed expression, Both the knife and the sword are fine, they are for Reed. Uncle Ji, you decide which one you like to use, and you can lend us the remaining one. Ji Xinghe nodded. Take the sword away, okay. Harris did not take the sword when he responded, because he did not have a mecha now, but since Ji Xinghe had agreed, the mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold must belong to Reed of Harris's team. No one would raise any objections. Old G. Harris, who had achieved his goal, changed his words immediately and leaned close to Ji Xinghe and whispered, "Are you going to make trouble?" Ji Xinghe did not hide it. "Well, we want them to think that there is a problem with the general armor. If there is no accident, unless they launch a third round of attack, the general armor will not appear on the battlefield again." Harris suddenly clapped his hands and praised. "What a good plan. It is not a big problem for us to eat the 200,000 troops of the Empire this time. The difficulty is the third round. If they really believe that the general armor has been seriously damaged, those earls, marquises, dukes, etc. will definitely jump out. At that time, Old G, you and Colonel Han Li will work together to kill them all in minutes." The plan is basically what Harris said, but of course it is impossible to be so simple in specific implementation. Ji Xinghe's 4 steps today can be regarded as a prelude. Whether it can be perfectly executed later depends on the analysis and judgment of the Empire. The discussion about the plan did not continue. There were many people and many opinions. Even if it was because of the different races and communication control, it was basically impossible for scum like rapists to appear, but what should be kept secret should still be kept secret. "By the way, Reed had some misunderstandings about you before," Harris explained. "In fact, he is really not a bad person. Those misunderstandings would be common to normal people. Who made you so fierce that you don't look like an old man? No need to say these. As long as he goes to kill the Imperial guerrillas, I will give him everything I have and can give." Ji Xinghe interrupted what Harris was about to say. He had no opinion on Reed. If Harris hadn't said that, he wouldn't know that Reed had misunderstandings about him. As he said, "None of this is important." "That's good. I'll take the weapon to him. With a weapon made of tungsten steel gold, he will definitely have more than 60 gold stars this time. If he's lucky, he can lead a mecha team alone." Harris' words were meaningful, and Ji Xinghe understood them. Neither of them said anything in depth. When he was about to leave, Harris suddenly remembered a question and asked curiously, "Old G, how did you know that I wanted something today? You must have guessed our plan, so you must know that I don't actually need Hanshin, but you still insisted on giving Hanshin to me. If it's not something, then what is it? It's not okay to have a good relationship, it's not okay to respect the old and love the young, it's not okay for me to treat you as my uncle, okay, if you say it's okay, it's okay." As he spoke, Harris's new mecha was mobilized. This is actually not a new mecha, but an old mecha that was destroyed by the Empire mecha during the defense yesterday afternoon. The special mecha warrior driving it has died, but Harris does not think it is unlucky. After most of the day's repair, the brand new mecha began to be sprayed with gold stars, and the cockpit also needed to be adapted to suit Harris' height, arm span, and operating habits. This modification is relatively simple. Hanshin, a mecha that was once driven by Ji Xinghe and has a non-numbered name, also needs to be modified. When it returned to Ji Xinghe's hands, the cockpit also needed to be adapted and modified, and the outer protective armor needed to be sprayed with Ji Xinghe's gold stars 451. This is a very amazing number, which makes Harris, who only has 62 gold stars, jealous. Before coming to the B-72 Highland, Ji Xinghe had less than 300 gold stars, but now it is close to 500. The speed of picking stars is unprecedented. Old G, to be honest, I don't think it will take long for your number of gold stars to exceed that of General Li Yuanba. It's a matter of fighting style. Ji Xinghe told the truth. If I use your fighting style, I probably only have more than 100 gold stars now. That's what I said, but the problem is that you can use our fighting style, but we can't use yours. Harris sighed. I also want to pick stars like you, but my strength doesn't allow it. It's actually very simple. Well, Harris changed his words again. Uncle G, I really think of you as my uncle. Ji Xinghe didn't even look at Harris and said, you can learn mechanical repair technology. When you become a mechanic like me, you can fight like me. Harris waved his hand directly. Goodbye, Old G, I'm going to test the actual machine. Not long after Harris got into the cockpit and left with 2 weapons made of tungsten steel gold, Ji Xinghe's mountain chopping transformation was also completed. It was a little slower, mainly because he had too many gold stars, and it took a little time to spray them. After piercing the armor and leaving the repair area, Ji Xinghe began to do real machine testing. The merit he obtained from driving this Hanshin was actually the highest and most influential of all his merits. But he actually didn't drive this Hanshin for a long time, not as long as the Lone Brave. However, as an ace mecha warrior and a mechanic, it didn't take him long to get familiar with his Hanshin again. Old G, they are coming, yeah. After stopping for an hour and 10 minutes, the Empire once again launched an attack on the B-72 Highland. Just like before, it was a charge launched from all directions at the same time. With the help of those trenches, the Empire's troops were able to advance to the foot of the B-72 Highland with less damage, and then use the corpses of gorillas and monkeys to pave many roads leading to the mountain. The Federation actually has targeted solutions for those trenches, but now is not the most critical time, so there is no need to use them. Things like trump cards can only be revealed at the end, otherwise how can they be considered trump cards? Ji Xinghe, who turned his open card into a trump card, drove the open card he just got and started to go down the mountain alone again. This was for the Empire to see, and also for the soldiers of the Federation to see. Seeing this Hanshin mecha suddenly covered with the gold stars, no one doubted that Harris had sprayed it on for vanity. Everyone, and all the gorillas, immediately determined one thing when they saw Hanshin. Hanshin returned to the hands of the man who gave it the name. The property returned to its original owner. The morale of the Federation did not become a problem because the general armor was turned into Hanshin, because everyone in the Federation knew that when Ji Xinghe drove Hanshin, no matter what level of Empire appeared on the battlefield, Ji Xinghe would only say 4 words. Just kill. He went down the mountain and started killing. Chapter 280. I want to follow Colonel Ji Xinghe. Located in the Federation Base Number 9 on an alien planet. A 5-meter tall Federation mecha is fighting an Imperial mecha in the test area. The Empire currently does not know the location of Base Number 9. This Imperial mecha is a trophy seized by the Federation. After repair, it is equipped with an automatic driving system developed by the Federation and is simulating the most common combat methods of the Imperial mecha. Inside the cockpit of the Federation mecha, Yuren is in a sleeping state. He is performing operations that would amaze the Federation's special mecha warriors. The charging Imperial mecha raised its weapon and launched an attack at a speed that ordinary mecha warriors could hardly avoid. The charging Federation mecha jumped up and used the protective armor on its legs to swipe away the opponent's weapon. At the same time, it controlled its knees in the air with extremely precise micro-manipulation to clamp the opponent's head. Then it exerted force. Congratulations, Lieutenant Yuren. You have completed the Ji's deadly scissor knee for the 12th time. This extraordinary tactical maneuver, after a period of attempts, Yuren finally completed the maneuver that he could not complete before. The maneuver that was tentatively named Ji Xinghe's scissor knee at the time now has an official name, Ji's deadly scissor knee. Several other maneuvers that Ji Xinghe created before were also named with the prefix Ji. The name is not important. What is important is that these maneuvers now have a new level of title. Extraordinary tactical maneuvers. Before this, the Federation's mecha tactical maneuvers were only divided into standard and non-standard. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe has created an era, but the real reason for this division has little to do with Ji Xinghe. Peak synchronization rate 91%, Lieutenant Yuren, congratulations on setting a record again. When the voice sounded, Yuren's body had already woken up. After the neural connection with the mecha was released, his consciousness was no longer limited to the operation of the mecha, but returned to his body. The special liquid that combines load buffering, life support and other functions gradually discharged from the cockpit into the reserve area. Because of this liquid named amniotic fluid, mechas that use new technologies are generally tall. The 3.9-meter high standard mecha that Han Li is best at will definitely be eliminated after the new technology is fully applied. When the cockpit was cleared, Yuren jumped out of the mecha. At the same time, he asked, "Are you sure?" Basically, it can be confirmed. The researcher looked at the holographic screen in his hand and answered while sliding to view various parameters. Only when the synchronization rate reaches 90% can you complete extraordinary tactical maneuvers. After your synchronization rate exceeds this level, whether it is Ji's fatal scissor knee or Ji's reverse brake stop in advance, the success rate has reached 100%. Extraordinary tactical maneuvers. The real reason for the emergence of this is that the improvement of the synchronization rate is the key. Maneuvers that can only be completed by very few people do not have the significance of popularization, nor do they have the significance of establishing a corresponding database and teaching system. Besides me, how many other people have achieved a synchronization rate of over 90%? There are 4 more. But they can only reach 90% at the peak. You are the only one who has broken through to 91% for the time being. There are only 5 people in the entire Federation who can reach a synchronization rate of 90%, which sounds too rare, even rarer than the number of ace mecha warriors. But the problem is that the synchronization rate test has not been fully carried out. How many people do you think will reach this level in the future? At present, our test base is only 2,000 people. According to the current ratio, if we can conduct a comprehensive test on 300,000 active mecha warriors in the future, about 75 people will be able to reach this level. Yuren frowned and asked, what if it is a test for the entire army? It is impossible to conduct a test for the entire army. Although we now have 10.35 million people in service, many of them are not suitable for this technology. Their physical fitness is relatively low, and most of them cannot come to the alien planet to participate in the war. They can only be divided into the defense sequence of the Azure Star. The Azure Star Federation has more than 10 million troops, accounting for 700% of the total population. In theory, there is no problem of insufficient troops. But with such a huge force, less than half of them can actually be deployed to the alien battlefield. The 3 to 9 month interstellar voyage is the first hurdle, and most people cannot withstand the empty space voyage. Being in a weightless environment or a low-gravity environment on an alien planet for a long time is very harmful to the human body. Before humans landed on alien planets, all astronauts were picked from thousands of people, which can already illustrate the difficulty. Moreover, the production resources of alien planets are limited, and the transportation resources of materials are also limited. The consequence of a large number of troops being deployed on alien battlefields is that everyone will starve to death together. What the Federation needs is the elite, so the test that Ji Xinghe took when he joined the army had such a high assessment standard. The researcher continued, among those who can come to the alien planet to fight, some technical soldiers are also not suitable for using new technologies due to physical reasons. The 300,000 active mecha warriors are basically all those who can use this technology. According to the data model we set up, there are probably only 500 people at most who can achieve a 90% synchronization rate. This number is much lower than Yuren's own calculation. He calculated it based on a ratio of 5 out of 2,000 people, and thought that after the full army test, at least 1,000 people would be able to achieve a 90% synchronization rate. He had thought before that many people were not suitable for new technologies, just like not everyone can become a mecha warrior. But considering that his synchronization rate has been in a state of improvement due to continuous training, others can naturally do the same. Maybe after the full army test really begins and the new technology is maturely used, it is normal for 2,000 or 3,000 people to be able to reach this standard. However, compared with his estimate, the reality is too far away. In fact, if 500 people, no, 200 or 300 people can achieve a 90% synchronization rate, our new technology will be a great success, the researcher explained. As far as the current situation is concerned, only ace mecha warriors, or special mecha warriors with great hope of becoming ace, can successfully apply Ji's extraordinary tactical maneuvers in actual combat. Except for the 5 of you, there are less than 30 mecha warriors in the entire Federation who can perform these maneuvers. This means that if the new technology is applied, you all have the combat effectiveness of ace mecha warriors. Lieutenant Yuren, think about it, what does 200 or 300 ace mecha warrior mean? To be more intuitive, what does 200 or 300 Colonels Ji Xinghe mean? Crush? Yuren was silent for a moment and then shook his head. It's meaningless, because we have no actual combat experience. If we only simulate actual combat in the training ground, even if we can perform operations that Colonel Ji Xinghe can't do, we can't have the combat effectiveness of an ace mecha warrior. The researcher nodded slightly. That's true, but we don't have the conditions for actual combat now. Why not? Yuren suddenly laughed. Are you afraid that I will die? The researcher was speechless. I apply to participate in actual combat. I want to go to B-72 Heights. I want to join the Xinghe team. I want to fight side by side with Colonel Ji Xinghe. After Yuren expressed his request, he thought of some stories he had heard about Ji Xinghe. That was when Ji Xinghe had just obtained the federal second-level mecha driving qualification certificate. There was a search and rescue mission. Ji Xinghe, who was at base number 6, did not have the authority to participate in it, but he insisted on participating. When facing the difficulties of his superiors, Colonel Ji Xinghe asked a question, And this question can now be said to be known to everyone, comparable to Ji Xinghe's most famous question. Instructor, what do you choose? So when the researchers were about to persuade him, Yu Ren added with a serious expression, if you refuse, I will not cooperate with the next experiment. Lieutenant Yu Ren, the researcher said with a serious expression, you should be very clear about the consequences of doing this. You are a professional soldier, don't talk so much nonsense to me, and don't tell me any big truths. Yu Ren said firmly, I can continue to cooperate with you in the experiment, but if it is because I am in a bad mood and the synchronization rate does not increase but decreases, I'm sorry, you can't send me to the military court. Neural link technology is indeed directly related to the user's mood. When Yu Ren heard about Ji Xinghe before, the synchronization rate fluctuated greatly. It was precisely because of the stimulation at that time that his synchronization rate increased significantly afterwards, from 89% to 91%. It seems that this improvement is not large, but after approaching the limit, every 1% or even every 0.1% improvement is a significant improvement. Just like the human 100-meter sprint event, in 2009 of the federal calendar, the record for the 100-meter track and field was raised to 9.58 seconds, but until 2022 of the federal calendar, when Ji Xinghe was born, more than a decade had passed and this record had not been broken. With the development of science and technology and the improvement of per capita physical fitness, this record was finally broken, but Ji Xinghe is now 66 years old, and the human 100-meter track and field record has only been raised from 9.58 seconds to 9.39 seconds. And the improvement in more than 60 years is less than 0.2 seconds. Seeing Yu Ren's firm attitude, the researchers on the scene could only apply to their superiors. In the process of applying, Yu Ren's synchronization rate really began to decline, from the peak of 91% to 90%, and most of the time it could only be maintained between 85% and 88%. At the beginning, this synchronization rate was enough to make everyone ecstatic, but after seeing the limit, everyone thought about how to break the limit. On the 12th day of holding on to the B-72 Highland, Yu Ren finally received a transfer order. Lieutenant Yu Ren, your application has been approved. You will go to B-72 Heights by orbital airdrop. Yu Ren was overjoyed. He really wanted to find Ji Xinghe, but he never thought that the Federation would really let him go to B-72 Heights to participate in the battle mission of defending. Can I join the Galaxy team? No, the Galaxy team does not accept our personnel transfer orders. If you want to join the Galaxy team, you must apply in person from Colonel Ji Xinghe or Lieutenant Colonel Chen soon. The special nature of the Galaxy team can be seen. Which mecha team is that? It's Colonel Han Li's team. Colonel Han Li is also an ace mecha warrior. His team, Yu Ren finally understood why he could go to B-72 Heights. With Han Li as a bodyguard, how could he be in trouble? It's not that Ji Xinghe doesn't want him, but the Federation is worried that Ji Xinghe will not protect him, so he transferred him to Han Li's side to brush gold stars. But he didn't argue. He was already satisfied to be able to go to the battlefield and B-72 Heights. Moreover, Colonel Ji Xinghe is at the B-72 high ground, waiting for me to get there and beg Colonel Ji Xinghe to let me join the Xinghe team. Does the Federation dare to snatch me from Colonel Ji Xinghe? Chapter 281 Assassin. The second round of the Empire's attack on B-72 Heights has been launched for 14 days. They still have 150,000 troops, of which 30,000 are reinforcements. On the space battleship, Yu Ren, who is ready for orbital airdrop, received relevant new reports beyond his authority. He did not have a single Venus star, and he could only drive a Federal Standard mecha. Theoretically, he was only a Federal third-level mecha warrior. But in terms of authority, he was comparable to the Blind Man, the Lame Man, Harris, Kintong, and these special-level mecha warriors who are about to become ace mecha warriors. We still can't destroy their air defense system, and our firepower advantage cannot be brought into play. The voice coming from the communication channel had a clear tone of regret, and explained. In the first attack on B-72 Heights, the Empire's 70,000 troops only lasted 1 day and were almost wiped out, but that was entirely due to Colonel Ji Xinghe's efforts. At that time, Colonel Ji Xinghe rushed into the Empire's army alone, forcibly broke through their air defense system, and attacked the 50,000 troops on his side, but they were directly wiped out by our firepower. On the other side, in the area where Colonel Han Li participated in the defense, the 20,000 Empire troops who launched the attack also retreated directly because of the loss of 50,000 troops. That battle was really comfortable. Ren listened with fascination. It was not the first time he heard this information, but every time he heard it, he felt a kind of blood boiling. As a mecha warrior, who doesn't want to rush into the enemy's camp alone, kill blood and destroy the enemy's most important air defense system, and lead the Federation to win the war? He was more eager in this regard because he had no chance to become a mecha warrior before. But the Empire's second round of attack on Hill B-72 lasted for many days. There are many reasons for this. For example, this time they assembled 200,000 troops, which is much more than the last time. For example, because of the first round of attack, they had some understanding of the defensive focus of Hill B-72. Before starting the attack, they dug trenches and built defensive fortifications relying on the trenches. Combined with other reasons, their air defense system is difficult to destroy directly, resulting in our firepower being unable to exert its due power. In these 14 days, Hill B-72 has wiped out 80,000 enemy troops, but our casualties have also exceeded 3,000. Compared with before, our losses are actually not small. The most critical thing lies in the damage to the mecha. Counting the mecha that has been supported in the past few days, there are still 700 combat-ready mechas on Hill B-72, but the Empire has at least 1,300 mechas deployed on Hill B-72. The voice from the communication channel paused slightly, and the tone became serious. So, Lieutenant Ren, please don't be impulsive. You have to know that if your mecha is destroyed by the Empire, they will most likely discover our new technology in advance. Although they will discover it sooner or later, one day later is one day later. After saying 1,000 words, the last sentence is what he wanted to say. I know, when Ren responded, he thought about the content of the mission he received. He went to B-72 Heights not to defend it to the death, but to gain combat experience. According to the analysis and judgment of the Staff Department, B-72 Heights could not be directly breached in the Empire's second round of attack. The supply and retreat routes would not be completely blocked by the Empire. The real crisis is in the Empire's third round of attack. Before that, Ren must evacuate from B-72 Heights. Lieutenant Ren, prepare for airborne, okay, don't worry about safety issues. Their missiles are not accurate enough. They dare not use conventional artillery shells, including anti-aircraft machine guns, because they will kill themselves. Is the battle going on below? Yes. Is Colonel Ji Xinghe participating in the battle? Of course he is. Ren became excited and asked impatiently, can you share his perspective with me? But you have to perform the orbital airborne operation. Will it be? I know it in my mind. If there is an attack, I will cut away the screen at any time, thinking that the mecha driven by Ren is very advanced. Even if only the intelligent auxiliary system is used, it can complete the orbital airborne operation. The relevant personnel quickly passed the authorization. Ren, who was in the cockpit of the mecha, saw the picture he wanted to see. The head of an imperial mecha exploded under the piercing of the spear. That was Ji Xinghe's gun. Ji Xinghe, who was driving this Hanshin, fought in a completely different way from when he was driving the general armor before. The general armor can ignore the attacks of conventional imperial mechas, but Hanshin can't. With only this high-performance mecha left, he can't let Hanshin get into trouble, whether for his own safety or for revenge. After a successful attack, Ji Xinghe turned around and ran into Hanshin. The 12 imperial mechas that rushed towards him at the same time could not match Hanshin in speed, and could only watch Hanshin escape from their encirclement. No, it should be said that he rushed into another battlefield. Ji Xinghe, who was watching all directions, didn't really want to turn around and leave the battlefield. It looked like an escape maneuver. After he made 5 consecutive turning maneuvers, it had turned into a charge towards the imperial mecha. At the foot of the B-72 Highland, 4 imperial mechas that were rushing towards the mountain found that they had become Ji Xinghe's target, and they changed their charge direction without hesitation. Turn around and run. And it was a real turn and run, with no intention of continuing to rush up the mountain, nor the intention of stopping Ji Xinghe. Theoretically, if these 4 mechas dared to fight desperately, they would have a great chance of leaving Ji Xinghe behind when Ji Xinghe was being chased by 12 imperial mechas. Hanshin was not a general armor, so they didn't need to be afraid to this extent. When Harris was driving Hanshin, the conventional imperial mechas always charged directly without fear of death, determined to kill Harris on the spot. But when the driver of Hanshin was Ji Xinghe of the Federation, how could they not be afraid? Seeing that his target began to flee, Ji Xinghe continued to chase regardless. The visual window in front of his mask showed the relevant data very clearly. allowing him to determine that the 4 imperial mechas he was chasing had obvious differences in speed for him. He could catch up with 2 of them. Ji Xinghe, who was rushing forward, caught up with an imperial mecha as Ji Xinghe expected. Its 3 companions had no intention of rescuing him and continued to run desperately without looking back. The gun came out like thunder, extremely fast and powerful. Ji Xinghe had another gold star. In the perspectives from behind and on both sides, the 12 imperial noble mechas that were chasing him had half surrounded him in a fan shape, forming 6 attack points in pairs. Judging from the badge on the chest and the style of the mecha, they were all Viscount level imperial mechas with characteristic weapons, but according to Ji Xinghe's observation, it can be determined that at least 3 count level imperial mechas were hidden among them. In order to kill him, these guerrillas have disregarded the honor of the nobility. Chen Sun, find a way to get me a 16th generation standard mecha, which should be a little more ordinary in appearance and not sprayed with so many gold stars. When Ji Xinghe said this directly, he didn't know that there was a young man who regarded him as an idol and was watching his combat perspective. It is actually a bit shallow to describe it only with the word idol. Yu Ren even dared to threaten an experimental project that is extremely important to the Federation for him. When he was about to make an orbital airdrop, he still had to look at his combat perspective. He could be described as a life mentor, a guiding light, and so on. However, it doesn't matter if Ji Xinghe knew it, he would still say this and do this. Because he has never been a professional soldier. He just wanted revenge, regardless of whether the means used were fair and above board, and whether he ignored the responsibilities and obligations that a master like him should bear. Okay, Chen Sun agreed directly. And the sound of their conversation was clearly heard by Yu Ren and many others. No one questioned it, and no one thought that there was anything wrong with Ji Xinghe's behavior. Because he is Ji Xinghe, he can do this. Even if Ji Xinghe said now that he wanted to retire and return to the Azure Star to enjoy the treatment of a hero, no one would stop him, and many people would only feel sorry. Because everyone knows that he is already 66 years old this year. The battle continues. Ji Xinghe, who destroyed an Imperial mecha, started his escape maneuver again. The 12 Imperial noble mechas chasing him were as exhausted as ever. Such battle scenes have appeared many times in the past 10 days. Ji Xinghe, who was driving this Hanshin, did not look like a warrior, but like an assassin, wandering on the battlefield at the foot of the mountain, and fled several miles away after a successful attack. As long as there is an opportunity in his sight, he will grab it without hesitation. After the opportunity is lost, he has no greed. In a trance, there is a feeling of returning to the dust storm. The complex battlefield situation, the constantly exploding shells, and the Imperial troops who are constantly charging are another form of dust storm for Ji Xinghe. He can borrow its power. Old Ji, go up the mountain. Yes, when Chen Sun's reminder sounded, Ji Xinghe gave up circling at the foot of the mountain without hesitation. After a large-scale turning maneuver, he rushed to the B-72 highland with those Imperial soldiers and mechas. There was almost no obstruction along the way. 3653, okay, the moment he heard the coordinates, Ji Xinghe's sight appeared in a precise navigation route. The temporarily generated route avoided the main force of the Empire, mainly the Imperial mechas. It didn't take long for Ji Xinghe to appear near the coordinates of 3653. In the sight, a federal mecha seemed to be crazy, constantly charging, turning, and charging again among the Imperial soldiers who were attacking the mountain. It carried a tall ammunition box on its back, 2 machine guns on its shoulders, and a submachine gun in each hand. The submachine gun was only small relative to its body. If it was used by a human or an ape, it would be 2 big guns. Da 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 da. The sound of the gunfire was barely audible, but just because of the environment, the casualties were extremely shocking. In the area it rushed through, the Imperial apes fell in groups. The counterattack before death was like a mosquito bite to this federal mecha, which could almost be ignored. Andre, retreat, the blind man's voice sounded in the communication channel, and Andre, who was bloodthirsty, did not obey the order. Andre, retreat. Ji Xinghe's voice finally made Andre come back to his senses and noticed the 3 Imperial mechas that had appeared very close to him. Yes, while responding, Andre turned around and retreated, and his attack also stopped briefly. 2 submachine guns were stuffed behind his back. When he stretched out his hands again, 2 big guns appeared, and the ammunition supply system was switched. The small caliber bullets targeting the regular forces of the Empire became large caliber armor-piercing bullets targeting mechas. Old G, what do you say? How many can you stop? 2, at least 6 seconds. Turn back and shoot. Yes. Andre turned around without hesitation, stood still and raised his hands. 2 tongues of fire shot out instantly, hitting the 2 imperial mechas that were rushing towards him with incomparable accuracy. Sparks flew on the protective armor, and the actions of the 2 imperial mechas were hindered, but there was still an imperial mecha that continued to charge from the side. As long as the opponent approached, Andre would definitely die. But Andre was not worried at all. Instead, he was a little distracted thinking, if my firepower could be more fierce, why bother to use a knife to chop and kill in a battle that can be solved with a gun? Andre did not die, because Ji Xinghe was already here. And Ji Xinghe also had a gun, a long gun. Chapter 282, Words and Speech. Yuran, who was in the pod of the space battleship, was in a relatively motionless state in his mecha, but in his sight, countless objects were flying by at high speed. This was a charge speed he had never experienced before. The visual images transmitted by the neural link technology appeared directly in his consciousness in the most intuitive way. It was like being there in person. A sense of dizziness appeared vaguely. Just watching Ji Xinghe's combat perspective made him feel like he was drunk. At the same time, there was fear. Why didn't he slow down? Why didn't he raise his gun? Why didn't he care about the imperial mechas charging on both sides? Yuran, who had watched Ji Xinghe's combat record videos countless times, always believed in Ji Xinghe's strength. If he changed to the usual way of watching, he would not have any worries or fears now. But when he put himself into it in this way, inexplicable panic suddenly appeared. Too fast, too unscrupulous. The feeling of drinking gradually deepened, and the state of being slightly drunk had appeared. Yuran, who was a little drunk, felt that adrenaline was bursting wildly. What he didn't notice was that the real-time synchronization rate detection data showed that it had surged to 91%, which was the highest level he could reach before, and it could only be reproduced when the fighting spirit was boiling. But now he did not participate in the battle, just watching Ji Xinghe's battle. There was a bang. That was the sound Ji Xinghe heard, coming from the internal explosion of the imperial mech, which was transmitted to the mech through the gun body of the spear, and then transmitted into the cockpit. The sound transmitted by the real object was a bit weird, like hearing the decoration sound on the other side through the wall, not real but real enough. Ji Xinghe, who did not slow down, raised his gun and broke it when Yuran's panic reached the extreme. A fatal blow. Just like riding a roller coaster, the panic emotion rises as it climbs, and it suddenly falls after reaching the peak. When the feeling of difficulty breathing appeared, Ji Xinghe had already rushed to the other 2 imperial mechas, which were suppressed by Andre with firepower. They relied on the defense and mobility of the mecha to try to avoid the 2 continuous flames, but Andre's own shooting skills, combined with the intelligent auxiliary shooting system, made the 2 flames follow him like a shadow. When Ji Xinghe rushed up, the 2 flames suddenly became one. The pressure on the imperial mecha was relieved, and before it could react, the cockpit had been pierced by a shot. It was a real penetration. The spear penetrated the cockpit, and the tip of the spear went straight out from the other side. Its protective armor was damaged a lot by Andre's firepower, and the remaining defense was not enough to face the tungsten steel spear. Another fatal blow. Yuran, who was riding the roller coaster, was truly released at this moment. He looked at Ji Xinghe's 3rd shot with great anticipation. It was as if he was going to shoot the 3rd shot himself. Synchronization rate 92%. Yuran, who broke the record again, had an urge to shout loudly. The emotions that had been rising since he entered the spectator's perspective must be vented as soon as possible because he was about to participate in the battle. A lone brave man walks 9 miles with a gun, and thousands of troops avoid white clothes. First shot, Wu Ji. Yuran's voice sounded in his mecha cockpit. What he said had nothing to do with him, but it was his dream. The general's armor has been hidden, and the mountain has not been broken. The body is inlaid with the gold stars, and the armor is unparalleled. Second shot, Overlord. When the sky is murderous, the stars will move. When the earth is murderous, dragons and snakes will rise from the land. When people are murderous, the sky and the earth will be reversed. Third shot, Xing. As Yuran's roar fell, Ji Xinghe, who was rushing forward with a gun, did not slow down. When his figure passed over the Empire mecha, the gun swept across. The sharp blade of the gun head was like cutting tofu, passing through the neck of the Empire mecha. When the metal head flew up, Ji Xinghe had already rushed to the Empire mecha in another direction. Andre completed the replacement in the first time, stuffing the muzzle of the gun into the gap at the neck of the Empire Mecha, and then pulled the trigger in the cockpit. Da-da-da. The cockpit of the Imperial Mecha instantly turned into a bloody quagmire. Yuren, who was brought into Ji Xinghe's perspective, could not see the scene in the cockpit of the Imperial Mecha, but he could see Andre's crazy shooting. When the extremely bloody scene emerged in his mind, he did not feel disgusted at all. He was not a mecha warrior before, but he was an elite infantryman of the Federation, belonging to a certain interstellar marine corps in Longzhou, the Federation. Killing guerrillas is a matter of duty. Lieutenant Yuren, prepare for airborne. The sudden sound in his ear distracted Yuren from thinking, and he could no longer put his heart and soul into Ji Xinghe's combat perspective. Ready, airborne countdown, 10, 9. During the countdown, the Federation space battleship that had already reached the sky above B-72 heights first dropped hundreds of material supply boxes. When the countdown ended, the device that fixed the mecha driven by Yuren was unlocked. The sense of falling at high speed continued to strengthen. Yuren, who used the orbital airborne technology for the first time, did not panic at all. The power of neural link technology lies not only in the control of mecha, but also in the defense improvement brought by the amniotic fluid in the cockpit. There is also a significant improvement in the effect of the training system. The Federal Civilian Virtual Reality technology is based on the first generation of military simulation system. The military mecha warrior training system currently in use is a virtual reality technology called the second generation simulation system. But these technologies are not as good as the virtual reality technology called the third generation simulation system that uses neural link technology. The training system that can simulate almost everything in reality, combined with the practical training at the training ground of base number 9, Yuren, who has no real experience in driving mecha combat, can actually be regarded as a mecha veteran. In the perspective, the picture of Ji Xinghe's battle is still going on. After being distracted, Yuren no longer has the previous passion and can't help himself. All he can get are a few simple words. Fast, simple, efficient, unpretentious, overwhelming, clean and neat. These are all Ji Xinghe's combat profiles. Yuren was so fascinated by it that he finally noticed his synchronization rate. He had not yet entered the combat state, but he had already stabilized at a level of 90%. Is it because of Colonel Ji Xinghe? I am Yuren. I suggest in my real name that all mecha warriors using neural link technology should bring in Colonel Ji Xinghe's combat perspective before starting combat. During normal training, similar technologies should also be used more often to bring in Colonel Ji Xinghe's combat emotions. I firmly believe that this will have unimaginable benefits for improving our synchronization rate. In the high-speed falling Federal New Generation Standard Mecha, Yuren, the strongest theoretical mecha warrior using this technology, proposed a plan that will cause many people to debate, but will inevitably be passed and verified as effective. In the eyes of many people, the new technology that is destined to eliminate Ji Xinghe must rely on Ji Xinghe to achieve the greatest effect. It has to be said that Ji Xinghe's influence is getting bigger and bigger, and it has begun to take root in the hearts of many people. Among them are the strong veteran mecha warriors such as Jackson, Harris, Kintong, and Yuren, who uses the new generation of mecha driving technology, so he is called the strong among the new generation of mecha warriors. But can theoretical strength really represent actual strength? Ji Xinghe knows how many strong men the Empire has who are comparable to ace mecha warriors, so how could the federal high-level officials not know? They are very worried, they are very concerned, and they are looking forward to it. With a loud bang, in the dust, a federal mecha successfully landed at the predetermined coordinates with an error of less than 10 meters. Yuren, the pioneer of the new generation of mecha warriors, started running without any lag after completing the orbital airborne landing. The distance of 100 meters was crossed in an instant, and his mecha had completed the opening of full power mode. And it changed from running state to charging state. Yuren, a third-level federal mecha warrior, applies to participate in the battle. The voice of shouting was responded to at the first time. The application is approved. Please go to coordinate 2369 immediately. The command from the command center was issued quickly. At the same time, 6 mechas driven by first-level mecha warriors rushed to Yuren's position after receiving the order. They were acting as bodyguards, which made them very unhappy. The two sides quickly completed the reunion and rushed to the second line of defense from the height of B-72 Highland. Seeing that Yuren's mecha, which was dressed in a blank, chose to charge first when facing 12 imperial mechas that were very close. The 6 first-level mecha warriors who were bodyguards were even more unhappy. They all had more than a dozen gold stars, but their military rank was only second lieutenant. Why did Yu Ren, who became a lieutenant without gold stars, rush in front of them? If you want to die, go back and don't implicate us, someone cursed out because of anger. This scene is actually very common. When playing games, you want to curse when you encounter bad teammates, let alone a real battle involving life and death. Lieutenant Yu Ren, please pay attention to your speed and keep in line with us, you're rushing so fast. Do you think you are Colonel Ji Xinghe? 2 more reproaches sounded, and Yu Ren, who had already entered the neural connection state, was a little emotional for a while. He could understand the thoughts of the 6 mecha warriors, because he had also had such a misunderstanding and questioned Ji Xinghe in person. Ji Xinghe could be questioned, so what did it matter if he was scolded? He knew he had a problem, but the problem was that he really didn't know how to cooperate. The experience gained in the training ground and the 3rd-generation simulation system, when replaced with the operation in the real world, was really difficult to complete the formation with teammates. The formation can be maintained by slowing down, but that will reduce one's own combat effectiveness and combat efficiency. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Yu Ren, who didn't know how to choose, made the same choice as Ji Xinghe. That was his guiding light. Do you believe me? Yu Ren's sudden question surprised the 6 first-level federal mecha warriors, especially the mecha warrior who asked Yu Ren, do you think you are Colonel Ji Xinghe? What the hell? Just like when Ji Xinghe asked this question for the first time, Yu Ren only got doubts, but he didn't care, because he had a very clear understanding of his own strength. He charged at a very fast speed, and his tone was very calm. I will injure you, you will destroy me, follow me closely, the combat goal, complete victory, Ji again. How could the 6 first-level federal mecha warriors not have seen Ji Xinghe's wonderful combat record video collection? They were powerless to complain, because they had already heard that this was a little fan of Ji Xinghe. I just don't know why this little fan with a blank slate gets a higher treatment than Ji Xinghe, and the 6 first-level mecha warriors receive the order to sacrifice their lives to protect him. There is no time to think or say more. Yu Ren had already rushed in front of an imperial mecha, and when he waved a special longsword in his hand, he shouted again. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible. The 6 mecha warriors who ignored the formation to keep up with Yu Ren shouted without hesitation when they heard this roar. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible. They were obviously mecha warriors in the mecha corps commanded by Han Li, and the mecha battle in this defensive area was also nominally under the jurisdiction of Han Li, but they inexplicably fought in the name of the galaxy. And no one found it strange, and it was very natural when they shouted. Maybe it was just because their commander, Han Li, who was also an ace mecha warrior like Ji Xinghe, shouted this slogan more than once when they started fighting. Or maybe, among the 7 of them, Yu Ren was far more than just a little fan of Ji Xinghe. Before the 6 people followed Yu Ren's shouts, Yu Ren, who was leading the first armor, had already passed the side of the imperial mecha in front of him, and his speed did not slow down. Did he avoid the bayonet of this imperial mecha and prepare to attack from the side? No. The bayonet fell to the ground, and the knuckles of the hands of the imperial mecha holding the gun were cut off by Yu Ren's knife, so that he could not hold the weapon tightly. He did what he said, to cripple. The 6 federal first-level mecha warriors finally began to believe him and started fighting according to the combat orders he issued. Following closely, he made up for it and broke it. 7 against 12. Yu Ren failed to get a gold star in the first battle. But the ending was what he said. Regret? 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 These emotions did not appear in Yu Ren's mind. He was very awake in his sleeping state. Ji Xinghe's combat perspective had long been stripped away, and he could only see the combat perspective he created with his own hands. Some of them were like what I saw just now, Ji Xinghe's combat perspective. But it's not fast enough, not accurate enough, not efficient enough, not enough, not enough. I want to fight like Colonel Ji Xinghe. I have to become stronger, so that I can stand beside Colonel Ji Xinghe and fight side by side with him. Only then can I personally say sorry to him for the previous misunderstandings and questions. Synchronization rate, 93%. It increased again, only because of the anger after the complete victory. Yu Ren, who maintained the charging state, questioned aloud. How can I become stronger if you fall so easily? Chapter 283. Please say sorry to me. B-72 Highland, the 22nd day of the Empire's second round of attack. After the 30,000 reinforcements, the total 230,000 Empire troops were finally crippled in the process of the attack, and could only rely on the trenches and defensive fortifications they built to switch from an offensive state to a state of siege and defense. The war paused briefly. It takes time for the Empire to mobilize its subsequent troops, and B-72 Highland was also unable to go down the mountain to clear out the enemy. Old Ji, I'll send you a video, take a look. Ji Xinghe, who was repairing and maintaining Xianshan in the repair area, stopped his work after hearing Chen Sun's voice. There were not enough mechanics on B-72 Highland, and a large number of federal mechas were damaged, and the demand for mechanics for maintenance operations increased. Some of the captured Empire mechas can be put into use directly after modification, and can be driven and operated by those mecha warriors who don't have mechas, which also requires a lot of mechanics. When Ji Xinghe has no combat missions, he naturally has to use his expertise. It's a special mecha warrior named Yu Ren. He participated in the battle for the first time less than a few days ago. At that time, there was no gold star. His sequence was a federal third-level mecha warrior. When Ji Xinghe was watching the video, Chen Sun's voice kept ringing, introducing him to more information. The perspective of the video did not come from Yu Ren's mecha combat recorder, but from the perspective of several mecha warriors who followed him in the battle. From the perspective of an observer, you can often see more clearly. So Ji Xinghe felt very strange. There was nothing wrong with Yu Ren's fighting style. He used speed, strength, and skills to break the Imperial mecha, but he frowned as he watched, because Yu Ren's maneuvers looked a little weird. Do you think it's weird? That's right, Chen Sun was like a worm in Ji Xinghe's stomach. After guessing Ji Xinghe's thoughts, he explained. This mecha is the improved 33rd generation standard mecha, which you should be able to see, but in the internal documents that have not been made public, this mecha is called Genesis 03 mecha. Yes, this mecha uses neural link technology, and the synchronization rate of the driver Yu Ren is as high as 93%. According to the current theoretical data, he is the strongest user of this technology. From the actual combat effect, he has the strength of an ace mecha warrior. Ji Xinghe finally understood that rather than saying that the fighting method of this mecha looks weird, it is better to say that it is very familiar. It fights like a human. Ji Xinghe is actually the best at and knows the most about this fighting method, but because he subjectively thinks that he is watching the battle of mechas, and in the past year or so, the most actual combat he has been exposed to is also mecha battles, so he thinks it looks very weird. Ace, Ji Xinghe asked calmly. On the screen in front of him, Yu Ren drove the mecha and completed a perfect break with a tactical move that a mecha could hardly make. The target was a Viscount-class Imperial mecha. He first avoided the attack of the Imperial mech, rushed in close, and then hit the back of the Imperial mech's head with his elbow. The Imperial mech did not lose balance, but the camera behind its head was damaged by the elbow. Having gained the advantage, Yu Ren continued to stand behind the Imperial mech, and when the Imperial mech wanted to run away, he stretched out his right foot and tripped it. The Imperial mech finally lost its balance and fell forward, and Yu Ren had already controlled the mech to fall with it. He held the knife in both hands and smashed it down with his own weight. The mecha sword with high-frequency oscillation characteristics instantly broke into the cockpit of the Imperial mech. When he stood up, another Imperial mech had already charged. The mecha heavy sword raised high and chopped down also had high-frequency oscillation characteristics, which was enough to destroy the protective armor of Yu Ren's mecha. Facing such an attack, Yu Ren did not choose to dodge sideways. He held the knife in his backhand and raised both hands at the same time, blocking the hands of another Viscount-class Imperial mech with great precision, so the heavy sword of the mech could not cut it down. He raised his knee and kicked the right leg of the Imperial mech. The hand without the knife had already grasped the wrist joint of the Imperial mech. He turned around and threw it backwards. When the Imperial mech fell to the ground with a bang, Yu Ren used his knee as a lock, and the mechanical hand holding the wrist joint of the Imperial mech exerted force, twisting his body suddenly. There was no click, but Ji Xinghe heard it clearly. The arm of the Imperial mech was torn off by Yu Ren on the spot, the circuit was broken and sparks burst, and the oil flowed out like blood. Because of its characteristics, the evaporation speed is relatively slow, which looks a bit bloody. Yu Ren stood up again, and the long knife in his hand finally cut it down. Another Imperial mech broke through Yu Ren's teammates and rushed towards him, but he did not draw his knife immediately. Instead, he waved his hand and smashed a broken arm in his hand at the Imperial mech. This attack certainly does not have lethality, but the intention of deterrence and provocation is full. Ji Xinghe's brows relaxed, and there was a sense of relief in his eyes. He liked Yu Ren's fighting style. Unknowingly, Yu Ren was actually learning from him. The enemy's fears are strength. Yes, Ace, Colonel Han Li has confirmed this judgment, but reminded that Yu Ren's combat experience is not enough. He is not strong enough when facing the Duke-level Imperial Mecha, and he may make mistakes when facing the Marcus-level Imperial Mecha, Chen Sun said, but what is certain is that the normal Earl-level Imperial Mecha is not Yu Ren's opponent. The new technology is really powerful, Ji Xinghe suddenly exclaimed. That's great. This made Chen Sun stunned for a moment. He thought Ji Xinghe might be disappointed because of this. After all, almost everyone said that Ji Xinghe would be eliminated by the new technology. With the new technology so powerful, the combat value of an ace like Ji Xinghe will definitely drop a lot. But when he thought of the real goal of Ji Xinghe's participation in the war, Chen Sun understood that Ji Xinghe would never be disappointed because of the new technology. He would only be happy about it. I think it's not good, Chen Sun sang a different tune from Ji Xinghe. What do you mean? Listen to a few recordings first. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly and listened. Chen Sun sent him a lot of messages. A young voice sounded. I apply to participate in actual combat. I want to go to B-72 Heights. I want to join the Xinghe team. I want to fight side by side with Colonel Ji Xinghe. If you refuse, I will not cooperate with the next experiment. This is what Yu Ren said at base number 9, or threat. Just these two sentences made Ji Xinghe understand why Chen Sun said it was not good. It was indeed not good. I am Yu Ren. I suggest in my real name that all mecha warriors using neural link technology should bring in Colonel Ji Xinghe's combat perspective before starting combat. I firmly believe that this will have unimaginable benefits for improving our synchronization rate. This is what Yu Ren said when he was airborne. You, believe me, I will cripple you, and you will defeat me. Just follow me. Our combat goal is complete victory. In the name of Xinghe, we will be invincible. How can I become stronger if I fall so easily? This is. How is it? Chen Sun's tone was a little smiling. Do these words sound familiar to you? Ji Xinghe nodded slightly. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't you need to relax after the battle? Chen Sun was in a very good mood. He said some nonsense before getting down to business. Yu Ren is in our defense area now. He ran here from Colonel Han Li's defense area without permission. It can't be considered a violation of military orders, as he had chased several Imperial mechas here before, but based on analysis and judgment, he deliberately chased so far. With his combat effectiveness, he is fully capable of resolving the battle halfway. After resolving the battle, he did not leave. He connected to the communication channel of Zhang Ming's team, which was closest to him at the time, and found our galaxy team through Zhang Ming, and applied to join us. Because our communications are all subject to control, the higher-ups knew about it at the first time and have issued a ban on him. But because this matter involves you, the ban is just to stop him from running around for the time being. What the higher-ups mean is that Yu Ren's mecha has a high confidentiality level, and the next battle will be more intense than before. His mecha is likely to be damaged, so they hope to transfer him away. But just like you have some privileges, although Yu Ren has only received 22 gold stars now, he only used it for a few days and gave up a lot of gold stars to his temporary teammates. So, he also has privileges. After explaining the general situation, Chen Sun asked, what do you think? A person who is confirmed to have the strength of an ace mecha warrior wants to join his galaxy team. No matter how you look at it, Ji Xinghe has no reason to refuse. Even the Federation dare not refuse directly, because this involves an active ace and a future ace. But Ji Xinghe did not hesitate. Let him go. Don't you want to reconsider? Chen Sun was reluctant. Although he was able to get so many gold stars in such a short time, it was because of the new technology and because the performance of his mecha is not inferior to your Zanshin. At the beginning, there were few gold stars so he was not targeted, but his combat effectiveness is really strong. No, Ji Xinghe refused again and gave his reasons. The new technology cannot be discovered by the Empire at this time. If they start researching it one day later, we will have one more day of advantage. Chen Sun frowned. Do you think that if the Imperial apes use the new technology, they will be stronger than us? I'm not sure. But I don't want them to have neural link technology. Okay, Chen Sun didn't say anything more, just said, you talk to him. Others say he may not listen. Yeah, after Ji Xinghe responded, he continued his maintenance work. Because of his change in combat methods, the damage to Xiantian was not high, and it didn't take much effort to repair it. Communication was quickly established. Colonel Ji Xinghe, this is Yu Ren. Sorry, the young voice sounded first, and Ji Xinghe finally felt familiar. He remembered this young man and asked someone to say sorry to him. No need to apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm. When he was about to say something to let Yu Ren leave, he was stunned by Yu Ren's words. Then, Yu Ren's voice was a little nervous. Shouldn't you apologize to me? You lied to me before. It seemed that you had been lied to. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, A Single Soldier's Strategic Combat Plan. When Yu Ren left B-72 Heights, he got a promise from Ji Xinghe. When there are 500 mechas like yours in service, I will apply to transfer you to the Galaxy Squad. What about my code name? I chose them all myself. How about Fool? Fool of Fools, superhuman. Okay, thank you, I'll go first. Colonel Ji Xinghe, I'm sorry. Yu Ren apologized again, hung up the call cleanly, and began to calm himself down with deep breaths. When he boldly asked Ji Xinghe to apologize to him, the emotional fluctuations in his heart were so great that outsiders could hardly imagine. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe did not blame him and they had a pleasant chat. 500 mechas in service? Yu Ren's heart was full of expectations and motivation, because he knew very well that the speed of the new mecha's service was directly related to him. I don't want to go back to base number 9. You think B-72 Heights is too dangerous, so send me to a battlefield you think is relatively safe. I think you should have seen my combat effectiveness, and you also need to use my combat record to obtain more resources and support, right? Yu Ren gave himself the code name of Fool in advance, but he is not stupid. The effectiveness of neural link technology was limited to the laboratory before he started fighting, and everything was just experimental data. If the Federation wants to invest a lot of resources to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the active mechas, and at the same time mobilize a large number of mecha warriors to transform their bodies with neural link technology, people like Yu Ren must have a more brilliant combat record. Because the demand for resources is too great, not only the resources for transformation-related needs, but also a large number of elite mecha warriors in the transformation process can only stay in the rear for adaptive training, which leads to a shortage of war resources. If everyone goes to training, who'll fight in the front? As the strength of the elite is improved, there must be a large number of ordinary mecha warriors and regular troops who cooperate with mecha warriors to buy time on the battlefield with their lives. Captain Yu Ren, your latest transfer order is to go to the Mountain of Gods. Mountain of Gods? Yu Ren's mood became excited again. The Federation has 3 major battlefields on alien planets, and Mountain of Gods is one of them. Mountain of Gods has an unusual meaning for the Federation's mecha warriors. Because the god recognized by the Federation's mecha warriors is on the battlefield of Mountain of Gods. Li Yuanba, who has won countless merits and the rank of Major General with the strongest single-soldier combat power of mankind. Yu Ren's excitement can be imagined to be able to meet the strongest among humans, but after the excitement, he thought of the lie that Ji Xinghe had told him. Let me go to see Colonel Ji Xinghe first, and then let me go to see General Li Yuanba. Do they want to show me something? The complex thoughts in his heart did not affect Yu Ren's acceptance and execution of the transfer order. He just shook his head and cut off these thoughts. He used Ji Xinghe's heart-cutting knife. The first style of the Ji family's swordsmanship. If you ask who in the Federation learns the fastest, it must be the new generation of mecha warriors who use neural connection technology. If they can't cut off the heart, how can they achieve a higher synchronization rate? Sitting on a spaceship that was sent to deliver supplies and troops to B-72 Highland, Yu Ren left the first battlefield after he became a mecha warrior. Old Ji, you have to survive. Ji Xinghe watched the spaceship take off, a little worried about the missiles of the Empire. He didn't know that Yu Ren was in this spaceship, but it was something he couldn't do anything about. His mecha couldn't let him fly into the sky and chop a missile with one sword. One of the benefits of having air superiority is that in this situation, we can use spaceships to transport supplies and troops. The air defense system on our high ground has not been breached, and the space-based early warning system is operating normally. It is impossible for the Empire to hit our spaceship with missiles launched from the ground. After Chen Sun dispelled Ji Xinghe's worries, he directly talked about the subsequent war intelligence. In the communication channel of the Galaxy Mecha Core, everyone listened quietly. According to what we have detected so far, the total force of the Empire's third round of attack is still around 200,000, and they will assemble here within 3 days, which is about the same as previously expected. If we can defeat their troops in this round, our first task of defending Hill B-72 will be accomplished, which is to consume about 500,000 of their troops. Of course, there is also the consumption of their ammunition, mechs and other military supplies, but this is not really important. There is only one really important task, and that is to defend Hill B-72 for at least 3 months. If we can't hold on to the Empire's third round of attack, then this mission will definitely fail. 3 months is very important to the overall situation on the battlefield of base number 6. If we can hold on, the Empire's subsequent troop movements will have to withstand our ruthless blows. To put it simply, if we hold on for 3 months, base number 6 will be able to hold on for another half a year. Note that it means holding on for an extra half a year. It will only be half a year later that the situation will turn into the same as it was at base number 3. After Chen Sun finished speaking, he paused. Harris' voice rang out in the communication channel. Old Chen, if we hold on to the third round, what about the fourth round? This is a question that everyone is concerned about. Although they receive the task of defending B-72 Heights, who would be willing to die if they can survive? How can they defend with endless attacks? There may not be a fourth round of attacks. Chen Sun's tone was calm. The Empire's military force is not endless. Their attack on our B-72 Heights has affected their overall layout. Not only the attack on base number 6, but also the other 2 major battlefields. If we can eat up the third round of the Empire's military force, then the Empire is likely to choose to increase the equipment of the air defense system to ensure the advancement of their main force against base number 6. At that time, it will be a competition of firepower. We fire at B-72 Heights, and they try every means to intercept. Or they will continue to carry out saturation bombing on B-72 Heights, so that our firepower system deployed on B-72 Heights cannot attack their main force. Hearing about saturation bombing, everyone felt their hair stand on end. That was a scene that no one wanted to see. Theoretically, no matter how advanced the air defense system is, it is impossible to intercept the saturation bombing. The fact that it can be intercepted successfully only means that the firepower attack is not saturated enough and has not achieved true firepower coverage. If 1,000 missiles can't get through, then use 10,000 missiles, and if that doesn't work, use 100,000 missiles. As long as it is saturated enough, there is no possibility of interception. But fighting like this is too expensive. The Federation doesn't have so much money or resources. The Empire, which has many mining stars, also doesn't have so many resources. Don't worry, if that situation really happens, we won't be on the B-72 high ground. Chen Sun comforted everyone, but this comfort is actually not very meaningful. The Mecha warriors can't fire, and they don't need to stay to compete with the Empire in firepower, but there will always be someone left. There is another possibility, that is, there will be a fourth round of attack. The specific way of attack may be to continue to increase the number of troops, or to gather elite troops, such as more mechas combined with firepower coverage, but Chen Sun's tone suddenly became relaxed. But whether there will be a fourth round of attack and when it will come actually depends on us. The communication channel of the Galaxy Mecha Core was very quiet, but many question marks emerged in people's minds. Lao Ji proposed a battle plan. Hearing this, people had more question marks in their minds. They had unlimited trust in Ji Xinghe for individual combat power, but for commanding operations, if it was a local small-scale battle, it was still possible. Ji Xinghe had already proved that he had this ability. But what Chen Sun meant was that the battle plan proposed by Ji Xinghe must be at the strategic level. Is Lao Ji okay? This battle plan can actually be summarized in 2 words, beheading. General Tu Yuan personally determined the code name of this battle plan, Divine Punishment. Without Chen Sun's explanation, everyone figured out who the god in Divine Punishment was. Lao Ji's general armor is actually not broken. You should all know this, but the Empire cannot be sure. Before, the general armor was not used, but replaced with Zanshan. The purpose was just to confuse the Empire. When the Empire launches the third round of attack, Lao Ji will put on the general armor again to fight, and the Empire will definitely use the previous method to target Lao Ji. According to the previous disguise, the general armor will have problems when the Empire thinks there will be problems, and Lao Ji will put on Zun Shan again. At this time, the Empire will definitely send other mechas into battle. Earl level, Marcus level, and even more than one Duke level Imperial mechas will appear on the battlefield. The pressure you need to face will increase greatly, because Lao Ji will not change into the general armor before they reveal the information of all advanced and top-level mechas. According to our disguise, they are very likely to think that it will take at least 4 days to repair the general armor, but if the general armor is only damaged to the same extent as last time, it will only take 1 day to repair. So, as long as you can hold on for 1 day, at most 2 days, because we are not sure whether they will put all their high-end combat power into the first day, and in these 1 or 2 days, try to destroy those Imperial mechas as much as possible. Chen Sun's tone suddenly became excited. As long as you hold on, Lao Ji and Han Li will be able to destroy all the Duke-level Imperial mechas that may appear on the battlefield. Then, we will lead you to destroy all the Marcus-level and Earl-level mechas. Yes, Colonel Han Li's new mecha has been delivered. It is the exclusive mecha for ace mecha warriors and has more powerful performance than the general mecha. But he will not change his new mecha when the Empire's third round of attack is launched, but will wait for the opportunity with Lao Ji, waiting for a chance to behead them. No matter how many heads they have, we can behead them all. After losing these heads, will the regular Imperial forces still attack us like before? No. Everyone had this answer in their minds, as well as the subsequent analysis of the battle situation. In the case of only beheading, the Empire's third round of attack will last longer. Compared with the mobilization of regular forces, the mobilization of Earls, Marquises, and Dukes is much more difficult. But, Harris asked again, if Lao Ji only uses Zun Shan and Colonel Han Li only uses his current mecha, if the Empire sends out Duke-level mechas in advance and cooperates with Marcus-level mechas to carry out the siege, can they hold on? Chen Sun did not answer because one of the parties involved was in the communication channel. Ji Xinghe did not explain too much. He used the simplest way to dispel everyone's worries. He asked calmly, "Do you believe me?" After a brief silence on the communication channel, a uniform answer sounded. Believe? Chapter 285, The Powerful New Recruit of the Galaxy Team. Do you believe me? At the same time that Ji Xinghe asked this question, Han Li also asked the same question in another communication channel. But the response he got was, Han Li was angry. What do you mean, everyone? Boss, although we all know that you have a good relationship with Colonel Ji Xinghe, there is no need to be like this. That's right, you keep talking nonsense every day. Don't you know how to speak? If others hear this, they will think that we don't have ace mecha warriors and will look down on us. Boss, be yourself, okay, eh? Was it our boss Colonel Han Li who was speaking just now? Sorry, I thought it was Colonel Ji Xinghe who accessed our communication channel. You are a little too much. Be careful that the boss will beat you. Tisk tisk tisk, isn't that more like Colonel Ji Xinghe? He will take off his armor and fight if he disagrees with you. Han Li. After the laughter, the battle plan code-named Divine Punishment was conveyed. For the people in Han Li's team, or for everyone except the Xinghe team, there are two gods of Divine Punishment. One is Ji Xinghe, the initiator of this plan, and the other is Han Li, who is very supportive of this plan. Even in the eyes of many people, Han Li is more powerful than Ji Xinghe. It is true that Han Li was beaten by Ji Xinghe, but that was a battle without armor. In the cognition of many people, Han Li's strength is higher than Ji Xinghe in the case of armor piercing. There was a period of time before, when Han Li's armor-piercing combat power was considered by some people to be lower than Ji Xinghe, because Ji Xinghe captured the Duke of the Empire at that time, and among Han Li's previous opponents, the strongest was only the Marquis of the Empire. But now Han Li has also completed the killing of the Duke of the Empire, and in the case of a challenge before the battle, the performance of the mecha used is similar to that of Ji Xinghe's Zanshin at that time. In addition, Han Li's exclusive mecha for the Ace Mecha Warrior has been delivered with the supplies, and it is said that the performance is much better than that of the general armor. Many people are looking forward to Han Li being able to burst out with a stronger brilliance than Ji Xinghe in the upcoming war. Some people are looking forward to Harris, Qintong, the Blind Man, the Lame Man, Davizimo, Cashuan, Racinio, Rita and others getting their 100th gold star as soon as possible and becoming Ace Mecha Warriors. The curse that the Federation cannot have 10 Ace Mecha Warriors at the same time has been broken for more than a month, and people are beginning to expect more. Captain, we can set off. Yes, after Han Li finished the combat meeting, he led the team down the mountain to start the cleanup. The Empire dug many trenches as defensive fortifications for the second round of attack on B-72 heights. These defensive fortifications became their umbrellas. After the main force was defeated, there were still tens of thousands of remnants relying on them to encircle and defend, blocking the federal military forces coming from the ground to support B-72 heights. B-72 heights, which originally had no cleanup force, would naturally not let them go after receiving enough supplies and manpower. Could it be that they have to wait until all their 200,000 troops are assembled before fighting? When Han Li led the team to set off, Ji Xinghe also led the team down the mountain. The difference between the two was that Han Li was still wearing the previous mecha, while Ji Xinghe changed into the general armor. He wanted to tell the Empire that his mecha had been repaired, and then in the subsequent battle, let the general armor be seriously damaged like before. Galaxy Squad, charge! The shout came from the communication channel, and all the members of the assembled Galaxy Squad began to charge. The 13 mechas were led by Ji Xinghe's general armor. They were facing 30 Empire mechas. There was a huge difference in number, but the morale of both sides was similar. The mecha warriors of the Galaxy Squad were boiling with fighting spirit when charging. If they didn't have to keep the communication channel quiet, they would even want to fight with a roar. When the Empire mechas charged, they were all in a state of death, because they knew they were dead, so they wanted to drag someone down with them before they died. If they could destroy a federal mecha, their descendants would be able to enjoy the after effects. The distance between the two teams of mechas was getting closer and closer. Ji Xinghe, who was in the lead, was the first to complete the destruction, and then rushed into the enemy formation alone, attracting the siege of more than 8 Imperial mechas. The other 12 mechas of the Xinghe team formed an assault formation, with the blind man and the cripple as the vanguard, and fiercely collided with 20 Imperial mechas. Without the Earl-level Imperial mechas participating in the battle, the combat effectiveness of the blind man and the cripple was enough for them to destroy an Imperial mecha each when Ji Xinghe destroyed the third Imperial mecha. Andre has replaced the special submachine gun for mechas. The two guns held in both hands are not much worse than Ji Xinghe in suppressing the Imperial mecha. The two tongues of fire hindered the maneuvering of the two Imperial mechas. Su Chuanyan and Zhou Xiao, who followed Andre, took the opportunity to wield weapons made of tungsten steel gold to achieve the destruction. The combat efficiency of the three people was only a few seconds slower than that of the blind man and the lame man. Considering the difference in the performance of the mechas of both sides, it was enough to prove the strength of the three of them, which was significantly improved compared to when they just met Ji Xinghe. In a blink of an eye, there were only 23 of the 30 Imperial mechas left. The number of Imperial mechas besieging Ji Xinghe was still the largest. The orders they received, in addition to blocking the Galaxy Squad and giving time for the missile launchers hidden in the trenches to move, were to do everything possible to cause damage to the general armor. This made the other mecha warriors of the Galaxy Squad not have to worry about the siege of the Imperial mechas. The Galaxy Squad, which was almost all special grade and all had weapons made of tungsten steel gold, won a complete victory in this battle without any surprises. Ji Xinghe personally got 9 gold stars, and the remaining gold stars were divided equally among the members of the Galaxy Squad. Chen Sun, who was observing with a sniper rifle on the B-72 high ground, spoke after the battle of the Galaxy Squad ended. The mechas you destroy can only be counted as military merits, while the mechas destroyed by Lao Ji can be counted as contribution points. Only with contribution points can we build mechas belonging to our Galaxy team. And you have already decided to have the mechas built for you by Lao Ji, so there is no need to take more Venus. I suggest that we change our way of fighting. The others should try their best to damage the Imperial mechas, and then Lao Ji will complete the destruction of them. After Chen Sun finished speaking, many echoing voices were heard in the communication channel. It should have been like this a long time ago. Military merits are useless to us, that's right. It's not a peaceful era. A first-class merit can bring honor to the family. This war has been fought for more than 20 years. Special merits are already very common and have no practical significance. Yes, we don't want military merits, we want contribution points. No, it's Lao Ji who wants contribution points, we can't get them. I like to get the wool the most. Lao Ji takes the lead and we get the wool. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Ha ha ha, Su Chuanyan laughed out loud. At the beginning, Lao Ji said that he would cripple us and let us defeat him. Now it's finally our turn to cripple him and defeat him. Old man, you always have to pay for what you have done, do you understand? The communication channel suddenly became quiet, and many mechas that were preparing to clean up the local battlefield suddenly made almost the same maneuver. They all turned their heads and looked at a mecha between them. It was Sichuanian's mecha. Sichuanian controlled the mecha and started running. I'm going to scout the enemy, Ji Xinghe spoke slowly at this time. No need to do this, just fight how you should, I don't want anyone to get hurt. I can earn the contribution points for building 30 mountain cutting class mechas. Ji Xinghe crippled someone, and the others defeated him. This is a normal way of fighting, because he is very strong, because he has a general armor. But if others crippled someone, and then Ji Xinghe defeated him, then the pressure of the battle would increase a lot for the others, and there is a high possibility of unexpected situations. The defense battle of B-72 Highland has so far killed nearly 300,000 troops of the Empire. The Empire has invested more than 2,000 mechas, but all members of the Galaxy team are intact, except that their mechas have some damage. It has to be said that it can be called a small miracle. The objective reason is that Ji Xinghe gave all members of the Galaxy team tungsten steel gold weapons, which improved their combat effectiveness. The subjective reason is the influence of Ji Xinghe on all members of the Galaxy team, which improved their confidence and combat awareness. Ji Xinghe does not want this state of undefeated victory to be broken. Okay, let's continue to fight the way we are now. Chen Sun did not argue with Ji Xinghe, but just sighed in his heart. He has always insisted on the concept of making the best use of everything and people, but he actually does not agree with Ji Xinghe's point of view. It is impossible to have no sacrifice. Looking at the long term, the sacrifice now is to reduce the sacrifice in the future. With all members of the mountain cutting mecha, plus all members of the tungsten steel gold weapons, the strength of the Galaxy team is enough to surpass all the mecha teams in the Federation. But, since Ji Xinghe insists, let Ji Xinghe insist. If it weren't for Ji Xinghe's persistence, the Galaxy team would not appear, and he would not follow behind Ji Xinghe. Their future goals are even more impossible to achieve. The Galaxy team, which hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, had no time to chase the Empire's missile launchers that had been transferred, and some transport vehicles carrying large amounts of ammunition. But it doesn't matter. The battlefield area around B-72 Highland is large, with many trenches, and the military forces hidden by the Empire are all their targets. Galaxy team, charge, on B-72 Highland. Harris and Qintong, who were watching the battle like Chen Sun, were somewhat jealous of the Galaxy team who were constantly picking stars. Their mission was to defend, because the Empire might take the opportunity to send out a mecha corps to attack. At this time, only the Galaxy team and Han Li's team could go down the mountain to clear out the enemy. This was one of the meanings of the trump card. Harris, Qintong and others wanted to go down the mountain, but they could only wait until the Galaxy team needed support, but no matter how they looked at it, the Galaxy team would never need support. Don't these dog gorillas dare to send more mechas to find Lao Ji and the others? Harris, are you cursing Lao Ji and the others? You're talking nonsense. I just want to go down and kill the gorillas. I don't care. I've recorded it, and I'll play it for Lao Ji and the others when they come back. Shameless. I learned it from you. Qintong said dissatisfiedly. Last time Lao Ji took a knife and a sword, you ran to take the sword first. Have you ever thought about this day? I'm not asking for it for myself. Reed needs it, your people need it, but mine don't. If your people want it, go and rob it yourself. Of course I have to rob it myself, but it's wrong for you to ask Lao Ji for it. You've set a bad precedent. Bad precedent? What do you mean? A bad beginning, Qintong sighed after explaining. The Galaxy squad is organized into 30 mechas, and we don't have that many people at the moment, and Lao Ji has been fighting all the time, so there will be extra weapons. But no matter how many there are, after you ask for them, Zhang Ming and the others will also want them, Xin Yu and the others will also want them, and all my men will want them. Tell me, how many can Lao Ji have? And who should he give them to? Harris, you'll make it very difficult for Lao Ji to do this. I haven't thought so much about it. What should we do now? Qintong pondered for a moment, then asked. Have you ever thought about joining the Galaxy team? I have, and I've talked to Lao Ji about it, Harris replied, but Lao Ji doesn't want me. Lao Chen said they only recruit people from the remnant companies. Qintong had just learned about this, and the prepared speech suddenly got stuck. He said in a daze, then what about Sichuanian and Andre? Those two bastards are lucky and joined the Galaxy team early. These two bastards. Qin Tuang was speechless for a moment. You don't understand the word badhead, but you're quite good at swearing. It's okay, Harris asked. Do you want to get me to join the Galaxy team? Yes, Qin Tuang said directly. I want to learn from Lao Ji, because I think my strength can be improved, just like Colonel Han Li and Colonel Jackson, but the two of us are almost aces, and we're not much different in gold stars. I think when the dog gorillas launch the third round of attack, I'll be able to get 100 gold stars. Do you really think that the difference between the two of us and the two of them is only the number of gold stars? Qin Tuang's question made Harris silent. After a long while, he spoke. When Lao Ji comes back, I will go and ask Lao Ji for help. I have called him Uncle Ji so many times, it can't be in vain. Let Red take over my team. He has always wanted to be the captain. Qin Tuang laughed. Yes, it can't be in vain. Someone will take over my team. When the time comes, ask Lao Ji for another tungsten steel gold weapon and say that it was exchanged for the two of us. Lao Ji will not have a hard time in the future. It's perfect. Harris also laughed. What if Zhang Ming and Xin Yu also want to abandon their teams and join the Xing team? Let's take up the quota first. Why do you care about them? That makes sense. Chapter 286, isn't that too much? The supplies have been delivered. Hurry up, don't delay Lao Ji's business, Shen Mu shouted loudly in the number 5 base. Okay, boss. Everyone in the number 88 operation area put down their original work and began to build the second new mecha of this Hanshin class for the Xing team. To be more precise, it should be the third one. At the edge of Shen Mu's operation area, there is a completed new mecha parked, which is as a Hanshin class mecha specially built for the Xing team. From the appearance, this new mecha is almost the same as the general armor. The design and structure of the general armor are also used inside, but the modification that can adapt to the neural connection technology is added, and the new technology can be replaced at any time. This is Shen Mu's suggestion. In order to make the general armor a standard mecha, provide more replaceable parts for the general armor in the future, and bring more experience to the maintenance of the general armor. There is also a deeper meaning, that is, when there are enough tungsten steel alloys in the future, these new mechas can be directly replaced with a main body and protective armor, greatly improving their defense. At present, the general armor is the most suitable mecha design for the Federation for tungsten steel alloy. The premise is that the tungsten steel alloy obtained comes from the captured Duke-level Imperial mecha. If it is the original tungsten steel alloy material, there will be a more suitable design, but this material is almost impossible to obtain, unless you directly attack the Imperial Star, or study the formula of tungsten steel alloy and find alternative materials in the formula. The 12th generation core engine has passed the test, no problem. The micro-engine test has passed. The application for the use of the ultra-high temperature furnace has been approved, and we will go to build the main body and protective armor of Xianshan. The intelligent core debugging is completed, using the source code and database of Jiaozi. Boss, you have to find a way to contact Lao Ji and others. Who is the new mecha for? We can apply for his intelligent core database. The structure of the mecha is actually much simpler than that of the human body, but the problem is that many activities of the human body are instinctive. For example, the flow of blood, the operation of organs, etc. The mecha itself does not have this instinct. In theory, all behavioral patterns need to be operated manually, which makes the operation of the mecha extremely complicated. The intelligent assisted driving system is designed to simplify this complex operation process. When the driver needs to control the mecha to run, he does not need to consider the principles and the operation of hundreds of parts. He only needs to issue the command to run, and the mecha can start running directly. Therefore, the intelligent core is very important for the mecha, which can be described as the instincts of the mecha. Specifically, it also includes instincts such as muscle memory. Everyone's muscle memory is different. For mecha drivers, instincts such as muscle memory that conform to their driving habits and combat habits are enough to exert their greatest combat effectiveness. Ji Xinghe's instinct is not applicable to other people in the Xing team, so new mechas need to call the user's intelligent core database. Okay, I'll ask. Shen Mu was not in a hurry about this important matter before. Because of the problem of transportation resources, if there is no chance to transport it to B-72 heights, it doesn't matter if it is asked earlier or later. Today they were notified that a spaceship will be transferred from base number 5, and some transportation resources can be coordinated to carry 2 new mechas to B-72 heights. This is also the reason why Shenmue had to give up other maintenance tasks in the operation area and build a new mecha for the Xing team first. Not long after the communication application, it was established because of the authority issues of Shenmue and Ji Xinghe. One mecha is for Sichuan, and the other mecha is for Harris. Okay, when Shenmue responded, he passed the message to the relevant personnel, and they immediately began to mobilize the intelligent core code, database and other information of the two people's original mechas to make the final debugging of the intelligent core of the new mecha. Why are they the two? Shenmue asked curiously again. Shouldn't the strength of the blind and the crippled be stronger than Sichuan? And Harris, what's wrong with him? Doesn't he have his own team? It was decided by drawing lots, Ji Xinghe said helplessly. Harris has now joined the Xing team, and Qin Tong, the two of them. I can't refuse. Shenmue's eyes lit up. He knew about the strength of Harris and Qin Tong. When Ji Xinghe participated in the orbital airborne combat mission for the first time, these two people became Ji Xinghe's teammates as special mecha warriors, and shouldered more difficult combat missions than Ji Xinghe. At that time, both of them had more Venus than Ji Xinghe, and in the eyes of many people, they were stronger than Ji Xinghe. Now, it should be said that it is not that the two of them are too weak, but that Ji Xinghe is too fierce. With the addition of these two people, the overall strength of the Xing team will definitely be significantly improved. That's great, but Harris got a new mecha when he came, which is something, because they cheated. Ji Xinghe did not explain the truth. After he led the team to clear the battle and return to B-72 Heights yesterday, Harris and Qin Tong insisted on joining the Xing team, and Ji Xinghe really couldn't refuse. Harris's mountain-cutting mecha is still in his hands. Qin Tong told Chen Sun that he wanted to join the Xing team before Ji Xinghe defeated Bilrosi IV. The application for transfer was a bit bumpy, but it was still approved. Then Chen Sun got the news that 2 new mechas could be delivered, so the lottery began. Harris used a fair reason to get others to help cheat. On the one hand, his mecha was borrowed by Ji Xinghe, and the performance of the mecha he is using now is not as good as the mechas of the blind man and the cripple. On the other hand, his strength is indeed very strong. He is only weaker than Ji Xinghe in the Xing team. Qin Tong and he are about the same in strength. Both of them are stronger than the blind man and the cripple, but Qin Tong has his own customized modified mecha available. Therefore, the only person who really relies on luck to draw lots is Sichuan. Whereas Xingson, Ji Xinghe didn't mean to talk about the new mecha, and asked directly after finishing the business. Here it comes, I knew it. Shenmue's tone was a little aggrieved. He took off the bracelet and handed it to Ji Xinghe, who was running quickly. Suhi, who was following Ji Xinghe, also came to Shenmue tactfully. Grandpa, have you got 1001 gold stars? Not yet, there are only 491 now. It's already very fast. Grandpa, you are awesome. Ji Xinghe's eyes smiled into 2 crescent moons. But Grandpa, don't be anxious, take your time. Sooner or later you will get 1001 gold stars. Well, Grandpa won't be anxious. Xingson, do you have any interesting things to share with Grandpa recently? Yes, Monarga was beaten by me and cried. He is really a crybaby. He cried last time. Ji Xinghe laughed when he heard it, because Ji Xinghe's mood sounded and looked very good. But when the smile appeared on his face, he was a little worried in his heart. With his understanding of children like Monarga and Lin Shu, he can be sure that they are actually very talented. Maybe it's because their growth environment makes them strong-willed, and they know the importance of hard work better than the children on the Blue Star. All their time is used for learning and training, and they don't pursue material life. Maybe it's because they have experienced 9 deaths to survive to this day. Isn't the unfortunate fate a kind of natural selection? From Ji Xinghe's perception, these children are more talented than he was back then. But none of them are Ji Xinghe's opponents. They were not his opponents in the previous one-on-one fight, and now they are no match for Ji Xinghe, even if 3 or 5 people gang up on him. How talented is Ji Xinghe? With such a high talent, could Ji Xinghe really become a doctor or a lawyer in the future? Sometimes, Ji Xinghe would selfishly want to stop Ji Xinghe's study and training, and use chocolate to corrupt Ji Xinghe's spiritual will. But doing so would affect Ji Xinghe's physical condition, and he has always respected the children's choices and dreams. In the entanglement, the chat time between the grandfather and grandson finally ended. Ji Xinghe sensibly handed the bracelet to Shenmue, and then stood on tiptoe to watch and listen. Shenmue didn't say anything, but motioned Suhi to say a few words. So he got straight to the point. I sent you a document. There are 7 level 1 mecha warriors and 3 level 2 mecha warriors. They were all assigned to the remnant company of base number 5 due to injuries, but now they have passed the mecha driving qualification test again and are qualified to drive mechas again. I can't see their specific strength, so you need to judge for yourself. But I already have some understanding of their personalities. I think 5 of them are more suitable for the Galaxy team, and I have marked them out for you in the document. Suhi, the war correspondent who was supposed to follow Ji Xinghe, was unable to stay with Ji Xinghe because of the intense fighting on B-72 Highland and taking care of Ji Rongzinayu, but he never stopped what he had to do. Helping the Galaxy team select members, making the Galaxy team as full as possible, and having a certain number of reserve mecha warriors is the top priority of all his work. As for other work, he can't tell Ji Xinghe directly on the communication channel, so he has to say it in person. Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you for your hard work. Without too much politeness, the communication was soon hung up, because the battle on B-72 Highland was about to begin again. The clearing battle is carried out every day. Basically, when the energy of the Galaxy team's mecha reaches the warning line, all members will retreat back to B-72 Highland. With the addition of Harris and Kintong, the Galaxy team, which has 15 mechas, does not need to fight even if it faces 30 imperial mechas. It directly uses a head-on collision to achieve the goal of victory. The individual strength of Ji Xinghe, Harris, and Kintong is too strong, and Harris is not in his complete form yet. After his new mecha is in place, the strength of the Galaxy team can be further improved. The combat experience of others is also constantly improving. Combined with the teachings that Ji Xinghe gives them every day, the strength of the Galaxy team is improving every day. It doesn't seem obvious, but over time, one day it will be able to achieve an explosion that shocks everyone. Should we change our goal? Suchuanayan proposed in the communication channel. Before, our goal was to have all members be special grade, but now it has been achieved. Harris, Kintong, the blind man, and the cripple are almost becoming aces. Shouldn't our goal be to have all members be aces? This was a goal that the entire Federation did not dare to believe before, but when Suchuanayan proposed it, the mecha warriors in the Galaxy team, who would usually confront Suchuanayan, did not say that he was wishful thinking. Because everyone in the Galaxy team actually has this wishful thinking. People who are not mecha warriors, such as Yu Ren, dream of becoming an ace mecha warrior, not to mention those of them who have become special grade mecha warriors. After a brief pause, Ji Xinghe said, okay, all members are aces. Just when the Galaxy team established this goal, the Empire's third round of troop mobilization was finally completed under heavy blockades. 200,000 troops swept in and once again completely surrounded the B-72 Highland. Among them, the number of Empire mechas that have been confirmed has exceeded 2,000. There are more than 2,000 gold stars. We can take 300 without any damage. Isn't that too much? Chen soon put forward his combat goal. I want 19. Isn't that too much? The blind man was still 19 gold stars away from being promoted to an ace. The lame man said, I want 21. Isn't that too much? Kintong said, I can kill an Imperial Earl in a single fight and get 17 gold stars. Isn't that too much? Harris said, my mecha is not good, but if I only get 14 gold stars, isn't that too much? Suchuanayan said. Andre said. Zuo Xiao said. After they all finished speaking, Ji Xinghe said, it's not too much? Chapter 287, The Great Prophecy, Team Galaxy's second ace. B-72 Highland was beyond many people's expectations. There is no need to say much about the impact of the changes at the strategic level, but the battle situation of the mecha warriors is worth mentioning. They acquired Venus much faster than expected, and the casualty rate was much lower than expected. Because of Ji Xinghe and Han Li, Tu Yuan actually just wanted to say it was because of Ji Xinghe, but Han Li was also an ace mecha warrior after all, and from the perspective of age, his value to the Federation was more important than Ji Xinghe, so he mentioned Han Li's name. When I transferred the two of them to B-72 Highland before, many people did not understand and disagreed. They felt that the B-72 Highland, which needed to be defended to the death, should not let the two ace mecha warriors be buried with them. However, they overlooked a very simple military strategy, Tianji's horse racing. Tianji's horse racing? Most of the generals and staff gathered around Tu Yuan came from Longzhou. When they heard the name of this military strategy, they understood it. However, Many generals and staff from other continents frowned and thought about it, and some even looked up the information directly. Tuyuan did not intend to explain in detail, and continued, all along, we have never been able to have more ace mecha warriors, because every time a mecha warrior is about to be promoted to an ace, he will be targeted by the marquises and dukes of the empire. Hunting. Some people think that the word hunting is not appropriate, while others think that this is the fact. The average strength of our mecha warriors is not as good as that of the empire. There is no need to say much about the difference in physical fitness. The difference in resources for building mechas will be subconsciously ignored by many people. The Federation is vast and rich in resources. In addition to the Azure Star, there are also the Moon, the two satellites of Jupiter, namely Jupiter I and Jupiter III, and the 4 mining stars of Alien Star. But in terms of the resources contained in these planets alone, they are not as good as the Empire Star in the intelligence. Moreover, the Empire has other mining stars. When Tuyuan said these words, his tone was a little regretful. If the Federation had the same resources as the Empire, given the speed of the Federation's technological development, this war should have ended long ago. There are also reasons for the social system. The Empire can mobilize all its people to fight. The emperors and nobles of the Empire can oppress their civilians and slaves without restraint and use all the resources they need in the war, but we can't do that. The more than 7 billion people on the Blue Star need to live, not survive. They have material and spiritual needs. So, even if the mecha is our invention, after so many years, the number of our active mecha is still not as many as the Empire, and the quality is also inferior. When some people present her Tuyuan's words, they suddenly thought of someone's proposal, martial law federation. If it can be realized, even if everyone's life will be seriously affected, the Federation can at least reach the same level as the Empire in terms of resources to deal with this war. Tuyuan did not mention the martial law federation, he just talked about the facts. Take Harris, who just joined the Galaxy team, for example. Before he had the mountain-severing mecha, he didn't even have the ability to defeat and count-class imperial mecha alone. When Ji Xinghe participated in an orbital airborne combat mission for the first time, Harris and Landers, 2 special-class mechas, besieged and count-class imperial mecha. As a result, Landers died, and the imperial count almost ran away. It was Ji Xinghe who stopped it, but after having the mountain-severing mecha, Harris can defeat and count-class imperial mecha alone. With weapons made of tungsten steel gold, he even dared to challenge a Marcus-class imperial mecha, and Harris's strength has always been ranked among the top among the more than 300 special-class mecha warriors in service. But if there was no mountain-severing mecha, no weapons made of tungsten steel gold, and no help from Ji Xinghe, he would most likely be sacrificed by the imperial marquises hunting, and it would even take only 2 count-class imperial mechas to join forces to hunt him down. Unfortunately, we don't have enough resources to build more mountain-chopping mechas for special mecha warriors like Harris, so that their strength can be fully exerted. Moreover, mechas will be damaged during combat. If they cannot be repaired in time, their strength will also be limited. Just like Harris now, after he lost a mountain-chopping mecha, the combat missions he was responsible for in the mecha team he led before were lower than Reed, after joining the Galaxy Squad, because he was only driving an ordinary standard mecha. The combat missions he was responsible for were not only lower than those of Qintong, the blind man, and the crippled man, but also lower than those of Sichuan, Andre, and Zuosho. Tuyuan suddenly stopped talking, and his attention was attracted by the holographic projection screen in front of him. The screen showed a real-time combat scene of the B-72 Highland battlefield. The artillery fire was continuous, but the sound of killing did not shake the ground, because this was an alien planet and the propagation of sound was greatly affected. The degree of tragedy does not need to be described. Tuyuan saw a defensive fortification on the B-72 high ground, destroyed by multiple missiles from the Empire. The Federal soldiers were killed and the surrounding soldiers were swept by shrapnel and shock waves, falling down like wheat. There was no change in his eyes. If you can't be indifferent to this degree, how can you be a general? The screen kept switching and came to the Galaxy Squad led by Ji Xinghe. 15 mechas formed an assault formation and appeared in the Imperial Army at the foot of the mountain. Tuyuan's eyes brightened a little, because he saw Ji Xinghe, who had always been considered unsuitable for team combat, perfectly integrated into the formation of the Galaxy Squad. From the perspective of God on the air, the Galaxy Squad was like a chainsaw-tooth knife composed of mechas. After rushing into the enemy formation, it began to harvest frantically. 15 mechas kept exchanging positions to make up for their teammates or help resist pressure, looking like 15 sharp sawteeth. Ji Xinghe is the sharpest sawtooth on this chain sawtooth knife, always facing the side with the most and strongest imperial mechas. The two veterans of the Galaxy team, Lame Man and Deaf Man, and Harris, the new recruit of the Galaxy team, are the three sawtooths that are at the back and hardly rotate. They are the guarantee for the Galaxy team to achieve the goal of complete victory. Qintong, Blind Man, Lame Man, Sichuanian, Andre, and Left Hand are the 6 sawtooths with the fastest rotation speed. While efficiently killing the enemy, they can also protect the other 5 mecha warriors of the Galaxy team. A complete Imperial formation consisting of 30 Imperial mechas, including 4 Viscount-class Imperial mechas and 8 Baron-class Imperial mechas, was completely wiped out 1 minute and 52 seconds after colliding with the Galaxy team. They can't even hold on until their reinforcements arrive. What made Tu Yuan's eyes smile was that a battle time of 1 minute and 52 seconds allowed a large number of Imperial mechas to surround the Galaxy team. But the Galaxy team was not greedy for merit and rushed forward. As soon as the battle ended, they turned around and broke the encirclement of the Imperial mechas with a chainsaw tooth knife assault formation again without any injury. Pull the distance, and then join the battle again. Look, with Ji Xinghe, those Earl, Marcus, and Duke level Imperial mechas that can hunt Harris, Qintong, the Blind Man, and the cripple dare not appear on the battlefield. This is why their speed of acquiring Venus is much higher than many people expected, and it is also the reason why they have been able to maintain a complete victory. I agree to let Harris and Qintong join the Galaxy team, Tu Yuan spoke again. A battle of this scale does not require him, the Supreme Commander, to keep issuing combat orders. At this time, everything is done step by step. There will be no changes in decision-making without sudden accidents. The command center at B-72 Highland and the command center in the Nanchunman space station have a large number of personnel analyzing various intelligence information in real time and conveying corresponding instructions. Things like overstepping the level of command usually don't have any good results. So Tu Yuan is a little free. 10 years ago, we only had about 300 special class mecha warriors. Today, 10 years later, we still only have about 300 special class mecha warriors. 10 years ago, we had 9 ace mecha warriors. Now, 10 years later, we only have 10 ace mecha warriors. Many people think this is normal, because the average strength of our mecha warriors is not as good as the apes in the Empire. But I think this is wrong, and we can change it. I like a truth that Ji Xinghe said, when the weak defeats the strong should defeat the weak. Our average strength is not as good as theirs, our number of mechas is not as good as theirs, and our mecha performance is not as good as theirs, but the strength of our top combat forces has never been weaker than their dukes, princes, and royal members. So, why can't we create more top combat forces, just like the Xinghe team that is about to have its second ace mecha warrior? Tu Yuan seemed to have the superpower of great prophecy. When he just finished saying this, the command center of B-72 Highland made a notice to the entire army. Major Qintong of the Galaxy team has won his 100th gold star and has become the 11th ace mecha warrior in active service in the Federation. The Federation, which had just broken the curse, had added another ace mecha warrior. Almost everyone was in a state of jubilation. On the battlefields of B-72 Highland and other areas, the morale of the Federation soldiers increased greatly. Only one person was very angry, and the reason for his anger was very reasonable. Harris roared in the communication channel of the Galaxy team, "Old Chen, when can my mecha be delivered? At the earliest, in a day and a half, and at the latest, in 2 days." Chen Soon, who had been holding a sniper rifle and ready to support the Galaxy team at any time, responded in the communication channel as soon as possible. Everyone in the Galaxy team could understand Harris's anger. If it weren't for the Zanshin that Ji Xinghe returned to him being borrowed by Ji Xinghe, he should have been the 11th ace mecha warrior of the Federation. But this state of anger did not affect Harris's battle and his cooperation with other mecha warriors in the Galaxy team. He is not only a special mecha warrior who is about to become an ace, but also has led a mecha team. His psychological quality is far stronger than that of ordinary people. With a second ace mecha warrior, the strength of the Xinghe team has not changed substantially compared to before. Qintong, who has become an ace mecha warrior, has no difference in the mecha he drives and the weapons he uses. He has only changed a little in his mentality, But he cannot be called a strong man in a short time. Because he became an ace mecha warrior under the wings of Ji Xinghe, he is completely different from Jackson and Han Li. The battle of the Xing team continues. In the Nanshanmen space station, Tu Yuan spoke when the cheers in the command center fell. Submit an application in my name to promote Qin Tong's rank to lieutenant colonel. Yes, the staff officer next to him responded and asked, but shouldn't it be colonel? Aces are usually colonels, and you have the authority. Tu Yuan hesitated for a moment before answering. Because Ji Xinghe is a colonel, the Xing squad cannot have a second colonel. Unless Ji Xinghe is promoted, or the Xing squad is no longer under my control. Chapter 288 General A charging against a current. The Empire's wave after wave of attacks on B-72 Highland looked no different from before. One after another, endless. But after consuming 300,000 troops, they had a much clearer layout of the defense line for B-72 Highland than before, and the attack was more aggressive than before. From a God's perspective, B-72 Highland was like an isolated island. The more than 200,000 Imperial troops surrounding it were like the ebb and flow of the sea, constantly eroding the edge of the coastline in a cycle. Will the tide eventually recede, or will B-72 Highland eventually be submerged by the sea? Don't think so much, just do everything we can. Ji Xinghe, who led the charge, was also an important change in this round of the Empire's offensive. When all the members of the Xing team became special mecha warriors, they all had weapons made of tungsten steel gold, and with the addition of Harris and Qin Tong, he was finally no longer the single soldier who could only charge alone. The 14 mecha warriors of the Xing team could keep up with him. Yes, a neat response sounded in the communication channel. Keep the formation. This was Qin Tong's voice. He replaced Ji Xinghe, the blind man, and the cripple and became the commander of the Galaxy team. Ji Xinghe has always been willing to teach professionals to do professional problems. He is good at commanding in a wild way. When it comes to systematic formation coordination, his ideas are still not up to the rest of the Galaxy team. Blind man, number, yes, with me as the center point, everyone, turn to 127, yes, when the mecha warriors cooperate in combat, they need to report the direction. In addition to the very conventional direction of a few hours, there is also a 360-degree digital mark calculated by the Mecha Intelligent Core. The mechas in different positions have different 360-degree panoramic orientation maps, but when Qin Tong said that he was the center point, the intelligent cores of all the mechas in the Galaxy team were able to calculate the precise target direction at the first time, and make navigation corrections to Qin Tong's instructions. Numbering completed, when the blind man's voice sounded again, all the Imperial mechas that could be seen in the sight of all mecha warriors had digital identification. Some of them were like virtual reality perspectives, and those numbers floated above the heads of different Imperial mechas, in a translucent state. There were a total of 37. Blind man, number 3, yes, cripple, number 4, yes, Sichuanian, number 6, yes, Andre, number 7, yes. Within the short charge distance, Qin Tong arranged their respective opponents. Except for Ji Xinghe, each person was only responsible for one Imperial mecha. What they had to do was to achieve a break in the first time, pull the number of mechas on both sides to the same level, and avoid being outnumbered by the enemy as much as possible when outnumbering. Old G, number 9, number 10, number 12, number 13, number 14, yes, Ji Xinghe needed to deal with 5 Imperial mechas in the first time, which was more than 5 times more difficult than others, but he had to do it. If he can't do it, the formation of the Galaxy team will be broken up by the Imperial mecha. Qin Tong, the blind man, and the cripple are still okay, but even Harris, Sichuanian, Andre, the cripple, and the deaf are likely to be broken when facing the siege of 2 Imperial mechas alone. Because they are not driving a general armor, there is no protective armor made of tungsten steel alloy, and it is easy to be damaged when facing the Empire's bayonet. The custom modification of the mecha of the special mecha warrior does use a higher strength alloy, but the bayonet used by the Empire's conventional mecha, combined with the power of the mecha to launch an attack, has a stronger armor-piercing ability than armor-piercing bullets. Mechas are relatively complex mechanical creations. Sometimes, damage that does not seem serious can cause problems with the mobility of the mecha, which can affect subsequent battles. What the Galaxy team wants is not just a complete victory in one battle, but complete victory again and again. Chen soon asked them if it was too much to take 300 gold stars. Ji Xinghe said it was not too much. This is not just a perfunctory remark, but a real responsibility to be taken. The general armor, which was originally in the assault formation, suddenly began to speed up. This maneuver attracted the attention of almost all the imperial mechas. They didn't want to care about Ji Xinghe, but just wanted to kill Ji Xinghe's teammates first, but they couldn't ignore it. When I prayed in my heart that Ji Xinghe would not choose me, the number 9 imperial mecha had been broken by Ji Xinghe first. The tungsten steel gold spear pierced into its chest with great force, and the speed of the general armor against the spear slowed down. The number 10 imperial mecha on the other side had already rushed over. I didn't choose to draw my gun at the first time, because Ji Xinghe wanted to resolve the battle faster. When I maneuvered sideways to avoid the collision, the mecha sword hanging on my back had appeared in his hand. Swinging the sword horizontally, a metal head flew up. A roar suddenly sounded, which was a sudden fire attack launched by multiple imperial mechas, including the number 9 imperial mecha whose cockpit had been pierced by a spear. The firing order issued by its driver before his death was resolutely completed by the intelligent core of its mecha. But it had lost its accuracy, and those bullets and shells that could hit could not cause damage to Ji Xinghe's general armor. If it was Zanshan, Ji Xinghe would have started to evade now. But he was driving a general armor, so he could withstand these fire attacks, forcefully charge and swing his sword again. As the electric sparks burst, the mecha sword had already sunk into metal head from top to bottom. The blade felt a little stuck, so Ji Xinghe did not choose to draw his sword. After dealing with the imperial mecha number 12, Ji Xinghe turned back to the side of the imperial mecha number 9, which had just fallen to the ground. Reach out and draw your gun. The imperial mecha number 13 and number 14 attacked at the same time, and the two imperial mechas chose to collide with their bodies without hesitation. They could not break the defense of the general armor, and could only hope that the shock caused by the collision would cause damage to the parts of the general armor or Ji Xinghe, just like the imperial guerrillas who had sacrificed before, achieving the combat goal of making the general armor disappear temporarily from the battlefield. There was no time to evade. Ji Xinghe, with his gun in hand, could only choose one of them to attack. When the spear pierced its head, the general armor standing still had an obvious stagger, because it was hit directly on the side of the body by another imperial mecha in the charging state. But it doesn't matter. Ji Xinghe, whose combat target is 5 imperial mechas, has successfully dealt with 4 of them. Let go and abandon the gun. Reach out and grab the shoulder. Leg out and kick. Under a set of smooth operations, the general armor, who suddenly exerted force, effortlessly threw the number 14 imperial mecha to the ground. Then he raised his foot and stepped on the head of the imperial mecha. The face armor was instantly concave, and the camera embedded in it exploded directly. But this imperial mecha was still able to struggle, so Ji Xinghe raised his foot again and stepped again. After 2 kicks, the mobility of the number 14 imperial mecha was greatly affected. The struggling movements were much slower than before, and some of the maneuvering movements were completely deformed when they were performed, which seemed to be true but not true. Ji Xinghe stepped forward and drew his gun again. He held the gun with his backhand and thrust it downward suddenly. The first stage of the combat goal was completed, and he could calmly take back his knife. Not only Ji Xinghe completed the instructions issued by Qin Tong, but also the blind man, the lame man, Qin Tong, Su Chuanayan and others all completed their first stage combat goals. The 37 imperial mechas that came to block the attack were reduced to only 18 in a blink of an eye, and the distance between these 18 imperial mechas and the Galaxy Squad was enough for the Galaxy Squad to make subsequent maneuvers. This was due to Qin Tong's judgment. His combat instructions and combat target allocation were carefully calculated and analyzed, using his many years of combat experience in alien battles. Ji Xinghe could not be so precise for the time being. Retreat, everyone retreat, just as everyone in the Galaxy Squad was waiting for Qin Tong to issue a new order, and then wipe out the 18 imperial mechas closest to them in one fell swoop, achieving the goal of complete victory in this battle. Chen Sun's voice suddenly sounded in the communication channel. Without any hesitation, everyone, including Ji Xinghe, began to retreat as soon as they heard the order. Direction 235, Qin Tong supplemented Chen Sun's retreat order, and the 15 mechas of the Galaxy team began to speed up without any confusion. The 18 imperial mechas that had escaped by chance, as if they had known this would happen, began to chase frantically. They even wanted to hug the mechas of the Galaxy team to delay time, but Harris, the cripple, and the deaf, who were at the end of the Galaxy team's formation, always appeared and intercepted them at the critical moment. When retreating, they did not seek to defeat them, but only to block them and let their teammates go first. "Old Ji, speed up and open the way for us," Qin Tong shouted angrily. He already knew why Chen Sun wanted them to retreat. As a combat commander, he and Ji Xinghe received the relevant screen information at the same time. In the trench about 500 meters away from them, more than 60 Imperial mechas suddenly jumped out. Combined with the many Imperial mechas that originally wanted to surround them, an encirclement of 200 Imperial mechas has been formed. Previously, they did not have this information in the intelligence they received. Neither the high-altitude unmanned reconnaissance aircraft nor the reconnaissance satellite could detect this transfer. It can be seen how much effort the Empire has put into destroying them. Okay, Ji Xinghe had already accelerated when he responded. The Mecha sword in his hand was hung on his back again. The mounting point was automatically locked and very stable. With a gun in hand, facing the 12 Imperial mechas that had already gathered, his charge speed did not decrease at all. Evasion would waste retreat time. Ji Xinghe believed in Qin Tong's judgment. Now he had to open the way for the Xinghe team. Since we have to open the way, we must break through everything that is blocking the way as quickly as possible. The gun was like thunder. It exploded. When 3 Imperial mechas fell one after another, Ji Xinghe was surrounded by 4 Imperial mechas. Some hugged their legs, some hugged their waists, some hugged their guns, and one even jumped up and wanted to hug General Ji's head. This is the most difficult situation when one is against many. But fortunately, Ji Xinghe was not alone this time. If he was fighting alone, he would never open the way like this. When he destroyed 2 Imperial mechas, he could directly break through the encirclement, and there was no need to waste time to destroy the 3rd Imperial mecha. Of the 12 Imperial mechas blocking this direction, 3 were destroyed by Ji Xinghe, 4 were attracted by Ji Xinghe, and the remaining 5 Imperial mechas had no time to make more maneuvers, and were killed by the charging Xinghe team. Qin Tong, the blind man, the cripple, Sichuan, and the left hand, the 5 of them took action one after another to complete the battle. The mecha warriors of the Xinghe team following behind had no intention of helping Ji Xinghe, and directly jumped over their teammates and continued to retreat. There were constant clanging sounds, and Qin Tong, the blind man, and the cripple took the opportunity to destroy 3 of the 4 Imperial mechas that wanted to trap Ji Xinghe, and then the 3 followed the Xinghe team without hesitation. The communication channel was extremely quiet, there were no new instructions, and there was only a tacit understanding that had become a habit and common sense. Ji Xinghe, who had escaped from the trap, crushed the Imperial mech that had just hugged his waist like an ant. Standing between the corpses of the mechas, Ji Xinghe, holding a gun, did not turn around and retreat, but looked at the hundreds of Imperial mechas charging with an expressionless face. Team Xinghe retreated, and the more efficient team combat was temporarily over. But the battle would not stop there. Fighting alone was the fighting style that Ji Xinghe was best at. General A, charging against a current. Chapter 289 General Armor Damage. After the Xinghe team broke through and returned to the safe area on the B-72 high ground, no one looked back at Ji Xinghe. In a state of silence, the 14 mechas went straight to the repair area. The repair personnel who had been waiting for a long time began to inspect their mechas at the first time. Hurry up, and hurry up, but don't rush, and don't make mistakes, be careful. With the shouts, the 12 mechas of the Xinghe team began to recover to their peak state. For the time being, only 12 mechas need to be repaired because 2 people need to replace mechas. My new mecha is finally here. Harris, who had fought a big battle, saw his new mecha when he came to the repair area. His fatigue disappeared instantly, and he couldn't wait to rush over and open the cockpit directly. Sichuan's speed was not slower than his. He climbed into the cockpit of the new mecha with great excitement and began to make adaptive adjustments. Hey, why is the space in this cockpit a bit strange? Harris, who had already put on the sensor helmet and activated the mecha, opened the communication channel and asked out loud. I've seen the cockpit of the general armor, and it's not quite the same as this one, Chen Sun's voice sounded. Shen Mu said that for the subsequent neural link technology transformation, you can all use the new technology and design the transformation modules in advance, which can save the time for the subsequent transformation. Oh, I see. When Harris responded, he had already rushed out of the repair area in his new mecha and conducted a real machine test of adaptability outdoors. Sichuan followed him and left the repair area, but a puzzled voice sounded in the communication channel. Why doesn't Lao Ji's transformation module adapt to the new technology? Can't Lao Ji really use the new technology? This question aroused the interest of all members of the Xing team to discuss. Although their captain Ji Xinghe was still fighting alone in the enemy camp at this time, no one was worried. As long as the Empire does not send out mechas of the Earl level and above, Ji Xinghe with the general armor is invincible. If a high-level Imperial mecha appears, the alarm will be conveyed to the Xing team at the first time, and they will go to rescue at all costs. Of course, the premise is that Ji Xinghe needs their rescue. It is said that he is old and his nervous system is aging or weakening. Lao Ji should not be able to use the new technology. Didn't there a guy named Yu Ren who wanted to join our galaxy team last time? He said he thought Lao Ji could do it, and he even applied for a synchronization ray test for Lao Ji. Yes, that Yu Ren used the new technology, and he is so powerful. I heard that he couldn't even pass the third-level mecha driving qualification certificate before. After using the neural connection technology, I think his strength is stronger than the blind and the lame. Then if we also use the new technology, can we become an ace mecha warrior in minutes? Lao Chen, has anyone asked Lao Ji to do a test? It's the synchronization rate thing, Chen soon replied helplessly. No one has asked Lao Ji to test it. You don't have to worry about it. Whether Lao Ji can use the new technology or not, it will not affect his combat effectiveness. Well, to put it simply, do you think Yu Ren can beat Lao Ji? Bullshit, Lao Ji can beat him with one hand, of course. If he can beat Lao Ji, why would he still want to join our Xing team? Don't say that, you didn't realize that he is Lao Ji's little fan. With his strength and determination, he will definitely join us in the future. Just talking about the facts, old Chen is right, don't think about these things. Anyway, whether there is new technology or not, Lao Ji is the undisputed ace mecha warrior. He alone scares the Imperial Earls, Marquises, and Dukes and dares not show up. Do you think there will be an Imperial Prince this time? The Xing team's slight concerns about Ji Xinghe's inability to use new technology were dispelled by Chen Sun's ironclad facts. Some people mentioned a prince who is more powerful than the Imperial Duke, but this possibility did not cause any concern. It's better to have a Duke. There is only one big gold star on Lao Ji's general armor, which looks monotonous. Good things should come in pairs. The triangle is the most stable shape, so we should take 3. First kill a Duke, then kill a Duke. The 3 big gold stars are sprayed according to the 3 corners of the triangle. Just thinking about it is so cool. Hey, someone suddenly laughed strangely. You don't need to ask, you know it must be Sichuan. There is no need to ask, everyone knows why Sichuan laughed like this. Nothing more than his new mecha is powerful enough. Niuma, I think I need to remind you that Lao Ji can defeat the Duke of the Empire when he drives this Hanshin, but it doesn't mean that you can defeat the Duke of the Empire when you drive this Hanshin. The blind man, as the deputy captain of the Galaxy team, reminded in a serious tone. After Harris and Qin Tong joined, the deputy captain positions of the blind man and the lame man were not replaced. Qin Tong, who has the command power, does not have a specific position in the Galaxy team. Like Zhuo Xiao, Andre, Sichuan and others, they are all mecha warriors. This is not because Ji Xinghe and Chen Sun do not value them, but because this is one of the conditions for them to join the Xing team. They are here to learn from Ji Xinghe, and when they have learned something, they will leave the Xing team. Do you need to remind me of this? I'm not really stupid. Sichuan's voice was full of pride. However, my mecha is better than this Hanshin that Lao Ji used at that time, so my combat target has become the Imperial Marquis from today. Pay attention when you arrange your combat plan. The Hanshin that Ji Xinghe was driving at that time, that is, the spare mecha Hanshin now parked in the machine repair area, was modified from Harris's mecha combined with the engine used by Qin Tong's mecha at that time. No matter how it is debugged, there will be some small defects. The new mecha of Sichuan and Harris is a brand new mecha built with a general armor as a template. The factory debugging has reached a perfect level, and the performance will naturally be better. Marcus of your uncle, the lame man cursed directly, if you dare to go to the Imperial Marquis when we are fighting, I will break your legs. Qin Tong frowned and said, Niuma, you are now at most capable of fighting the Imperial Earl. Don't get inflated because you have won a lot of gold stars recently. You must know yourself clearly. The blind man was much cleaner and said directly, Harris, help me try Niuma. Okay. When he responded, Harris, who was conducting a real machine test, suddenly rushed towards Sichuan. With his test, Sichuan's strength could be clearly recognized. This is very important for the subsequent combat plan. The two new mechas fought to one place, but there was no collision between the bodies. Even the weapons of both sides were retracted as soon as they touched. Both sides have done similar tests many times. After fighting, Sichuanian, who was sweating on his forehead, finally gave in. Stop, stop, stop. I need to take a break, haha. Harris sneered twice. You can fight the Imperial Count in a one-on-one duel. The odds are 50-50. Qin Tong, Chen Sun, the blind man, and the lame man all remembered this sentence in their hearts. The four of them and Harris are currently responsible for establishing the combat plan of the Xing team. Ji Xinghe has to listen to them. Alice, old Ji is really strong, Zuo Shou sighed in the communication channel, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Sichuanian's new mecha is stronger than the Zanshan that Ji Xinghe was driving at the time, but Ji Xinghe was able to defeat the Imperial Duke, while Sichuanian could only fight the Imperial Count on equal terms. The gap is not small. Don't just talk about me, what about you? Sichuanian was a little unconvinced after all. Me. Harris drove the mecha to the open area next to him and continued to do his actual machine test. He said, if it's a one-on-one fight, I will definitely win against the Imperial Marcus. If it's a one-on-one fight, it's 30% to 70%, who's 30% and who's 70%, guess, don't get into it, this is very important. Sichuanian's tone became serious. If you don't know your combat effectiveness, how can you arrange the combat plan later? Have you forgotten that I participated in the arrangement of the combat plan? Sichuanian didn't want to continue this topic and asked, then what is our new mecha called? It can't be called Hanshin, it's completely different from Zanshan. It can be called Little General Armor? Big Soldier Armor? Little General Armor. The discussion interest of the Xing team was activated again, and everyone participated in it, because they all believed that Ji Xinghe would definitely build a new mecha for each of them. But after discussing it, there was still no definite naming method. Everyone has their own ideas and preferences, and even Ji Xinghe would not force it. Name it freely. Chen Sun made a summary, and then continued to pay attention to Ji Xinghe's battle. He had been helping Ji Xinghe to set up the gun, but he had not fired a gun until now. Because Ji Xinghe did not need it. Sichuanian, who said he was going to rest, did not rest. He drove his new mecha back to the repair area, found the spraying tools and started spraying gold stars. 51 gold stars were sprayed neatly, but he did not stop. Instead, he sprayed 5 huge golden characters on the empty chest of the new mecha. General Nehemiah. This is his code name in the Galaxy Squad, and it is also the code name of his new mecha in the Galaxy Squad. After the spraying was completed, Sichuanian returned to the cockpit and added a few words to his last words. If I die one day, I hope someone can inherit my title of General Nehemiah, continue to fight with me, and be invincible in the name of the galaxy. I am the Nehemiah of General Nehemiah. Brother, may I ask, what kind of Nehemiah are you? You can change the 3 words general, but try not to change the 2 words Nehemiah. Please, because I hope that when we finally stand in the ruins of the Imperial Palace of the Empire Star, there will still be a place for a Nehemiah like me, and it will not be in vain for my half-life of fighting. Team Galaxy, General Nehemiah. Sichuanian will stay, compared to Sichuanian's sentimentality when naming the new mecha. Harris, a man from Eagle Island, is much more direct. After completing the actual machine test, he also went to the machine repair area to spray gold stars. 90. In the past 2 days of fighting, he has not obtained as many gold stars as Sichuanian, which makes him very unhappy. With a new mecha in hand, he will be promoted to an ace. But just like the question Qin Tong asked him before, even if he and Qin Tong got 100 gold stars and became the ace mecha warriors, that the Federation would definitely publicize. So what? After all, the strength of him and Qin Tong was not as good as Han Li and Jackson. So, after spraying the gold stars, he also sprayed 2 large golden characters on the empty chest with the help of tools. Chao Ji. Zhao of surpassing, Ji of Jackson. His target was not Ji Xinghe, who is not human, but Jackson, who was at the same level as him a long time ago, but now surpassed him by a level. Jackson and he were the most promising mecha warriors to be promoted to ace in Eagle Continent, but Jackson fought alone and achieved promotion, while he was about to be promoted under the wings of Ji Xinghe. This made him very unhappy. He wanted to get it back. After the spraying work was completed, Jackson looked at his Chaoji mecha, and his dissatisfaction intensified because the number of gold stars was too small. The Chaoji and the general armor are exactly the same, both are 5.6 meters high, so his 90 small gold stars can't even cover the upper body of the front, and the limbs and back are empty. Su Chuanayan, who came down from the cockpit of the Numa general and was ready to hurry up to repair and restore the state, was also dissatisfied with a few gold stars on the Mecha. After a little thought, Su Chuanayan picked up the spray gun again, set a huge text with a projection tool, and then sprayed it on the Numa general. Harris, who noticed this scene, laughed and then copied Su Chuanayan's action. He also sprayed a large word on the back of the Chaoji Mecha. G. The members of the Xing team who came to the machine repair area to check their own mechas exclaimed when they saw the big word and said that they would do the same in the future. Okay, take the time to rest, Lao Ji is coming back, and the general armor can be considered damaged, Chen soon reminded in the communication channel when he watched Ji Xinghe return to the mountain. In the next battle, Lao Ji will replace Zhan Shan, and all the great nobles of the empire will come out. The divine punishment is about to begin. Chapter 290 Becoming a God. When the Zhanshan, which was sprayed with 519 gold stars, appeared on the first line of defense of B-72 Heights, the gorillas and monkeys of the empire were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The momentum of the charge was even stronger. Because in their view, the general armor was indestructible, but the Zhanshan could be broken. The empire, which had invested more than 500,000 troops before and after, actually changed the rhythm of the attack because a federal mecha warrior changed his mecha, and the morale also changed significantly. It has to be said that this is the greatest honor that a mecha warrior can get, that is, the fear from the enemy. But this is not surprising. When Ji Xinghe accepted the task of supporting B-72 Heights, there were only 360 gold stars on his general armor. After arriving at B-72 Heights, it was only more than a month, and his Zhanshan mecha could be sprayed with 519 gold stars. A total of 159 gold stars were won, which is unprecedented. Just one battle, 1.5 trump cards. This is Ji Xinghe. When he appeared at the first line of defense that had been half broken, even at the gap in the line of defense that he could not take care of at all, the federal soldiers responsible for defense felt a sense of morale boost. What if the empire rushed more fiercely? The defense of the Federation has always been made of flesh and blood. Is this Ji Xinghe? Two Duke-class imperial mechas stood side by side in a bunker, looking at Zhanshan on the B-72 high ground from a distance of several kilometers. The distance that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye is no longer an obstacle with the assistance of technology. The two of them can see it clearly. When hearing this question, the Imperial Dukes and the two Duke-class Imperial mechas shifted their sights without any hesitation, and looked up in the cockpit, looking at the Imperial mecha standing in front of them. Very tall. The height of 6 meters and 2 meters exceeds all the standard mechas of the Federation. Even the new federal mechas that have increased their height due to new technologies have not a height of more than 6 meters. The whole body is tungsten gold, which is purer than the tungsten gold of the general armor. If Shen Mu or Ji Xinghe saw this mecha, they would immediately make a judgment. This is an imperial mecha with a main body made of tungsten steel gold. It is simply the ultimate luxury. The imperial Earl only has a weapon made of tungsten steel gold. The imperial Marcus like Kaisman does not have enough resources to build a mecha with tungsten steel alloy, which is enough to show how precious tungsten steel gold is. Yes, General, this is Ji Xinghe, a Duke gorilla answered first, which made the other Duke gorilla a little annoyed. It seems to be a trivial answer, but it is a rare opportunity for them to show their performance. It sounds a bit incredible. After all, they are all Grand Dukes with 100,000 square kilometers of fiefdoms on the Imperial Star. But facing the gorilla in front of them, what are they? Do you think he knows me? The leading Imperial gorilla spoke in a relaxed tone, with some curiosity in his voice, as if he didn't care about the 300,000 Imperial soldiers who had sacrificed in the siege, nor did he care about the final victory or defeat of this siege. The two Imperial Dukes were silent because this question was not easy to answer. As the saying goes, being with a king is like being with a tiger. The gorilla in front of them is not a king, but a king. He should know, after all, he has captured so many of our nobles. Without waiting for the two Duke gorillas to answer, the king-level gorilla spoke to himself. But unfortunately, I can't let him know that I'm here, and I can't kill him personally. It must be a wonderful thing if I can inform him of my title and name in person, and then kill him in public. Hearing this, the two Duke gorillas breathed a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about before today was that the gorilla in front of them wanted to kill Ji Xinghe personally. Ji Xinghe is definitely dead, but they will also be wiped out. Because this gorilla is the supreme commander of the Empire's attack on the alien planet this time, the Imperial Prince Ji Xinghe, who is known as the Conqueror. Needless to say, the identity of the Supreme Commander is very important. The prince's power in the Empire and his own strength are also higher than those of ordinary princes, because he has royal blood. But on the battlefield, he prefers to be called a general by the gorillas. But speaking of it, if Ji Xinghe knew me and was killed by me in public, would the Federation really just drop nuclear weapons? Ji Xinghe was not sure about this. From a normal thinking mode, this is actually unlikely, because the commander can be replaced at any time. If nuclear weapons are dropped just for decapitation, it is very likely to arouse the wrath of the Emperor of the Empire. At that time, everyone will throw nuclear warheads randomly, and the alien planet will completely lose its value. And the Empire has a jump gate device. The pass rate of the miniaturized jump gate device is very low, but if it is just to evacuate some important gorillas, the problem is not big. The two Imperial Dukes who became nervous again didn't know what to say. Regardless of whether the Federation will drop nuclear weapons, the battle on B-72 Highland will definitely be reversed. The Federal forces that should have defended base number 6 will definitely become attacks on them. Ji Xinghe can leave through the jump gate, but at least one of them must stay, and staying will definitely die. What a pity. I actually want to try it out, whether my mecha can make me withstand the damage of nuclear weapons. The regret in Ji Xinghe's tone was a little serious, which made the two dukes even more terrified. Forget it. If the Federation really used nuclear weapons and affected the environment of the alien planet, our jump gate device would have problems. Fortunately, the Federation didn't know about this, otherwise they might have used nuclear bombs to clean up the alien planet. The Empire, which also has nuclear weapons, has fought on the alien planet for more than 20 years, but has never used nuclear weapons. This is one of the reasons. They don't want to give up the alien planet, nor do they want to give up the blue planet that can use the alien planet as a springboard to open their road to conquest. In the process of talking about some gossip, the battle on the B-72 high ground finally showed the changes they wanted to see. Ji Xinghe's tone suddenly became indifferent. Let them kill Ji Xinghe and the other two. Yes, the order was issued at the first time, and the Imperial noble mechas that had been waiting for a long time moved with a bang, charging out of more than a dozen bunkers, and suddenly appeared on the battlefield and went straight to two coordinates. One is the coordinate where Han Li is, and the other is the coordinate where Ji Xinghe and Qin Tong are. If Han Li and Qin Tong knew that the two Federal Ace Mecha warriors were just the other two in Ji Xinghe's mouth, their combat effectiveness would have increased dramatically. But the fact is, they couldn't know, just like they didn't know that Ji Xinghe had secretly come to the vicinity of B-72 Highland. Retreat, recharge, the command sounded from the communication channel of the Galaxy team. They gathered together to fight and once again captured a considerable number of Venus, which greatly relieved the defense of B-72 Highland. But just like humans have physical limits, mechas can't have unlimited endurance, at least not with current technology. When all members of the Galaxy team retreated from the first line of defense, the Mecha team filled in the defense, but their combat effectiveness could not match that of the Galaxy team. The defense gap left by the Galaxy team would require at least 5 teams to fill. The defense pressure of B-72 Highland increased instantly. Not only that, when all members of the Galaxy team evacuated, the Imperial noble mechas that suddenly appeared on the battlefield and began to charge towards the B-72 Highland brought even greater defensive pressure. Old G, they are out, Chen Sun's voice rang again, without the slightest panic, as if he had expected it. Yet, when Ji Xinghe responded, he had already seen the picture displayed on the visual window. He had no ability to care about the noble mechas rushing towards Han Li on the other side, so he could only focus on the noble mechas rushing towards him. 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas, 9 Earl-class Imperial mechas, and 2 complete Imperial mecha formations, consisting of Viscount-class and Baron-class Imperial mechas, totaling 72. Judging from the strength on paper, this force far exceeds the Galaxy team. Because among the Galaxy team, only Ji Xinghe, Qin Tong, and Harris can stop the Marcus-class Imperial mechas. The Blind Man, the Lame Man, and Sichuan are only as strong as the Imperial Earl, and the outcome of the fight is unpredictable. Even if Ji Xinghe could quickly destroy a Marcus-class mecha, It would take enough time for other Imperial noble mechas to destroy all members of the Xing team, except him. Qin Tong and Harris could not survive because there were too many of them, because the weapons of those Earl-class Imperial mechas were enough to directly break through their protective armor. Many special-class mecha warriors of the Federation almost all died under such attacks, cutting off their path to becoming ace mecha warriors. But Ji Xinghe and all the members of the Xing team did not panic at all. Ji Xinghe was even a little dissatisfied. Without the Duke, they are still testing. Hearing this voice, Chen Sun suddenly became nervous and said anxiously, then let them test. Lao Ji, go back and recharge the mecha according to the original plan. According to the original plan, at this time, the Xing team must complete the recharging and restrict the Imperial Noble Mecha Corps regardless of the casualties of others, and then gradually complete the decapitation like a divine punishment by using the strong to attack the weak and the many to the few. However, this time there was no Duke-class Imperial mech as expected. Ji Xinghe, who was retreating with a team, was driving Xianchen and was in a position to cover the rear. No Imperial mech dared to chase him. With no obstacles ahead, he could look at the picture in the visual window carefully. Through the speed and posture of those Imperial mechas charging, he quickly determined that there were no disguised Duke-class Imperial mechas. He determined that those Earl-class Imperial mechas were real Earl-class, not disguised Marcus-class Imperial mechas. What he saw more clearly was the formation of those Imperial mechas gradually dispersing during the charge due to the defensive force of B-72 Highland. He took another look at the energy reserve prompt that was close to the warning line, and there was still 27%. There was no hesitation in his heart, only the analysis made by all his ability, and then an accurate judgment was made. Then, he suddenly turned around and rushed down the mountain. His voice sounded in the communication channel at the same time, preventing all members of the Xing team from slowing down and stopping what Chen Sun wanted to say. Since it is a divine punishment, you must become a god first. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Praise from the Imperial Prince. Haha, when the Imperial Prince Ji Xinghe turned around and go down the mountain, he laughed and mocked. He's anxious, one of the two Imperial Dukes standing behind him laughed. Yes, General, Ji Xinghe is anxious. The other Duke was hesitant to speak. He also wanted to flatter like this, but the problem was that he really couldn't say it. Sitting on a fiefdom of 100,000 square kilometers, he could decide the life and death of millions of guerrillas with a single word. He was definitely a powerful person in the Empire. He could flatter a Dakang, but he couldn't be like those slaves without principles and bottom lines. Since he is anxious, then you go kill him. Dakang's tone suddenly became indifferent, making the flattering Duke embarrassed and not knowing how to respond. Although it seemed that Ji Xinghe was seeking death, just a noble mechas that were about to besiege Ji Xinghe could put Ji Xinghe to death. With it, Ji Xinghe would definitely die. But its head is not on vain. How could a human like Ji Xinghe choose to die in such a situation? In the brief silence, they could clearly see that on the battlefield, an Earl-class Imperial mecha was directly destroyed by Ji Xinghe. Then, within about 30 seconds, 3 Viscount-class Imperial mechas and 2 Baron-class Imperial mechas were also destroyed by Ji Xinghe one after another. The hunting team consisting of 72 Imperial mechas was reduced to only 66 in a blink of an eye. What terrified the guerrillas the most was that the 6 noble mechas, including the Earl-class Imperial mecha, could not keep Ji Xinghe even if they died. Before the encirclement was completed, the Federal mecha with a performance equivalent to the Marcus-class Imperial mecha had already moved its position and ran wildly on the battlefield with 66 Imperial mechas. His gun is very fast and accurate. It was not the first time that Dakang saw Ji Xinghe's battle, but he had always seen it from the video before. Today was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. Even as an enemy, he couldn't help but admire it. And the parts he attacked were all the vital points of the mecha. I'm curious why he knows the weaknesses of our different models of mecha so well. The Empire has no channel to obtain the information that Ji Xinghe is actually a professional mechanic. The captured Kaisman now knows this through intelligence transactions with the Federation, but he can't pass this news back to the Empire. Bilrosi IV, who was also captured, may also know this information, but he also has no chance to establish communication with the Empire. So the imperial princes and grand dukes present did not know the truth. The flattering duke tentatively answered. Maybe it's because Ji Xinghe spent a lot of time studying these. If they can study all the mecha combat recording videos, they should be able to know the weaknesses of these conventional mechas. Ada Kang asked another question without comment. Then why is only Ji Xinghe able to do this? None of the other ace fighters of the Federation can fight like him in the most concise, direct and efficient way, Wu Xing answered. The three guerrillas continued to look at the battlefield, and their focus was only on Ji Xinghe. At the front of the first line of defense of B-72 Highland, Ji Xinghe, who was running frantically with 66 imperial mechas, looked like he was not going to continue fighting. Fearing being surrounded and beaten, he chose to use this method that might sacrifice himself to track the imperial mechas that were capable of breaking through the third line of defense of B-72 Highland. The pressure was relieved a lot of the federal defense forces, and at the same time, they were also helping Ji Xinghe with all their might. The artillery fire continued. A federal armored vehicle that seemed to have been abandoned due to damage suddenly opened fire when the imperial mech ran past it. The heavy machine gun loaded with armor-piercing shells sprayed a dazzling tongue of fire at a rate of 300 rounds per second, hitting the back of a Viscount-class imperial mech with incredible accuracy. The Viscount-class imperial mech running in a straight line had no time to make evasive maneuvers before the protective armor on its back was penetrated. In just 3 seconds, the cockpit was filled with blood and flesh. This combat efficiency is more efficient than Ji Xinghe. But the armored vehicle that suddenly opened fire and could no longer move, after destroying a Viscount-class imperial mecha, was smashed by the charging imperial mecha at the muzzle of its machine gun. The two imperial mechas exerted force at the same time, and the armored vehicle overturned, and then the chassis turned upside down. Ji Xinghe could not see the subsequent scenes, but he could imagine them. His eyes gradually began to turn red, and he had endless anger in his heart, but this anger did not affect his operation of the mecha. Because he was only angry, without the slightest guilt. There are always deaths in war. This is not his fault. This is really not his fault. This kind of scene is not the first time that it has appeared. The defensive fortifications on the federal defense line, the armored vehicles, turrets, bunkers, etc. that participated in the defense. When they need to face the advance of the mecha, there will inevitably be sacrifices. The heavy machine gun using armor-piercing bullets can destroy an imperial mecha below the Earl level within 3 seconds. But how many 3 seconds can they have? One of the meanings of the existence of the Federation mecha warriors is to buy them more 3 seconds, rather than to lament and regret their sacrifice. Because of the sudden firing and destruction of the armored vehicles, as well as other similar interceptions, the formation of the 65 imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe became more scattered. So Ji Xinghe turned around again. He raised his gun and then destroyed it. Beautiful, Ada Kang praised again. He had used the intelligence system of the mecha to see the perspective of those imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe. The shot he praised was what he saw with his own eyes piercing into his mecha. The timing of his turning and charging was perfect. After the shot was successful, he turned around without any hesitation. He ignored the two mechas next to him that he could easily destroy, and he couldn't have failed to see it. I can only say that he is not only very good at fighting, but also very smart at fighting. After commenting, Ada Kang sighed. If I didn't know that he was not afraid of death, I would really think that he was actually very afraid of death, because his fighting style looked very fierce, but in fact, he was very careful about his life in every choice of combat. If Ji Xinghe could hear what Ada Kang said, he would definitely treat it as a confidant and kill it with one knife after gaining trust. He treated it as a confidant because he understood that Ji Xinghe was actually very afraid of death, and he killed it because he was an imperial guerrilla. The Empire did not know that Ji Xinghe was afraid of death, but many people in the Federation knew it. In the eyes of the Empire, Ji Xinghe was not only not afraid of death, but was always looking for death. For example, more than a month ago, Ji Xinghe shouted to the Empire's space battleship, "Come and hit me, I'm easy to hit, and I'll be killed if I hit you." This word has spread in some circles of the Empire. Many guerrillas think that Ji Xinghe is not afraid of death, just like many federal soldiers who are not afraid of death. Seeing that Ji Xinghe, who was being hunted, not only did not suffer any damage, but continued to harvest the imperial mechas that were hunting him, Ada Kang did not feel angry or regretful at all. His tone was very relaxed. I heard that his sword is more powerful than his gun. The imperial duke, who was unwilling to flatter, finally seized the opportunity to speak and answer. Yes, Ji Xinghe's swordsmanship is more powerful than his gun skills. The weapon he used in the battle against Bilrosi was the sword. I have studied the video records of that battle many times, and I can confirm that his best weapon is the sword. Moreover, it is a dagger. Dagger, haha. Ji Xinghe laughed twice. It seems that he has never suffered a loss, otherwise he would never choose to use a dagger as a weapon. Yes, the Duke echoed, in mecha battles, unless the operating ability or the performance of the mecha is in an absolute advantage, otherwise, using a dagger is to seek death. In other words, his operating ability is one level higher than Bilrosi. Well, I think so. What about you? Luo Su, I remember that you should be stronger than Bilrosi. I am stronger than Bilrosi, but I'm not as good as Ji Xinghe. Manaiwang, what about you? I'm not as good as him, but he no longer has the mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. If he drives the current mecha, I can kill him. The words of Grand Duke Manaiwang made Grand Duke Luo Su frown. He wanted to say something, but he held it back for fear of his face and identity. Ji Xinghe didn't need to worry about that, and said in a mocking tone, Ji Xinghe was driving this mecha to capture Bilrosi. Are you sure you can kill him? Manaiwang, who was good at flattering, shut up awkwardly. It didn't dare to respond because it was afraid that Ji Xinghe would ask it to kill Ji Xinghe now. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe didn't pursue it seriously. After watching for a while, he saw that Ji Xinghe had destroyed another Earl-level Imperial mecha, and finally began to issue orders. Let them give up chasing Ji Xinghe and kill other Federal mecha warriors. No matter how many Venus Federal mechas there are, the more they kill, the better. Yes, Ji Xinghe's order was confirmed and issued at the first time. The Imperial Noble Mecha Corps chasing Ji Xinghe gave up their target without hesitation. There were only 53 of them left, and a total of 19 more destroyed in the pursuit battle. 10 of them were not destroyed by Ji Xinghe, but by other defensive forces on the B-72 high ground. But even if there were only 53 left, their ability to charge was unstoppable. When they gave up Ji Xinghe and turned to other Federal mechas, only 3 minutes had passed before 12 of the nearest Federal mechas were directly destroyed by them. There was no time to retreat, just like the Imperial mechas facing Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe also stopped the pulling battle 3 minutes ago and went straight to the Imperial Noble Mecha Corps with a more scattered formation. But when he passed by, there were Imperial mechas besieging Federal mechas or Federal defensive fortifications, but he had no intention of stopping to help. It was like he suddenly became an extremely indifferent robot, turning a blind eye to the sacrifices that were taking place. No one would blame him, and no one would ask him for help at this time, because everyone knew what his goal was. 3 Marcus-level Imperial mechas and 7 Earl-level Imperial mechas. Having changed their combat targets, they finally exposed the path that allowed Ji Xinghe to rush in front of them. Beheading, begin. Chapter 292, Sacrificing for Everything. The 3 Marcus-class Imperial mechas are like 3 arrows. On both sides behind them, there are Earl-class, Viscount-class, and Baron-class mechas guarding, which looks like the assault formation of the Galaxy Squad. If Ji Xinghe chooses to attack the Imperial Marcus who is in the lead, the other Imperial Noble mechas guarding on both sides will be able to encircle him at the first time. The other 2 arrows will also respond at the first time. As long as they gather, Ji Xinghe will be beaten to death. From the passive pursuit of Ji Xinghe to the active attack now, their combat methods suddenly changed, and there was a feeling of restricting Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, don't be impulsive, Qin Tong's voice sounded in the communication channel. At this time, he was in the machine repair area of the B-72 Highland, waiting for his mecha to complete charging and maintenance. But he and the other people in the Galaxy Squad can see the location of Ji Xinghe, the picture of the battle, and guess what Ji Xinghe is going to do? The distance between them is too close, and it's almost the same as our formation. You are alone. You should avoid their sharp edge now and wait for us to come. Harris followed closely. Old Ji, don't worry about the comrades you are sacrificing. There are always deaths in war. You can't save everyone. Let's avenge them together. After all, Qin Tong and Harris are new members of the Xinghe team. Although they have fought side by side with Ji Xinghe more than once, they still know too little about Ji Xinghe, so they have misunderstandings. They think that Ji Xinghe's current charge is to save more Federal soldiers. Chen Sun did not persuade him at this time. The blind man and the lame man did not persuade him at this time, because they knew very well that Ji Xinghe had his own judgment. They are different from us. Ji Xinghe, who was charging, responded to the birth. His tone was calm, not like fighting, but like taking a walk after dinner. They Ji Xinghe actually wanted to say that the formation he saw was different from the formation Qin Tong could see. The imperial mechas that Qin Tong saw were very close in distance, were very scattered in his eyes. But if it is explained in this way, it will take a lot of words, and he doesn't have so much time to say so many words. So, he said, "There is no me among them, and none of them are me." Huh? Qin Tong and Harris were both stunned. What does it mean? They are the Imperial Mecha Squad, led by the Marcus-class Mecha and supplemented by the Earl-class Mecha. We are the Galaxy Squad led by Ji Xinghe, supplemented by Qin Tong, Harris, the Blind Man, the Lame Man, and Su Chuanian. They are not us. There is no Ji Xinghe among them, and none of them is Ji Xinghe. This is the biggest difference between the two, and this is why Ji Xinghe dares to charge. After Qin Tong and Harris understood Ji Xinghe's two sentences, they suddenly felt an endless shock in their hearts. In a trance, they seemed to finally understand why they were not as good as Han Li and Jackson, and even dare not set their target as Ji Xinghe, but just wanted to catch up with Han Li and Jackson. Because they don't have a heart that truly belongs to the strong. The strong are fearless. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible, Qin Tong whispered this slogan. He had shouted this slogan many times before, but this time it seemed a little different. He was not shouting a slogan, but awakening a brave heart. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible, Harris also whispered with enlightenment. His tone was not hoarse, but he was more serious than ever before. The other members of the Galaxy team were all in the communication channel and could hear the conversation just now. Perhaps they could not understand the feelings of Qin Tong and Harris, but it did not affect their belief in Ji Xinghe and shouting out their prayers and blessings. In the name of the galaxy, we are invincible. Ji Xinghe, who was charging alone on the battlefield, heard these voices. He was not alone, he was really not alone. Those federal mecha warriors and soldiers who were fighting were all his teammates. He was fighting side by side with many, many people. Those people were sacrificing, dedicating everything they had to the Federation, and creating opportunities for him. No one asked for help. Even if they saw Ji Xinghe driving Zanshin and charging past him, they would not ask Ji Xinghe for help. It was just that before they died, they would want to look in the direction where Ji Xinghe was charging away, to see if Ji Xinghe had done what they all wanted to do but couldn't. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm, and his eyes were red, so his voice should not be calm. Passing through the defense line made of flesh and blood by the federal soldiers, and passing through those crazy imperial soldiers and mechas, Ji Xinghe finally came to his target. The Mecha squad led by the three imperial marquises began to surround Ji Xinghe without hesitation. The imperial marquis, who was targeted by Ji Xinghe, began to slow down without hesitation when he saw Ji Xinghe. The two Earl-class imperial mechas on his side hesitated for a moment and directly hit Ji Xinghe. There were more Viscount-class and Baron-class imperial mechas, and as the two Earl-class imperial mechas gave up the targets they were originally slaughtering, they turned to Ji Xinghe. When the battle was about to break out, Ji Xinghe finally shouted out. It was not the slogan that everyone in the Xinghe team knew, but the truest portrayal of his heart. For all those who are sacrificing, kill, in the time it takes for a sentence, Ji Xinghe has accelerated and rushed to the front of an Earl-class imperial mech. When he roared, the spear had already combined the kinetic energy of the extremely fast charge and pierced its front protective armor in an unstoppable manner. The tungsten steel gold weapon swung by the Earl-class imperial mech could not touch Ji Xinghe's mech at all because of the attack distance. An inch longer is an inch stronger. Ji Xinghe's spear is 6.3 meters long and 189 inches. If it were not for the fact that it is difficult for mechas to perfectly reproduce the movements that the human body can make, no matter how high the operating level is, it is not as flexible as the human body, and the attack and defense speed between mechas is extremely fast, Ji Xinghe could have used a longer gun. But it was enough. The Earl-class mecha body stagnated and died. Ji Xinghe's charging action did not stop because of this shot, but his speed slowed down a little, because he achieved a fatal shot while moving at high speed. Then he put away the gun at lightning speed. Kill. When the second word of kill was roared, the spear had already stabbed out again. The metal head of a Viscount-class imperial mech in front of him exploded in an instant. After completing this attack, Ji Xinghe's speed slowed down again. But he was still charging, and he was still roaring. Kill. The waist of a Baron-class imperial mech was pierced by the tip of the spear, and the angle was just enough to pierce its cockpit. Kill. Another Viscount-class imperial mech had its transmission joint of the right leg pierced by a spear and lost its ability to move. Kill. Another Earl-class Imperial mech that finally rushed in front of Ji Xinghe was already terrified but dared not charge, dared not attack. It knew very well what the outcome would be if it turned around and retreated at this time. It would not be killed by the angry Ado Kang, but it would be caught up and killed by Ji Xinghe, and then killed by Ado Kang. How could it attack and kill with fear in its heart? The heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold was swept away by the spear. Ji Xinghe, who rushed to its side, swept the spear and hit its head with the tail of the spear while kicking. When the Earl-class mecha fell to the ground with a bang, Ji Xinghe retreated 3 steps and completed the accumulation of power while completing the action of putting away the gun. Then stabbed out. Kill. Ji Xinghe, who was already standing still, turned sideways to avoid a slash of a Viscount-class Imperial mecha, and then kicked hard. The Viscount-class Imperial mecha, which was charging and slashing, instantly lost its balance and fell to the ground with its head stepped on by Ji Xinghe. Stamping his feet. Kill. When the 7th word of killing roared out, the Marcus-class Imperial mecha, which had slowed down and waited for an opportunity before, finally saw what it thought was an opportunity. When Ji Xinghe trampled on the head of the Viscount-class Imperial mecha, it thought that Ji Xinghe would inevitably lose the perfect control of balance and center of gravity. It suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Ji Xinghe. The mecha heavy sword made of tungsten steel gold was raised in its hand, but it did not swing it. It was waiting for the moment when Ji Xinghe fired his gun. As long as it could block Ji Xinghe's spear, it would be able to knock Ji Xinghe, who was standing on the body of the mecha, away in a charging posture. This was a very good battle choice, but what it didn't know was that Ji Xinghe's 7th kill was roared at it. The spear suddenly stabbed out, but the tip of the spear pierced the ground diagonally. How could this be blocked? The Marcus-class Imperial mecha, which was charging too fast and could not react, chose to draw its sword without hesitation. It wanted to use its own mecha to hit the barrel of Ji Xinghe's gun, and then swing its sword to kill Ji Xinghe. Everything happened in an instant. The Marcus-class Imperial mecha failed to hit the gun barrel as it wished, because Ji Xinghe did not intend to block its charge by sinking the spear into the ground. The real target of the spear tip was its foot. The tungsten gold spear, with incredible foresight and precision, first pierced the left foot of the Marcus-class Imperial mecha. And then the gun was swung horizontally. The mecha sword that the Marcus-class Imperial mecha swung out in a hurry could only cut on the gun body. Its charging posture did not slow down too much, and it continued to hit Ji Xinghe's mecha. Ji Xinghe had already let go. After blocking the knife, he chose to abandon the gun and at the same time made a barely detectable sideways maneuver. Shake hands into fists. At the moment the two mechas collided, Ji Xinghe's right fist had already hit the head visor of the Marcus-class mecha. The roar passed through the body of the mecha into the cockpit, deafening. The two mechas should have collided and fallen at the same time, but after the collision, one of the mechas took 3 steps back and remained standing. It was Ji Xinghe. His left hand had appeared at the shoulder, holding the hilt of the knife. He drew his knife. He stepped forward. In the 3rd second after the 7th shot of kill, Ji Xinghe swung his knife and slashed out. The blade pierced through the neck of the Marcus-class Imperial mecha and sank into the alien land, separating its head from its body. There was no time to kill the surviving Imperial Marcus in the cockpit, nor was there need to kill it personally. Without the mecha, it would surely die on the B-72 high ground, and no guerrilla could save it. Ji Xinghe raised his gun and put away his knife. He turned and ran. No one laughed at him for running away. Everyone who could see this scene felt that the shock in their hearts had reached an endless level. In the communication channel of the Xinghe team, Ji Xinghe's roar just now seemed to still be echoing. For all those who are sacrificing, kill, 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 kill. He said the word kill 7 times, and he killed 7 Imperial mechas, 1 Marcus class, 2 Earl class, 3 Viscount class, and 1 Baron class. The speed was so fast that the Imperial mecha squad led by the other 2 Marcus class Imperial mechas, totaling more than 40 noble mechas, did not have time to complete the encirclement even though they were well prepared. It gave Ji Xinghe the opportunity to pull away. Ji Xinghe, who was running away, was not running away in the eyes of many people. He was just pulling and fighting, like a god playing with a gorilla. He said that since it was a divine punishment, he had to become a god first. Ji Xinghe did not ascend on the spot, nor did he ascend to heaven, but he did what many people, many gorillas, thought humans could not do. So he became a god. At this moment, Qin Tong and Harris truly understood what Ji Xinghe had just said. They are different from us. There is no me in them. They are not me, They are different from us. There is no Ji Xinghe in them. They are not Ji Xinghe. An unprecedented sense of happiness appeared in the hearts of all the people in the Xing team, because they have Ji Xinghe, and they can fight side by side with Ji Xinghe. General Niuma, charging is complete, and the inspection has passed. Su Chuanian, the special mecha warrior of the Xing team, requests to go to war. As Su Chuanian's voice sounded, the mecha warriors of the Xing team shouted one after another. They were not applying, but telling Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, we are here. Qin Tuang gave the order in a voice that was forcibly suppressed. Xing team, assemble. In the machine repair area of B-72 Highland, 14 mechas rushed out in a line and rushed down the mountain, rushing towards Ji Xinghe who was fleeing. Ji Xinghe, who had no chance to fight, could only run away because he didn't want to be beaten to death. But when the Xing team finally arrived, he didn't have to run away anymore, and his escape just now was undoubtedly a pull on the enemy. It's a joke. The monkey is done with a joke, it's time to kill him. For all those who are sacrificing, kill them. P.S. For those who have read this during the limited free period, can you please vote for me and give me some recommendation tickets? My grades and statistics are terrible. Please support me for writing this seriously. I bow my head in thanks. Chapter 293. Let me destroy Xianshan myself. I'm Ji Xinghe. Everyone disperse. The full channel broadcast with a radius of 500 meters made the federal mecha warriors and soldiers who were fighting to the death start to retreat without hesitation. A huge gap appeared in the first line of defense of B-72 Highland, and the Empire's mechas could go straight up to the Highland from this gap. But no one was worried, because the gap was soon blocked by a mecha squad. Led by Ji Xinghe's Xianshan, supplemented by the mechas of Qin Tong, Harris, and Sichuanian, the Galaxy Squad, a total of 15 mechas, presented an assault formation that also looked like an arrow. But unlike the arrows of the Imperial Noble Mecha Corps, Ji Xinghe was the sharpest point of the Galaxy Squad. 2 Marcus-class Imperial mechas chose to assemble without hesitation, and the Imperial Noble mechas that followed them to charge also gathered in one place. There were also 45 Imperial Noble mechas. Among them, there were 2 Marcus-class, 6 Earl-class, 14 Viscount-class, and 23 Baron-class. Judging from their strength on paper, their strength is far higher than that of the Galaxy Squad, because the 2 ace mecha warriors of the Galaxy Squad, Ji Xinghe and Qin Tong, are not driving mechas exclusive to ace mecha warriors. There is no need to say much about Zhongshan. Qin Tong's mecha performance is comparable to Zhongshan. But although Qin Tong has become an ace mecha warrior, his operation level is not as good as Ji Xinghe, so he can't kill the Duke of the Empire, and he dare not say that he can win 100% against the Marquis of the Empire. Just like Harris. In a one-on-one duel, Qin Tong and Harris are confident to face the Marquis of the Empire, but this is not a one-on-one duel, and the Marquis of the Empire has more helpers. But facing the assembled Imperial Noble Mecha formation, the Galaxy Squad did not choose to retreat, avoid, or detour. They charged in groups, and their speed continued to soar. When the 2 sides were about to collide, Qin Tong's voice suddenly rang out. Open fire. Hearing this order, no one in the Galaxy Squad opened fire. Even Andre, who is now known for his fierce firepower, did not choose to open fire. It's not that they want to disobey the order of Qin Tong, the wartime commander, but because they know very well that Qin Tong's order is not for them. The sudden roar gave people a deafening feeling. On the alien planet, the sound can be transmitted to such an extent, so you can imagine how loud the original roar was. In the 3rd second after Qin Tong's order to open fire was issued, hundreds of shells flew from all directions and hit the formation of the Imperial Noble Mecha Corps directly. Some shells even appeared from behind the Galaxy Squadron, flew over their heads and then fell down. Because the shells fell very close, it looked very thrilling. But these shells did not cause accidental injuries, because the Federal artillery stationed on the B-72 high ground was from the 2nd Artillery Corps of Longzhou. Their strength has been famous on the Azure Star for a century. Not only shells, but also short-range missiles that use lasers for precision guidance. One of them hit an Count-class Imperial Mecha with great accuracy. Even though its armor protection capability was extremely strong, facing such a close attack, the Imperial Count Gorilla in the cockpit was also killed on the spot. Of course, a missile could not kill only one gorilla. The residual power of the explosion caused different degrees of damage to other Imperial Noble mechas that were very close. They were too close to the gun muzzle of B-72 Heights when they assembled and charged. They wanted to kill or injure Ji Xinghe too much? In the 10th second when Qin Tong issued the order to fire, the mecha formation composed of 39 imperial noble mechas was already a remnant of soldiers and generals. And this. It was just that B-72 Heights, which had sufficient firepower, smiled slightly and showed its fangs before the mecha battle that was enough to affect the entire battle situation was about to begin. So the victory or defeat was determined. Numbering completed, after the blind man's voice sounded, Qin Tong's voice sounded again. Lao Ji, number 1, Harris, number 2, number 1 and number 2 are both Marcus class Imperial mechas. They have stronger operating capabilities and their mecha defense is much stronger than that of Zhan Shan, so they did not die in the Federation's firepower bombing. The Imperial Marcus number 1, which Ji Xinghe is in charge of, has a completely intact mecha, but it doesn't matter, because it needs to face Ji Xinghe. The Imperial Marcus number 2, which Harris is in charge of, has some damage to its mecha, so Harris with a new mecha is enough. Taking advantage of the serious chaos in the formation of the Imperial mecha formation, Ji Xinghe and Harris left the Xinghe team without hesitation, ignoring the Imperial noble mechas they passed by, and ran straight to the 2 Marcus class Imperial mechas. Fight on their own. After discovering the target of the 2, the remaining Imperial noble mechas chose to give up charging towards the Xinghe team. They wanted to encircle Ji Xinghe and Harris. However, with all the members of the Galaxy team assembled, how could they be given the opportunity to besiege their teammates? Kill. Qin Tong had already determined the Imperial mecha that everyone needed to face, and after the order was issued, he roared at the top of his lungs. Kill. The sound of killing shook the communication channel, just like the hearts of all the people in the Galaxy team at this time. Their fighting spirit boiled to an unprecedented level. Because now they are fighting with the gods. When the Galaxy team finally collided with the Imperial noble mecha formation, an Imperial mecha had already fallen to the ground first. That was the Marcus class Imperial mecha that Ji Xinghe faced. And this inaudible sound of the mecha falling to the ground was like an order, and one Imperial mecha after another fell to the ground. The Galaxy team defeated each other, except Harris. But Ji Xinghe did not choose to help Harris directly. He took the lead in solving his opponent and drove the mecha around the battlefield. In the center of the circle he was circling, Harris and the Imperial Marcus were fighting fiercely, and on the periphery of the circle, there were the Count-class Imperial mechas that wanted to cross him to help. So no one could cross. Harris had the opportunity to fight the Imperial Marcus alone, and then succeeded. Awesome, Harris shouted with great pleasure. He finally destroyed a Marcus-class Imperial mech alone, and caught up with one of the footprints left by Han Li. After Han Li became an ace mech warrior, he destroyed 2 Marcus-class Imperial mechas in succession. Although he has only destroyed 1 Marcus-class Imperial mech now, and it was damaged by the bombing. He is not an ace yet. Harris's reason has nothing to do with this battle. He completed the combat mission without any damage to himself, and he has many combat missions. As he and Ji Xinghe were finally released, they joined the group battle of the Xinghe team. The Imperial Noble Mech Corps seemed to have encountered a wheat field harvested by a harvester. Just like what they did to the Federation mecha warriors and many soldiers who were just wearing military space suits. No apes can stop them, and new grudges are not overnight. The Galaxy team won all the battles. Report the damage to the mechas. Qin Tong's voice sounded before this wave of mecha group battles was completely over. Some mecha warriors who had left the battle range began to report. 7 mechas were damaged. The most serious one was a crippled mecha. The entire mechanical arm was cut off. There were 3 obvious cracks on the front protective armor, and the cockpit was almost broken. As a veteran of the first batch of the Galaxy team, his combat effectiveness was actually not bad. He has become an undisputed special mecha warrior. During this period of time, the mechas have also been modified to a certain extent, and all aspects have been improved. But just now, he and the Deaf Man faced 4 Viscount-level Imperial mechas. In a one-on-one fight, they were not inferior to the Viscount-level Imperial mechas, but under siege, the combat effectiveness of the 2 was still not enough for them to turn the group fight into a one-on-one fight. If the battle between Ji Xinghe and Harris had not attracted most of the Imperial mechas and was resolved quickly enough, making the battle one-sided, both of them would have died. Lame, deaf, Li-He, retreat. Qin Tong gave the order again, and the 7 warriors whose mechas were damaged reluctantly controlled their mechas to run to the repair area. The most uncomfortable one was Lame, because his mecha was too damaged, and it would take at least 2 days to repair it. In other words, he would not be able to participate in the battle in the next 2 days. The number of mecha warriors on the B-72 high ground was much less than the available mechas. They were all waiting to get the mechas before joining the battle. Even if Lame was a member of the Xing team, he would not have the opportunity to jump the queue. If he died in the battle just now, his mecha would be used by other mecha warriors after it was repaired. In addition to Lame, Def and others were also in a bad mood, because they could not participate in the battle in a short time. The one with the least damaged mecha would also need half a day to complete the repair. Just as they were reluctant to leave but quickly retreating, Chen Sun's voice suddenly rang out in the communication channel. Lame, upload your intelligent core data and make corrections that suit your driving habits as much as possible. Huh? Lame was stunned for a moment and then overjoyed. Was he going to build a new mecha for himself? Then he suddenly became panicked. Why for himself? Shouldn't it be decided by drawing lots? What would the brothers think? How would they look at me? Would they think I was using a backdoor? He was not afraid of getting a new mecha and then taking on more important and more dangerous combat missions. He was only worried that his brothers would be unhappy. New mechas, everyone wants them. Def, Lila hey, you too. Chen Sun continued to make arrangements. In the battles of these days, Ji Xinghe's personal achievements in destroying the Empire's mechas and charging the Empire's regular troops were converted, enough for the Xing team to get the merit of customizing 3 new mountain chopping class mechas. So he made the arrangements directly. No one in the communication channel questioned it, and no one asked why there was no drawing of lots. But Chen Sun still explained after he finished speaking. Lao Ji, Qin Tong, Harris, Sichuanayan and the others are no longer needed. The blind man and the cripple will have to wait until the end. We can still build 3 Xianshan class mechas. Give them to the cripple, the deaf man, Li Lehei, Zuo Shou, and Andre. You 6 don't have to worry. When their new mechas are completed, you will definitely start building them. After calculating the accounts, everyone in the Xing team understood. Qin Tong didn't want the new mechas of the Xing team because his mecha performance was at the same level as Xianshan. The performance of the mechas of the blind man and the cripple was very good, and they had to wait until the end for some reasons, so the Xing team only needed 6 new mechas in a short period of time. It takes time to build mechas. From the current situation, the time to build 3 new mechas is enough for their captain Ji Xinghe to get the merit of building 6 new mechas. Because the Duke of the Empire is coming. There is no doubt about this. Maybe if the transportation resources are tight, 9 new mechas will be delivered at the same time. Chen Sun's arrangement is very reasonable. The only problem is when will the Duke of the Empire come out, and how many noble mechas will they bring as support? Old Ji, you should go back to recharge the mecha. When Chen Sun made a reminder, the people of the Galaxy team suddenly reacted. Before, the energy of Ji Xinghe's mecha was close to the warning line. After a high-intensity battle, how much can be left? Ji Xinghe ran with the 7 mechas of the Galaxy team and began to support the defense line. From the speed, it seems that the energy is very abundant. It can be checked through the information sharing system, and it can be seen that Ji Xinghe's mecha energy is only 7%. It is possible to crash at any time due to insufficient energy. No, because they can't destroy Xianshan, Ji Xinghe said helplessly. Then I can only destroy Xianshan myself. I don't know why. The people of the Galaxy team heard some loneliness from Ji Xinghe's helpless tone. Chapter 294, Strike with Thunder to the Star River. What do you think? Ada Kang looked at Zhan Shan, who was gradually getting wounded on the battlefield, and asked the 2 imperial dukes behind him. The brave Grand Duke spoke first. Ji Xinghe did not use the full power mode of the mecha, so the speed of charging and completing maneuvers has slowed down a lot. It is normal to be damaged in the battle. If those rubbish were not dead, Ji Xinghe could be killed at this time. The battle between mechas is essentially not much different from the battle between people, or people and gorillas. Speed, strength, reaction, skills, defense, ability to withstand blows, and endurance are all important factors that can determine the outcome. The full power mode of the mecha is undoubtedly the peak state of the mecha's performance, just like the S-gear of those cars on the Azure Star. After it is engaged, the acceleration ability will rise in a straight line. At this time, Ji Xinghe's Zhan Shan is like a car with energy-saving mode turned on. The purpose is to save fuel, and the performance will naturally be severely attenuated. Even a skilled cook cannot cook without rice. Even Ji Xinghe, who had strong operating ability, was often hit by the Imperial mecha during the battle while driving the weakened Xianshan. As a result, there were more and more cracks on the protective armor. After the Manayong Grand Duke finished speaking, the Grand Duke Luosu expressed a different opinion. I think Ji Xinghe did it on purpose. He clearly had time to go back and recharge his mecha, and the time consumed was nothing for this protracted battle, but he still chose to fight in energy-saving mode when he was low on energy, on purpose. Ada Kang's tone rose. Why on purpose? He wanted us to kill him, and then, Grand Duke Luosu hesitated for a moment before saying, kill us. What can he use to kill us? Ada Kang continued to ask. After his mecha was damaged, it cannot be repaired in a short time. The estimated repair time for his previous mecha is 3 days, and it's only the second day now. Luosu hesitated for a moment before answering. Use that mecha made of tungsten steel alloy, or a brand new mecha, like the 2 new mechas in his mecha team that are not weaker than his current one. It was talking about the new mechas of Harris and Sichuan. Ada Kang's tone suddenly showed some approval. You mean, his previous mecha may not need that long to repair? Yes. Although I don't understand the manufacture and maintenance of mechas, in my opinion, with the Federation's mecha technology, the mecha they built with tungsten steel alloy should not be so easily damaged, especially when that mecha is operated by Ji Xinghe. After a few words of conversation, the severely damaged Zonshan staggered away from the battlefield, looking like he was running away. The destination must be the machine repair area on B-72 Highland, where repairs and charging need to be completed. So far, the Empire still cannot determine the exact location of the machine repair area, and even if it is determined, it is difficult to use long-range firepower to carry out a blanket strike. Because similar areas are generally built underground. Both the Federation and the Empire have a lot of powerful firepower, but the power of these firepower will be greatly weakened when facing the Earth. Even nuclear weapons cannot cause direct damage to a location hundreds of meters underground. Luosu. You overestimate them, Manayong denied. I admit that they are only slightly inferior to us in intelligence, but this kind of plan needs absolute strength to support it. Ji Xinghe is very strong, but he can't do it. Ada Kang asked, why can't he do it? Manayong said confidently, because of his physical fitness. Even if he goes back now, he can drive the previous mecha, and the damage to that mecha is actually very low, and its performance can be maintained at its peak, but his physical fitness is enough for him to fully exert the performance of that mecha. Humans consume physical energy when driving mechas, and so do gorillas. But under normal circumstances, the physical fitness of gorillas is 2 to 3 times that of humans. They are full of animality in the eyes of humans, and can launch attacks that last longer. This is also one of the disadvantages of the Federation facing the Empire. You all said very well, so, Ada Kang paused for a moment, and then said in a cold tone, if Ji Xinghe comes out driving the previous mecha, Manayong, you go and kill him. Manayong was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to make some excuses, but he didn't dare to say it after all. Ada Kang couldn't kill it directly, even if it chose to disobey military orders, because it was the Grand Duke of the Empire, and even if it was guilty, it should be punished by the Emperor of the Empire himself. And these punishments definitely do not include killing it. At the level of Marquis and Duke, except for the crime of rebellion, they almost all have a gold medal of immunity from death. But it is only immunity from death. Their fiefdoms, power, and everything else will be severely affected, and their titles may be deprived. And after losing the title, what is the so-called gold medal of immunity from death? You can only be exempted from death once. If you really want to kill it, how can you only try it once? Yes, Manayong agreed. Then he started to operate in the cockpit. He wanted to mobilize all his guards. The great nobles of the Empire do not have the power to raise private armies. Even a prince like Ada Kang does not have the power to form his own private army. But they can form guards of different standards. When they come to fight on alien planets, the guards they bring are generally composed of mecha warriors. The guards of Manayong have a total of 60 mechas, all of which are aristocratic mechas, including 40 Baron level, 16 Viscount level, and 4 Earl level. They are all composed of nobles and are around its fiefdom. It is worth mentioning that 2 of the owners of the Earl-level mechas were originally members of the guards of Bilrosi IV, but after Bilrosi was captured, these 2 Imperial Earls immediately defected to the Grand Duke Manayong. Judging from the strength on paper, Manayong's guards are stronger than the Galaxy Squad. But Manayong was afraid that he might not be Ji Xinghe's opponent. If he was defeated by Ji Xinghe first, and his guard battalion failed to gain an absolute advantage in the face of the firepower attack of the Federation and the attack of other mecha warriors of the Galaxy Squad, the end was doomed to be annihilation. Man Iwang, who chose to be cautious, began to use his authority and connections to mobilize more noble mechas. Two imperial marquises chose to respond to his call and brought their own guard battalions to follow him to fight. This mobilization affected the Empire's attack on B-72 Heights to a certain extent, because Man Iwang and the two marquises who responded to it all assumed a certain degree of command tasks. However, the main command task was undertaken by monkeys with noble status and corresponding powers. They all had in relatively safe positions to command, so this impact was not actually that great, and Ada Kang, the supreme commander, chose to acquiesce. When Man Iwang was ready, a mecha that they were very familiar with appeared on B-72 Heights. They didn't know that the name of this mecha was General Armor, otherwise, Ada Kang, the great general of the Empire, would most likely choose to kill Ji Xinghe himself. Seeing Ji Xinghe, who had been fighting continuously and had no time to rest, once again drove the General Armor into the battle on B-72 Highland, Man Yong's eyes suddenly showed joy. Ji Xinghe is slower than before. He did not choose to go down the mountain, but chose to support their defense line on the mountain. This shows that there is definitely a problem with his physical fitness. Man Yuang did not say this to Ada Kang and Luo Su, but to himself. Facing such a Ji Xinghe, it needs to use this method to increase its confidence. It must be said that the armor-piercing combat strength shown by Ji Xinghe has reached a whole new height. The mobility of that mecha is weaker than before, and it has not been completely repaired. Man Yuang continued to observe and continued to increase his confidence. Ada Kang was a little impatient. Then go and kill him. Yes, Man Yuang drove the mecha out of the bunker, ran along the trench with a roof for a distance, and then joined his guard battalion. The other two marquises also assembled in the process. Their guard battalions each had 40 mechas, which were also composed of noble mechas, but there were no Earl-level imperial mechas among them. Let's go. Man Yuang didn't say any nonsense or shout any slogans. He led the team out of the bunker and appeared on the battlefield. He ran at full speed from the beginning, aiming directly at Ji Xinghe, which was located at the first line of defense on the B-72 Highland. The two imperial marquises followed suit, and a total of 143 imperial noble mechas launched a charge with Ji Xinghe as the target. Not only them, there were always imperial mechas on the battlefield charging towards Ji Xinghe, or blocking Ji Xinghe when he was charging. A rough calculation shows that Ji Xinghe and the 7 mechas of the Galaxy Squad, led by him, are about to face the siege of at least 200 imperial mechas. The command of the Empire changed the combat strategy at the first time, and mobilized more mechas to rush to the position where Ji Xinghe was. The number of imperial mechas that Ji Xinghe and his Galaxy Squad need to face has increased to more than 300. If Ji Xinghe retreats, the gap left by Ji Xinghe will be broken through by them. With the combat effectiveness of so many imperial mechas, they can directly break through the third line of defense of B-72 Highland. The fourth line of defense can't stop them. If Ji Xinghe does not retreat, the Federation, which is relatively slower than them in mobilization speed, will pay a very heavy price here. Ji Xinghe and Qin Tong, the newly promoted ace mecha warrior, will die here. Ji Xinghe, what will you choose? Ada Kang looked at the changes on the battlefield and asked curiously. But the only imperial guerrilla who could hear his voice was Luo Su. Ji Xinghe couldn't hear, but Ji Xinghe answered. After he determined the position of Man Iwang, he chose to charge down the mountain without hesitation. But what shocked Ada Kang and Luo Su was that only Ji Xinghe was charging down the mountain. The 7 mechas of the Xinghe team that were originally guarding Ji Xinghe ignored Ji Xinghe and continued to defend the first line of defense. It's a trick, absolutely a trick, Luo Su said in surprise. Contact Man Iwang for me. No need to contact it. Ada Kang suddenly interrupted Luo Su and said in a cold tone, I want to see what the trump card of Ji Xinghe and the Federation is. Luo Su was silent, but he didn't contact Man Iwang to retreat after all. At this time, Man Iwang, who was charging, also found something wrong. No matter how powerful Ji Xinghe was, he would not dare to charge against these more than 200 mechas alone. Is it a pull and pull battle? Or should we gather our formation more closely and use artillery fire when the distance is closer? Man Iwang also felt that there was a trick, but he was not afraid. Because it brought many mechas, and there were also many military vehicles equipped with anti-missile systems, following them to charge. Seeing Ji Xinghe going straight down the mountain and then rushing towards him in the plains, the federal firepower attack against him was very weak. Man Ayong suddenly had a strong confidence. Let Ji Xinghe come over, as long as he dares to rush in front of me, then surround him. Man Ayong did not believe that Ji Xinghe could kill him in seconds, because his mecha was also made of tungsten steel alloy, and its combat effectiveness was stronger than Bilrosi. How long did it take Ji Xinghe to defeat Bilrosi? As long as he entangled Ji Xinghe and led his personal guard battalion and the other two marquises surround Ji Xinghe, then Ji Xinghe would definitely die. It wanted to kill Ji Xinghe with its own hands, because even it was jealous of the merits represented by Ji Xinghe. It is impossible to be promoted to prince because of this, but it has too many children, and there are not enough titles to share. Ji Xinghe had anticipated its idea, so he chose to charge forward without hesitation. His target was the Grand Duke Man Ayong, and it looked like he only wanted to kill the Grand Duke Man Ayong. Ji Xinghe, who charged alone, completely ignored the other imperial noble mechas that had made way for him and began to surround him from behind and on both sides. Just as Ji Xinghe was about to be entangled by Man Ayong, and then besieged by more than 300 imperial mechas, most of which were imperial noble mechas. Tu Yuan in the command center of Nanchunman space station suddenly laughed. Voices rang out in the command center one after another. Eastern Kanglong Fleet, the Jiao space battleship is in place. The electromagnetic pulse energy main gun begins to charge. Confirmed that the General Armor's electromagnetic pulse protection function is complete. It has been confirmed that the General Armor's electromagnetic pulse energy impact protection component is intact. Confirmed that the laser traction beacon is fully functional. Confirmed that the laser traction beacon is fully functional. The electromagnetic pulse energy main gun has been charged. Colonel Ji Xinghe, please activate the laser traction beacon and turn on the electromagnetic pulse energy impact protection component. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded extremely calm. It has been activated and turned on. Tu Yuan's voice sounded, with a faint smile. Strike at Xinghe with thunder, fire. Chapter 295 The Escaped Imperial Prince. Tu Yuan's order was somewhat literary, but the attack called Divine Punishment was not literary. As his order was issued, the Jiao space battleship floating in the vacuum of the universe released a beam of energy that looked extremely thin in space. The light blue energy beam had the speed of thunder, as Tu Yuan said, and it had truly connected the sky and the earth in a breath. The sky was the Jiao space battleship belonging to the Eastern Kanglong space fleet of the Federation Dragon continent. The earth was the general armor driven by Ji Xinghe, the alien land where he stood, and the battlefield in the plain area under the B-72 Highland. Surrounded by more than 300 imperial mechas, the general armor who had just rushed to the mecha driven by the Man Ayong Grand Duke did not raise his spear to launch a fatal blow as Man Ayong and other imperial guerrillas expected. Ji Xinghe controlled the general armor to stop, and raised the spear in his hand, pointing the tip of the spear at the sky. The laser guidance beacon device fixed in advance of the connection between the tip of the spear and the gun barrel looked very small compared to the gun body, and was not obvious before this moment. But when it guided the light blue energy beam that fell from the sky and smashed down, Man Ayong finally noticed its existence, but it was too late. The energy beam that looked very slender in space became extremely thick when it fell on the alien land. The diameter was more than 3 meters, and with the tip of the gun as the guide, it instantly submerged Ji Xinghe completely. It looked like the energy main gun of the Federal Fleet hit their ace mecha warrior because of a mistake. But this is not the energy main gun that the Federation has been studying, but the electromagnetic pulse energy main gun. Ji Xinghe, who was driving the general armor, was unscathed in the light blue beam. No, it should be said that the light column. When it was completely covered, the long gun he raised was finally put down and lightly touched the ground. As if to cooperate with his action, the energy light column that fell from the sky suddenly exploded at the moment the tip of the gun landed. It looked like a light blue light ball, which instantly expanded into a huge ring, and expanded rapidly at a height of about 3 meters above the ground until it completely submerged the more than 300 imperial mechas that surrounded Ji Xinghe. Warning, anti-electromagnetic pulse. The alarms of the intelligent corps sounded in all the cockpits of the imperial mechas within the attack range. But these alarms disappeared without exception before they could finish. Because with the explosion of the energy beam, the electromagnetic pulse energy contained in it also exploded. From the perspective of spectral imaging, it is a golden ring, following the light blue ring, passing through the more than 300 imperial mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe. Some nuclear electromagnetic pulse waves generated after the nuclear explosion. When the second ring spread out, the light blue energy beam that connected the sky and the earth suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The more than 300 mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe also looked unscathed, as if to prove that nothing had really happened just now. But did nothing really happen? A wisp of green smoke floated from behind Ji Xinghe, and with a click, a mounting kit automatically fell off and hit the ground. The beacon device on the spear in General Ji's hand was also damaged. All these phenomena prove that everything that happened just now was not an illusion, but a real fact. What can be used as proof is the imperial mechas that began to fall to the ground. They had already completed the encirclement of Ji Xinghe before, and it was a real encirclement. The gap between the mechas was less than 2 meters, and more than 300 imperial mechas were stacked one after another. Even if Ji Xinghe wanted to charge and then leap over, it was impossible. The charging distance became shorter and shorter as their encirclement continued to shrink. The encirclement became thicker and thicker, which had exceeded the maximum leaping distance of the general armor. But now, these imperial mechas surrounding Ji Xinghe fell to the ground one after another like harvested leeks. Some imperial mechas that were too close to each other collided when they fell to the ground, like stacked arhats. Various panicked shots rang out in their communication channels. None of the guerrilla pilots in the mecha cockpits died, and they were also unharmed. But their mechas are all dead. More than 300 imperial mechas are still stacked in circles, but they have lost the ability to surround Ji Xinghe and the ability to continue fighting. Not only them, but also the various military vehicles that cooperate with them in the charge, whether they are armed armored vehicles or missile launchers, or vehicles equipped with anti-missile systems, are all in a state of flameout. Their anti-missile systems can prevent them from being bombarded by the Federation's firepower coverage when they are too dense. But they can't defend against the main cannon of electromagnetic pulse energy from space. Within a radius of 600 meters, the only two mechanical creations that have not been turned off are Ji Xinghe's general armor and the Brave Duke-class mecha. They are all made of tungsten steel alloy. The strong defense is not only reflected in the face of artillery fire, but also in attacks similar to electromagnetic pulses. If you really compare them, the general armor uses secondary casting of tungsten steel alloy, so its defense is not as good as the Brave mecha. But Ji Xinghe prepared a kit to prevent electromagnetic pulse energy bombardment in advance, and a slight gap is enough to be smoothed out, or even create a new gap. In fact, the gap is really obvious. Man Iong, who was about to lead the crowd to attack Ji Xinghe, just raised his weapon to block Ji Xinghe's fatal blow. Why did you stop? Why did you point your gun to the sky? Where was the fatal blow? Many doubts in Man Iong's mind just flashed through his mind, and he saw a beam of light falling from the sky hitting Ji Xinghe. He was so shocked that his operation of the mecha stagnated. Listening to the ghosts and wolves howling in the communication channel, and watching the mechas that suddenly went into a downtime and then fell to the ground, Man Iong finally understood. It turned out that it was such a fatal blow. Without any hesitation, Man Iong faced Ji Xinghe alone and completed the turning maneuver as soon as he came to his senses. He ran as fast as he could. He accelerated madly. He wanted to escape. But the imperial mechas that were used to surround Ji Xinghe before have turned from its helpers to its obstacles. The layers of obstacles have left it with almost no foothold. With its ability to control the mecha and the performance of the mecha it was driving, it was completely possible to use continuous leaps and land accurately on the open ground with big steps. But the problem was that the gravity of the alien planet was too low, so the landing time of the leap would increase. Its speed would become slower. The terrified Grand Duke of the Empire, Man Iong, saw Ji Xinghe, who had already charged at it again, through the camera behind his head. On the Federal mecha, there were as many Venus as stars, and the most conspicuous large Venus on the chest represented Bilrosi IV. Man Iong knew this very well, so his inner fear gradually climbed to the extreme. In a careless move, it, which was more powerful than Bilrosi IV, actually fell to the ground because of a misstep. Although it twisted its body to restore its balance in the first time, it was enough for Ji Xinghe to catch up with it. Idiot, Ada Kang, who saw this scene with his own eyes, cursed. But Luo Su, who was standing behind it, knew that Ada Kang was not only scolding Man Iong, but also many gorillas, monkeys, and even Ada Kang himself. The Federation actually developed such a weapon? He had no time to care about the Man Iong Grand Duke, who was being beaten by Ji Xinghe. The Empire was unable to support him. The Federation, which had been prepared, had already sent mechas and various vehicles to swarm down the mountain from the B-72 high ground. Even if the Empire wanted to kill Ji Xinghe with long-range firepower regardless of the enemy and ours, given the defense of the general armor and the number of anti-aircraft missile vehicles that were quickly supported, it would only waste ammunition and kill the guerrillas inside the imperial mechas that fell to the ground, 2 marquises, 4 earls, and many small nobles. Although their fate was destined to be death, it was actually crucial to die in whose hands. Luo Su could not bear the consequences of losing 800 without gaining anything. Report, give me the analysis report, immediately, right away. Luo Su did not avoid Ada Kang and roared in the communication channel. He was one of the commanders of the Empire against B-72 Heights. Man Ayong was also a commander, but he was actually responsible for the attack on the side where Han Li was. As Ada Kang came incognito, Man Ayong ran over to flatter him regardless of the battle situation. And as Man Ayong was about to die, Luo Su became the undisputed supreme commander. It can be confirmed that it is an electromagnetic pulse weapon. The response sounded quickly, because the Empire was not unfamiliar with this weapon. But the anti-electromagnetic pulse device used on our mecha was damaged when it was hit by the first energy impact. Except for the mecha of Grand Duke Man Ayong, which was not affected because it used tungsten steel alloy. All other mechas within the attack range and their electronic components were seriously affected. The analysis result was very simple, and they could not say more complex and detailed things for the time being. Luo Su took a deep breath to calm down, and then said, "General, I want to suspend this attack first." Ada Kang asked, "Why?" "Because of morale, because Ji Xinghe is not dead, because we have lost more than 300 mechas, and they are all elite, most of which are nobles, because, if I don't participate in the battle personally, no one can stop Ji Xinghe. He can destroy our air defense facilities like before, and then let the Federation cover our forces with firepower, but I dare not fight, at least not for the time being," Luo Su answered without any concealment. Ada Kang asked again without comment, "After suspending the attack, what are you going to do?" "Study their new weapons, and at the same time, shift the focus of the attack to the other side," Luo Su said, and his self-confidence recovered a little. Ji Xinghe's mecha is very strong, but the mecha used by the Federation Ace Mecha Warrior on the other side is only equivalent to the mecha used by the Marquis under normal circumstances. If nothing unexpected happens, I can kill him and then break through the Federation's defense line from his side, and Ji Xinghe can't take care of both sides at the same time. If nothing unexpected happens, Ada Kang's tone rose. Yes, Luo Su's tone was a little helpless. Although the possibility is very low, there is indeed a possibility. That is, the Federation Ace Mecha Warrior on the other side has actually obtained a mecha that can make him stronger, but he never uses it in order to paralyze us, even if it causes greater casualties in the Federation. Makes sense, Ada Kang agreed and said, "You command yourself, I'll leave first." Luo Su never thought that Ada Kang would leave at this time. But when he thought of the beam of light that just fell from the sky, he suddenly understood why Ada Kang left at this time. "Farewell, General." "Yes." Ada Kang waved his hand while controlling his mecha, left the observation room and arrived at another underground bunker. There is a diamond-shaped metal body here. When the small jump gate was successfully activated, Ada Kang stepped into it at the first time, and the guards led by it followed closely. There are only 12 mechas, no more and no less. Judging from the badges on their chests, they are all Earl-level Imperial mechas, but this is only because the drivers of them all have the title of Imperial Earl. Judging from the performance of the mechas, these 12 mechas are all Duke level, and all use tungsten steel alloy to cast the fuselage. If they all participated in the battle, B-72 Heights would be breached within 3 hours, Han Li would die, Qin Tuang would die, Harris would die, many people would die, and Ji Xinghe would run away. But they all left. Because they are afraid of death, and Ada Kang, the Prince of the Empire, is even more afraid of death. When the jump gate was closed, facing Ji Xinghe's crazy attack, the brave Grand Duke finally couldn't hold on. It died. In fact, it wanted to surrender, but it thought Ada Kang was still watching it fight, so it didn't dare to surrender and could only die in battle. Luo Su, who was watching the battle, was actually very clear about Man Ayong's character, but he did not remind Man Ayong to surrender. He wanted Man Ayong to die more than Ji Xinghe. There is indeed a problem with Ji Xinghe's mecha, otherwise, he would not have spent so much time to kill Man Ayong, and he was successfully hit by Man Ayong many times. Then, I have a chance to kill 3 Federal Ace Mecha warriors with my own hands and capture this place. Luo Su suddenly had a wild ambition in his heart. P.S. I will add more chapters for the reward from the leader of 9 Chuan boss. I still owe 3 chapters, and I also owe more chapters for the reward from the Hall Masters of Ziwan and Nightwish. Sorry. I was too busy some time ago, so I have paid them back in the past few days. Chapter 296. Like Colonel Ji Xinghe. B-72 Highland stopped again, but it was completely different from before. This time, Ji Xinghe, who finally killed the Grand Duke of the Empire, drove the General Armor back for a short rest, and then went down the mountain again. The Empire did not launch a full-scale attack on B-72 Highland, so he launched a full-scale attack on the Empire alone. He did not bring anyone from the Xinghe team, Qin Tong, the Ace Mecha warrior, nor did he bring Harris, who was about to become an Ace Mecha warrior. Because these 2 guys are Ace Mecha warriors who are not worthy of the name, being able to get 100 gold stars does not mean that they can compare with Ace Mecha warriors like Han Li and Jackson. It is also very simple to make them worthy of the name. Either follow Ji Xinghe to learn and improve their own strength, or get the exclusive mecha specially built by the Federation for Ace Mecha warriors. If the 2 of them have a mecha of the level of the General Armor, their combat effectiveness will definitely be improved, and when they fight against the Duke of the Empire, the victory and defeat can be 50-50. Unfortunately, both methods take time. The 2 of them could not keep up with Ji Xinghe, and the blind man and the cripple, 2 future Ace Mecha warriors who were even weaker in comparison, could not keep up even more. The members of the Galaxy team could only watch Ji Xinghe, who went down the mountain alone, from the first line of defense on the B-72 Highland. Their mission was to respond quickly to support, but it was obvious that they had no chance to support because Ji Xinghe did not need it. Looking at the General Armor who was charging wantonly in the Imperial Army, everyone in the Galaxy team had envious expressions on their faces and their eyes were full of admiration. Not only them, but also many Mecha warriors, as well as those ordinary soldiers who could not wear armor but insisted on fighting. In an open chat channel that became lively because of the pause in the war, the captain of the Mecha team suddenly asked, "Is anyone in the Galaxy team? Please answer if you hear me." The captains of the Mecha teams are all special level and have higher authority, so they can speak directly, while most people can only chat by typing. Because the Galaxy team was mentioned, this chat channel with thousands of people online suddenly became quiet, and even the text messages that were swiping the screen frantically just now stopped. "Yes, we are all here. Is that Lieutenant Colonel Qin Tong? It's me. Hello, sir. I just want to ask, how long has Colonel Ji Xinghe slept? Because when I went to rest, I saw him fighting. When I woke up, he was still fighting. Could he not have slept?" This was a concern for Ji Xinghe's physical condition. The people in the Xinghe team immediately responded enthusiastically. Because all the members were special grade, they could all speak in this chat channel. 4.5 hours, I'm watching the time, 4.5 hours, how can he recover well? Shouldn't Colonel Ji Xinghe have a good rest? He should rest for at least 7 hours, don't worry, Lao Ji rested well. Did you guys not sleep for 7 hours? We couldn't sleep because we were too excited. My mental state is very bad now. In fact, if I need to fight, I may have to inject stimulants. And I have prepared not only stimulants, but also adrenaline. Lao Ji obviously doesn't need any stimulants or adrenaline. I feel that he slept for 4.5 hours, which is better than my usual 8 hours of sleep. Usually it's 8 hours. At times like this, my 12 hours of sleep is not as good as Lao Ji's 4.5 hours. Don't use adrenaline unless necessary, and use less stimulants, Qin Tong reminded. It will cause dependence, and then the whole person will slowly be useless. I know, I will only use it when it is necessary. The chat channel, which had become a little chaotic, became quiet again because of a question. A special Mecha warrior from Eagle Continent asked, "You, the Xinghe team, have been with Lao Ji for a long time. Have you learned his sleeping skills?" Sleeping skills. The people from the Xinghe team and many people from Longzhou were amused by this statement, but they didn't laugh out loud. "Yes, isn't this a kung fu?" The special Mecha warrior from Eagle Continent didn't realize there was anything wrong with his question. "Yes, it's a sleeping skill." Ahem, Su Chuanayan coughed and replied, "But to be more precise, it should be a martial art about sleeping, called the Sleeping Arhat Fist." Martial arts? Sleeping Arhat Fist. The person who asked the question became excited. What are the words? Type it and tell me. Su Chuanayan immediately wanted to type and send a text message.
Thousands of non-Longzhou soldiers in the chat room were eagerly waiting, staring at the screen in front of them. Some were visual windows in the cockpit of the mecha, some were projections on the face armor of individual exoskeleton armor, and more were projection screens on bracelets. But Chen soon interrupted this meaningless discussion. Okay, stop joking. Colonel Ji Xinghe only needs to sleep 4 or 5 hours a day. It's his innate talent. He has been like this since he was 10 years old. It has been 56 years. Hiss. The sound of sucking in cold air suddenly sounded from the communication channel. Those who are not members of the Xinghe team and have not been in base number 6 for nearly a year do not know about this. They have heard a lot about Ji Xinghe's deeds, but being in the midst of continuous wars, how can they have so much free time to know everything? So they were very shocked, just like Chen Sun, the blind man, the lame man and others who knew about this at the beginning. In the chat channel, countless question marks rolled wildly. A major staff officer in charge of commanding the battle was shocked. Sleeping 2 or 3 hours less than the rest of us every day is equivalent to having 2 or 3 more hours of available time. Over the past 56 years, what did Colonel Ji Xinghe do with all this time? The lame man replied, he used it to practice martial arts, read books, and study. The blind man added, a small part of it was used to play games, StarCraft. Of course, Lao Ji is not playing for fun, he just wants to learn about mechas in that game. Someone exclaimed, it's so terrifying, no wonder Lao Ji is so strong. Reed, who took over Harris's team, couldn't help but sigh, it's not that I haven't seen people with higher talents than me, but I've only seen Lao Ji who is more talented than me and works several times harder than me, only several times harder than you. Sichuan sneered, Reed, you think too highly of yourself. What do you mean? Let me ask you, if you lived on the Blue Star and worked as an ordinary auto mechanic, would you work as hard as you do now? Reed was stunned. And so were many people, because they were all working hard and struggling. But Sichuan's words hit the nail on the head. It is actually very common to struggle and work hard in a crisis or when there is a strong desire. But why would Ji Xinghe, who lives in a comfortable environment, work so hard? In those years, there was no war crisis in the Federation. When there was a war crisis, Ji Xinghe was already over 40 years old, and there was no reason to work hard to fight for humanity on the alien planet. Reed, who once questioned Ji Xinghe, was now convinced, but he still couldn't help asking, why? Why has Colonel Ji Xinghe been working so hard all this time? Many people were puzzled, even Qin Tong and Harris didn't quite understand. Only the left hand, who had followed Ji Xinghe from base number 6 to base number 5, witnessed Ji Xinghe's retrograde with his own eyes, and heard Ji Rongzhen's voices of why, could barely answer. The first half of my life was because of my hobbies and self-discipline, and the second half of my life was because of my responsibilities as a father, and my responsibilities as a grandfather. The chat channel fell silent again, and many people were stunned. They had all heard about the responsibilities of a father, and Ji Xinghe wanted to avenge his son, but what was the responsibility of a grandfather? Chen Sun, who was not careful enough to stop his left hand from speaking emotionally, sighed and added in the communication channel. Yes, Colonel Ji Xinghe has a granddaughter, the child of Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, who is 7 years old and is now in a living base. She is Colonel Ji Xinghe's only relative, and Colonel Ji Xinghe is also her only relative. This is not a secret. Everyone in base number 6 knows it, and everyone in base number 5 knows it, but it is all passed on by word of mouth. It is the first time that it is directly disclosed in such an occasion. The chat channel continued to remain silent, and no one spoke or typed for a long time. They were all looking down the mountain at this time. Among the thousands of sights, they reflected the exact same picture, Ji Xinghe fighting alone down the mountain. If a monkey blocks a monkey, kill the monkey. If an ape blocks a monkey, kill the ape. Relying on the powerful performance and defense of the general armor, Ji Xinghe is really unstoppable when the morale of the empire is low and most of the noble mechas are damaged. He is like a god descending on the battlefield, using death as a punishment to slaughter the aliens who brought war to the Federation and mankind. At the age of 66, why do you have such a strong desire to kill? Facing those imperial soldiers who fled in all directions, there was no mercy. At the age of 66, why do you have such a strong momentum? When everyone took the opportunity to rest, they chose to fight alone. At the age of 66, why do you have such a firm will? All the maneuvers of the general armor remained accurate and efficient after more than a month of high-intensity fighting. Ji Xinghe, who was in it, was more like a machine than the general armor. He was tireless, not bored, and not slack. In the process of getting to know Ji Xinghe, everyone knew that Ji Xinghe was carrying the revenge of losing a son. He came to the alien planet to take revenge. But what does this hatred mean to people on alien planets? Some comrades in arms died, and they wanted to revenge their comrades in arms. Some people's wives died, and they wanted to revenge their wives. Some people's husbands died. Some people's friends died. Some people's relatives died. Some people's fathers died, and their children joined the army to avenge their fathers. It is indeed rare for a 66-year-old to go to the battlefield to avenge his son, but how many of those whose descendants died on the battlefield will ignore this hatred? National hatred and family hatred refer to the hatred of the country being invaded and the hatred of the homeland being destroyed. The war between the Federation and the alien star is not actually a national hatred and family hatred, because the war has never reached a blue star. This war, which lasted for more than 20 years, was to avoid national hatred and family hatred from the perspective of the pattern. From the perspective of interests, it is for the resources of the alien star, the resources of the Empire star, and the jump gate technology owned by the Empire, representing the endless resources in the sea of stars. From the perspective of individuals, it is because of one personal hatred after another that people fight for the Federation, for humanity, and for revenge. Ji Xinghe's hatred is actually nothing great. But Ji Xinghe has a granddaughter, only one granddaughter. At the age of 7, he was on a foreign planet. Fighting for revenge is nothing special, and fighting for protection is nothing special. But carrying hatred and having to protect the only one he has, needing companionship but having to separate because of the war, and making himself as cold as a machine is human nature. It's really amazing. The people on the mountain looked at Ji Xinghe below the mountain, and finally understood what they were puzzled about, and understood what Zhu Osho said. Finally someone spoke up and asked, "Colonel Ji Xinghe must miss his granddaughter very much? He has been here for more than a month." "Yes, he misses his granddaughter very much, and his granddaughter misses him too." "Then, to what extent do we have to fight before Colonel Ji Xinghe can leave?" "Well, I want Colonel Ji Xinghe to go see his granddaughter." This question made the chat channel quiet again, because no one knew the answer. Chen Sun also knew, but he couldn't say it. Someone could say it, so he said it. "If you are asking about this battle, Colonel Ji Xinghe can evacuate when Qin Tong and Harris's ace mechas are in place." It was Han Li's voice. He was originally the only ace mecha warrior on the B-72 high ground, but Tu Yuan knew that he alone was not enough, so he asked Ji Xinghe if he was willing to come to support. Han Li and Ji Xinghe are enough. Qin Tong and Harris are not as strong as Ji Xinghe, but they are two people, and when Han Li and Ji Xinghe have killed an imperial duke respectively, it is enough. If, Han Li continued, "You are asking about our war with the Empire, when our ace mecha warriors are defeated and there are so many that Ji Xinghe, who is already 66 years old, does not need to participate in the battle, and he always rushes to the front. Colonel Ji Xinghe can take his granddaughter Ji Rongzhen back to the Azure Star to live." The people who heard these words were extremely hot in their hearts. It means that Ji Xinghe should accompany his granddaughter and return to the Azure Star. But isn't it also about letting them accompany their loved ones and return to the Blue Star? We have been fighting. We have been fighting for more than 20 years and we are still fighting. It is because we are not strong enough and have not been able to win. Therefore, we should become stronger. We must truly win this war. Han Li said at last. For those who have sacrificed, for all those who are sacrificing, please encourage each other with me, like Colonel Ji Xinghe. P.S. I will give an extra chapter for the leader reward of 9 Chuan boss. I still owe 2 chapters, please give me some monthly tickets. May is almost over, can you break 1000? Chapter 297, Light of Divine Punishment. In a conference room at the Empire's God's Mountain base on an alien planet, Ji Xinghe received a freshly made detailed analysis report. It was about the weapon that the Federation had just used on B-72 Plateau. The Light of Divine Punishment. Ji Xinghe frowned when he saw the name and the title. He didn't like to use the title of God on the Federation and humans. They took the initiative to tell us. It is said that their commander-in-chief of the battle on B-72 Plateau, a lieutenant general named Tu Yuan, asked them to tell us. After Ji Xinghe chose to challenge the enemy in front of the battlefield, there were some exchanges between the Federation and the Empire, but most of them could not be broadcast on the television media of the Azure Star because there were too many beeps. Tu Yuan, Ji Xinghe's brows relaxed and he smiled, a little mocking. I currently only remember the names of 4 humans, Li Anbang, Li Yuanba, Ji Xinghe, and that person, this name. I hope he has the ability to be remembered by me. Hearing the title of that person, a monkey sitting opposite Ada King frowned. It was just like when Anakin heard the title of Light of Divine Punishment just now. The other gorillas in the conference room did not show any special reaction, because they did not know that person. Tell me about it. Anakin read the report while calling the monkey. As the chief technical advisor of the Empire on the alien planet, OOSD, who was actually more like an ape species on the blue planet, looked very short sitting in front of Anakin. But it was very imposing. Except for Anakin, no gorilla in the conference room could suppress it. Because it had the title of Duke, and its teacher was the Dean of the Imperial Royal Academy of Sciences, it was also the monkey with the greatest hope of taking over this position. The Light of Divine Punishment sounds very powerful, but it is actually a combination of a pseudo-energy main gun and an electromagnetic pulse beam. The Federation, like us, has been researching energy main guns, but their progress is not much faster than ours. The power of the main gun is simply not enough to put it into use, and the energy dissipation during the firing process is one of the most difficult problems to solve with this technology. But the combat goal of the Light of Divine Punishment is not to cause direct destruction, but to damage the anti-electromagnetic pulse equipment on our mecha. With the power of the energy main gun they currently have, they can do this. The attack range is predicted to be a radius of 500 meters, and they cannot increase it in a short period of time because the energy dissipation cannot be controlled and the main gun muzzle can hardly withstand the energy impact of higher power. Anakin, who was reading the report, noticed a word and suddenly said, "Can't be imitated." Yes, it can't be imitated. Oodaj nodded and explained. First, this weapon attacks the cross-section, so the most effective way to attack is from top to bottom. And our space battleships can never gain air superiority, and even if we build it, we won't have a chance to use it. Second, we can imitate the energy main gun with the same power, and we can also imitate the electromagnetic pulse beam weapon. But the combination of the two, to be honest, I can't understand it, because it's not scientific. Ada King looked up in surprise and looked at us. His expression was as if he had seen the Light of Divine Punishment suddenly fall from the sky. One of the top scientists in the Empire, leading a large and top scientific research team, actually said something that was incomprehensible and unscientific. Ost spread his hands fearlessly. It's like the Federation doesn't understand our jump gate technology, and thinks it's unscientific to be able to research and use this technology normally with our technological level, so this is unscientific. Ada King breathed a sigh of relief. The gap between the two is too big. Just tell us how to defend it. Ost nodded. There are 2 methods. One is to use an air defense system to block the Light of Divine Punishment and prevent it from hitting the ground. This method is low cost, but the success rate is relatively low because the strike speed of the Light of Divine Punishment is too fast. The other is to add a single soldier anti-Light of Divine Punishment function to the mecha. In addition to the mecha, there are many other things that need to add this function. So the cost will increase significantly, but if all the modifications are completed, the success rate will be very high. Ada King made a decision after a little hesitation. The first one, okay. Ost immediately issued an order, and the huge scientific research team started to operate. They had already started research before, and both plans had initial results. Now they are just converting the results into laboratory prototype equipment, and then into mass production equipment. The speed is very fast, because the main force of Ost's scientific research team is on the Empire Star, and all production links are completed on the Empire Star, and then transported to the alien star through the jump gate. But before the transportation is completed, the Empire obviously dare not launch a dense mecha cluster battle again. Actually, I think they can still fight. Side analyzed, the Federation definitely does not have the ability to carry out this kind of modification on all their mechas. Ji Xinghe's mecha uses tungsten steel alloy, so they are not afraid, but how much tungsten steel alloy can they have? As long as there is no situation where Ji Xinghe rushes over alone, they will not be able to use the Light of Divine Punishment. This should be one of the reasons why they don't mind exposing this weapon. The deterrent significance of the Light of Divine Punishment is far greater than its actual combat significance. Ada King nodded in agreement. That's right, but the problem now is that they only let Ji Xinghe fight alone. At least that's the case on the battlefield that Luo Su is in charge of. Then kill him, Ost said confidently. It's just a mecha made of tungsten steel alloy. It's not invincible. I have 12 weapons that can kill him directly, General. Which one do you think Duke Luosu will choose? Ada King suddenly laughed. I think Luosu will not choose any of them. Why? Because none of the 12 weapons you mentioned can allow Luosu to kill Ji Xinghe personally. Is there a difference? Oast frowned and said, he's just an ace mecha warrior of the Federation. Duke Luosu should not be greedy for the merit that killing him personally represents. You don't understand. Ada King didn't explain too much, and said directly, the problem now is that Ji Xinghe must be killed by a duke like Luosu. Even the Marcus has no power to kill Ji Xinghe now, although they don't have the ability to kill Ji Xinghe. That's such a pity, stupid and reckless man. Ost cursed in his heart, but his expression and eyes did not change at all. Cowardly coward. Anakin also cursed in his heart, and his expression and eyes did not change at all. The two are actually the same species, but there is a slight error in the direction of evolution, so when dealing with the same thing, they will have completely different ideas. Fortunately, the Empire is now ruled by apes like Anakin who advocate the use of force. If it was ruled by monkeys like Ost hundreds of years ago, the war on alien planets would have become different. Ji Xinghe's analysis and judgment will not have any meaning, and the divine punishment plan will not be passed. As long as he appears on the battlefield, the Empire will kill him at all costs. To deal with a mecha, even if it is a general armor made of tungsten steel alloy, the Empire has at least 12 weapons that can kill him. Prepare some mecha weapons for Luosu, Ada King said softly. He is not as strong as Ji Xinghe. Even if Ji Xinghe's mecha has been damaged, he will not be Ji Xinghe's opponent. Okay, Ost agreed, and then asked curiously, General, when are you going to kill Li Yuanba? The Empire's General Command Center on the alien planet is in the battlefield of the God's Mountain, so Li Yuanba is in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. The same is true in reverse. Because Li Yuanba is in the battlefield of the God's Mountain, the Empire's General Command Center is also in the battlefield of the God's Mountain. But many gorillas and monkeys do not agree with the latter statement. In their opinion, the Empire has the ability to kill Li Yuanba at any time. Don't worry, Ada King's tone is calm, he doesn't have enough gold stars. When he has 1001 gold stars, I will kill him with my own hands, stupid reckless man. Ost cursed in his heart again. In his opinion, the Empire should kill the Federation's ace mecha warriors like Li Yuanba as soon as possible to hit the morale of the Federation and lay the foundation for victory in this war. But whether it is a prince like Ada King or a Grand Duke like Luosu, all they think about is the merit and glory of killing the strongest man in the Federation. They just want to kill the Federation's ace mecha warriors like Li Yuanba and Ji Xinghe with their own hands. What if, Ost reminded tactfully, what if the Crown Prince wants to kill Li Yuanba? Crown Prince. Ada King narrowed his eyes slightly. He is not as strong as his brother. Why? The brother of the current Crown Prince of the Empire was the previous Crown Prince of the Empire and died at the hands of Li Yuanba. Perhaps, because he has a mecha that is more powerful than the one his brother was driving at the time. How strong is it? I just received news that the Crown Prince got the Emperor armor. To be more precise, it is the Emperor armor of the previous generation. The Emperor armor was given to him? Haha. This is a news that Ada King just knew. It is sure that this is not the news that Ost just received, because the Emperor armor is the mecha of the Emperor of the Empire. Only by building a more powerful Emperor armor in advance, the Emperor armor of the previous generation will be eliminated. And the design and construction time of the new generation of Emperor armor will take at least 1 year. After a little hesitation, it said, then leave Ji Xinghe to him, and there is no need to prepare special weapons for Luosu. If he applies for it, tell him that he does not have enough authority, Alice. Oast sighed in his heart and responded with an unchanged expression, okay, send the analysis report to Luosu and tell him that unless he wants to kill Ji Xinghe, he doesn't need to worry about the light of divine punishment of the Federation. Yes, after Luosu got the report, he was a little helpless because he still wanted to kill Ji Xinghe first. For the Empire, the merit represented by killing Ji Xinghe is completely different from the merit represented by killing Han Li. Because there are 2 Grand Dukes who were defeated by Ji Xinghe, and only one was defeated by Han Li. Moreover, Ji Xinghe is the first mecha warrior of the Federation to challenge the Empire in front of the battlefield, and is one of the Federation humans who is destined to be written into the history of the Empire. Both the gorilla and the monkey want to leave a name in history. However, this one called Han Li is easier to kill because he doesn't have an ace mecha. The weak ones should be picked, and Han Li once again became a weak target in the eyes of the Empire. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 1 Emperor, 2 Kings, 3 Dukes, and 9 Marquises. The Empire, which had stopped attacking for 3 days, once again launched an attack on B-72 Heights. Ji Xinghe, wearing a general's armor, chose to lead the Xing team to fight as a team. Their combat goal was not to defend, but to take the initiative to attack down the mountain. To be more precise, their combat goal was the command system and air defense system of the Imperial Army. The assembled Xing team completed a task that everyone expected in just half a day. All Army report, Major Harris has received his 102nd Gold Star and has become an Ace Mecha Warrior. Before this moment, there was no full Army report about the fall of the Ace Mecha Warrior, so Harris became the 12th active Ace Mecha Warrior in the Federation. So far, the curse that there could not be 10 Ace Mecha Warriors in the Federation at the same time has been completely ignored by everyone. After a charge, the Xing team, which had achieved multiple combat goals, returned to the B-72 Heights machine repair area for rest, including Ji Xinghe. That is, when all of them evacuated the battlefield, Luo Su, who had been waiting for a long time, ordered a heavy force to attack the B-72 Highland from the other side. Its target was Han Li. As long as Han Li was trapped, it would rush out of the trench and lead the crowd to besiege Han Li. And no one knew this for the time being. I just confirmed the application for the exclusive mecha of the Ace Mecha Warrior. So, who of you wants my Choji mecha? Harris's voice was full of excitement. He had fought on alien planets for many years, and today he realized his dream. He was in a very good mood. I want it, Zuo Shou was the first to speak. I am about the same height and arm span as you. If you give me the Choji, there is no need to make any modifications. No one fought for it, because Zuo Shou was telling the truth. The structure of the mecha cockpit should be as consistent as possible with the height, arm span, and leg length of the driver, which is somewhat like the adjustment of the steering wheel and driver's seat when driving on the blue planet. But someone started to make fun of it. Left hand, how come you have become so stupid? Harris's trump card mecha needs at least 3 months to build. If it is built on Azure Star, it will be delivered half a year later. If you want to wait for his mecha, don't you have to wait half a year later? That's right, Lao Ji got the merit points of a half mecha again, and Captain Shen Mu and his team are very fast in building new mechas for us. I estimate that by the end of this battle on B-72 Highland, everyone will have a new mecha. After killing the Imperial Grand Duke Man Yong and seizing his Duke-level mecha made of tungsten steel, Ji Xinghe only got the contribution points to build a Zanshin-level mecha. It cannot be said that the Duke-level mecha is too cheap, but it can only be said that the cost of the new mecha built by Ji Xinghe for the Xing team is too high. The contribution point ratio determined before was 40% of the recycling value. Because the Duke-level Imperial mecha has tungsten steel alloy, the recycling value is relatively high, but 40% is only enough to build a new mecha of this Hanshin level. The remaining half was obtained by Ji Xinghe during the 3 days of continuous fighting at the foot of the mountain. If the Imperial mecha had not dared to charge at Ji Xinghe, and would only choose to avoid a battle or use conventional firepower for long-range attacks, these 3 days would have been enough for him to get the resources for a whole mecha. You know shit, the left hand said with a proud voice. Zanshin is about to be repaired. Lao Ji probably won't need to use Zanshin anymore. Harris won't use Zanshin anymore now that he has the Choji. Then I'll take over Zanshin. Is there a problem? Damn, shameless, you are such a left hand. No, I won't fight for the Choji, but I have to fight for Zanshin. This mecha is not only powerful enough, but also of extraordinary significance. I also want to try Zanshin. How about we draw lots? Draw your head, the left hand roared. Zanshin is mine. No one can snatch it from me. If you don't agree, fight me, wear armor or take off armor. Of course take off armor. Fuck, you're so shameless. You have a mechanical arm. Who can beat you except the cripple? And the cripple doesn't need Zanshin. When it comes to the combat effectiveness of the Xing team in the armorless battle, Ji Xinghe deserves the first place, but the second place is not Harris and Qin Tong who have become Ace Mecha Warriors, but the cripple with a mechanical leg. His leg was modified by Ji Xinghe before. His left hand, which has a mechanical arm, is equally powerful. Ji Xinghe doesn't even dare to compete with him to see whose fist is harder. But fighting is not entirely about whose fist is harder. I don't care. Anyway, I said it first, the fight was just a joke to release emotions. The ownership of Hanshin was successfully obtained by the left hand. After Chen Sun and others finished making a fuss, they made arrangements directly. Although it is 1.5 contribution points now, I have applied for it. The higher-ups have agreed to mobilize enough resources to build 2 new mechas for us. I plan to allocate these 2 new mechas to Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, and the 2 of them, these 2 mecha warriors, who have become special class mecha warriors, and Li Lehei, who had already obtained a quota for new mechas, are the second batch to join the Xing team. Only 5 of the 8 people at that time were left. After Xiao Fulei, Guo Yingke, and Wang Yong died, the Xing team never added any new members. I have no problem, Andre said in a relaxed tone. He was one of the first members of the Galaxy team, but until now he has not been allocated a new mecha, and he knows very well that the next quota for a new mecha will definitely not be him, but Zhang Yun or Liu Junle who joined the Galaxy team in the second batch. But he really has no problem, because his fighting style is different from before, and fire suppression is the kingly way of his dream. A mecha with higher performance does not help much to improve his firepower, and a good mecha should be given to teammates who need close combat. I won't let you wait too long. Ji Xinghe's voice made Andre feel better. Chen Sun said again, then arrange it like this, Lao Ji, what do you think their level will be after the new mecha is in place? The communication channel was quiet in an instant, and everyone pricked up their ears. Ji Xinghe spoke after a brief silence. Harris and Qintong, the 2 of them, are now only equivalent to the Marcus level of the Empire. If their ace-exclusive mecha is in place, it will be equivalent to the Duke level. Qintong and Harris nodded at the same time and said at the same time. That's it, Ji Xinghe continued. Sichuanian has a new mecha and weapons made of tungsten steel gold. His current combat power is equivalent to the Earl level, but if he is asked to fight against the Imperial Earl level mecha, the chance of winning is 50-50. Sichuanian argued in a low voice, actually, I think it should be 60-40, I'm 60, you 6 farts, shut up, Chen Sun scolded. Ji Xinghe ignored Sichuanian and continued, although the blind man and the cripple don't have new mechas, their mechas have been modified before, plus the weapons made of tungsten steel gold and their operating ability, they are also equivalent to the Earl level. The blind man asked curiously, Old G, if we get a new mecha, or, the exclusive mecha of the ace fighter, what level of combat power can we reach? The cripple was also curious about this question. Although they should be the most clear about their own strength, they trust Ji Xinghe's judgment more. When Han Li and the Imperial Duke Pumpaka fought against each other before, it was because of Ji Xinghe's voice guidance that he won. This undoubtedly adds a strong touch to Ji Xinghe's authority. If you use this Hanshin class mecha, you should be able to beat the Imperial Earl, I mean in a one-on-one duel. If you get the ace exclusive mecha, you will have a great chance of winning against the Imperial Marcus. The blind man and the lame man were a little disappointed, but not with Ji Xinghe, but with themselves. In terms of the ability to operate mechas, they still have some gaps with Harris and Qintong. Lame, deaf, Li Lehei, Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, after the new mechas of the 5 of you are in place, your strength will be equivalent to the Earl level. Liu Junle, Zhang Yun, the same goes for you. As for Andre, to be honest, I'm not sure, but if it's just close combat, Andre's strength is about the same as Sichuanian. After getting the new mecha, the chances of winning against the Earl level are 50-50. The morale of the Xing team suddenly dropped. Because the new Hanshin class mecha is better than the Imperial Earl class mecha in performance, but after they got the new mecha, most people could not beat the Imperial Earl, and that was when they all had tungsten steel gold weapons. It has to be said that the physical fitness gap between humans and gorillas is still too obvious. Even if all the members are special grade and the goal has become the ace of all members, it is difficult for the Galaxy team to surpass it. Don't think too much, Ji Xinghe comforted, I will give you special training. Yes, all of you. The morale of the Galaxy team suddenly soared. Sichuanian, who had just been reprimanded, became active again. Then let me summarize. No one stopped him, so he began to summarize. To put it simply, our current strength is 1 king, 2 marquises, 3 uncles, and 9 sons. After the 5 new mechas that have been confirmed to be built are in place, we will be 1 king, 2 marquises, 8 uncles, and 4 sons. After Lao Ji earns 4 more new mechas, no, 4.5 new mechas, and after these new mechas are in place, our strength will be 1 king, 2 marquises, and 12 uncles. After Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, and the cripple's ace exclusive mechas are in place, we will be 1 king, 2 dukes, 3 marquises, and 9 uncles. Su Chuanian, who finally finished speaking, was about to listen to everyone's praise, but was angrily rebuked by everyone. 1 king? Lao Ji's strength is invincible in the world. Why do you use king? That's right, 1 emperor is more like that. To be honest, Su Chuanian, your math is really bad. What's the matter with the last 3 marquises? He must have counted himself. Lao Ji clearly said that only the blind man and the cripple had the strength of a marquise after getting the ace mecha, so it should be 2 marquises and 10th marquise. He didn't count the special training that Lao Ji gave us. When the special training is over, our strength must have improved by leaps and bounds, and he didn't count the neural connection technology either. I think with Lao Ji's special training plus the neural connection technology, each of us should have at least the strength of a marquise, right? Yes, Qin Tong and Harris, the 2 of them, can at least kill an imperial prince, right? The blind man and the cripple, by then, can at least kill an imperial duke, right? Su Chuanian knew his mistake and corrected it immediately. I agree, so the complete galaxy team is 1 emperor, 2 kings, 3 dukes, and 9 marquises. Wait, what's the matter with the 3 dukes? Su Chuanian, you fucking, beep beep. The noise suddenly stopped because everyone's ears were ringing with an alarm, short and powerful, making people panic. The news then appeared in everyone's sight. On the northern defense line that Han Li was responsible for, there was a Duke-class Imperial Mecha, 3 Marquis-class Imperial Mecha, and 12 Earl-class Imperial Mecha. The number of Viscount-class and Baron-class noble mechas exceeded 100, and there were more than 800 regular-class Imperial mechas. In addition to the Imperial mechas responsible for surrounding B-72 heights and continuously launching attacks from other directions, and those Imperial mechas responsible for defending the Imperial air defense facilities. All the Imperial mechas that were able to move around B-72 heights rushed to Han Li's position. The Empire suddenly attacked with all its strength. Galaxy Squad, rush to help immediately. The command from the command center sounded, but before the Galaxy Squad gathered and charged, another voice sounded. It was Han Li. Lao Ji, this is an opportunity. Don't come to support me. Go and destroy all their commuter support vehicles and all their air defense systems. Ji Xinghe had already rushed out of the machine repair area in the general armor. He wanted to go to support first. He ran silently and ignored Han Li's words. Han Li, who did not get a response, easily guessed what Ji Xinghe was going to do. Lao Ji, this battle has lasted too long. It has been more than a month. Don't you miss Xinghe? If you miss this opportunity, we will have to fight for a longer time. As long as you do what I said, they will be trapped here by us. There are still more than 100,000 Imperial troops around us. We don't kill them. We just make them headless flies, unable to advance or retreat. With them, the Empire will not be able to launch a covering fire attack on B-72 heights. Our combat objectives can be achieved, and you can go back to Xinghe with peace of mind. Han Li, who has not received a response, has no time to talk nonsense. He took a deep breath and prepared to start the battle. Finally asked, Old Ji, do you believe me? Ji Xinghe, who was charging silently, still did not slow down. He also took a deep breath and answered out loud. I believe it. But I have to obey orders. Han Li was so angry that he laughed. This Ji Xinghe. But he really can't talk nonsense anymore, because his battle has begun. But some people don't need to fight, or want to fight in another way. Tu Yuan, who is in the command center of Nanxiamen Space Station, forcefully entered the communication channel of Ji Xinghe and Han Li, and gave orders directly without going through the command line. Ji Xinghe, immediately implement Han Li's combat plan. Han Li smiled happily. Ji Xinghe finally slowed down. P.S. This chapter is from yesterday. Chapter 299, so what if Han Li sacrificed himself? General, why don't you let Colonel Ji Xinghe go to support Colonel Han Li? We have the light of divine punishment. If we can hit it accurately, the Imperial mechas on the northern defense line will be captured by us almost intact, just like last time. Everyone who heard this remembered the scene after the first use of the light of divine punishment. Except for the mecha driven by the Imperial Duke Man Iong, all other Imperial mechas that surrounded Ji Xinghe lost their ability to move due to the impact of the electromagnetic pulse beam. When Man Iong was killed by Ji Xinghe, The Federal Mecha Corps that rushed to the scene in a cluster easily captured more than 300 Imperial mechas under the firepower on the B-72 high ground and the firepower cover of the giant Omujiao space battleship. Needless to say, the fate of those Imperial guerrillas who were still alive in the cockpit was self-evident. The more than 300 Imperial mechas that were destroyed by the light of divine punishment in that battle were not counted on Ji Xinghe's head. Otherwise, all members of the Xing team would have received the quota of the new Zanshan-class mechas. Maybe there will be a second new mecha of the General Class A. Tu Yuan did not answer this question because he was too lazy to answer it. The staff officer standing next to him, who was also one of the first federal soldiers to know Ji Xinghe, answered it out loud. Because our combat goal has never been to destroy a certain number of Imperial mechas. Whether it is a Marcus or a Duke, it is actually not important. What is important is that as long as B-72 Highland is under our control, we can carry out a covering strike on the three main forces of the Empire attacking base number 6. The person who asked the question was silent for a moment. These days, watching the Mecha warriors of the Federation fighting hard, watching Ji Xinghe and Han Li each kill an Imperial Duke, and charging and killing among the thousands of troops. Some of them have overlooked one thing. In the war between the Federation and the Empire, mechas are important, but definitely not the most important. Firepower is king. Ji Xinghe is very strong, and Han Li is very strong. But it took Ji Xinghe more than a year to get 563 gold stars, while the light of divine punishment only took a few seconds to get more than 300 gold stars. How can they be compared? But Colonel Han Li, someone still spoke up, hesitantly. How could someone who could talk directly to Tu Yuan in the command center not understand the importance of B-72 heights? The core problem of strategic goals being ignored is that they don't want to see Han Li die in battle. With fewer people against more, weaker people against stronger people, without the light of divine punishment, and without Ji Xinghe's help, some people have already felt sad in their hearts in advance. Now we can let Colonel Han Li retreat, and Colonel Ji Xinghe will lead the Xing squad to take over the defense battle in the north of B-72 heights. Colonel Han Li can take over Colonel Ji Xinghe's mission, and we can also achieve the combat objectives mentioned by Colonel Han Li. When many people thought that Han Li was doomed to die, they proposed to exchange Ji Xinghe for Han Li. Is it because they want Ji Xinghe to die instead of Han Li? Of course not. Tu Yuan, who had been paying attention to the battle information icon in front of him, raised his eyebrows and finally spoke. Why? Do you all think Ji Xinghe is stronger than Han Li? Why? No one answered Tu Yuan's question, so Tu Yuan pressed for it. Speak, so someone spoke up. Because Colonel Han Li has been beaten by Colonel Ji Xinghe more than once, this sentence seemed to be a drop in the ocean, and someone else continued to speak. Because the last time Han Li was able to defeat the Imperial Duke Pumpaka, it was because of the command of Colonel Ji Xinghe. Stepping on its toes, I will remember this move for the rest of my life, because Colonel Ji Xinghe has the general armor, and the general armor can use the light of divine punishment. As long as Colonel Ji Xinghe appears on the battlefield on the north side, those Imperial mechas will not dare to fight in groups. They will be dragged and trapped by Colonel Ji Xinghe, and then killed one after another, because Colonel Han Li once said in public that Lieutenant Ji Xinghe said that his father Ji Xinghe, our Colonel Ji Xinghe, is the mountain with the highest individual military power in the Federation. Now, the mountain is on the mountain, because of the general armor, because Colonel Ji Xinghe has the general armor, although Colonel Han Li also has a new mecha, he has no time to conduct actual machine testing and familiarize himself with the control. Can he really bring out the full performance of the new mecha? General, Colonel Han Li did not change to new mecha, he is still fighting with the previous mecha. What if he has no chance to change to new mecha? A series of reasons made Tu Yuan feel a little scalp numb. He originally had no expectations for Ji Xinghe, but just regarded him as a tool for recruiting soldiers. What's so great about knowing Kung Fu? There are far more than Ji Xinghe in the Federation who know Kung Fu. There are many masters in the military in peacetime, not to mention the Federation army that has been at war for more than 20 years. No matter how good the Kung Fu is, one shot can knock him down, not to mention the era of mecha. But Ji Xinghe told him with facts that knowing Kung Fu is really amazing, and knowing Kung Fu and driving mecha is even more amazing. Mecha can do martial arts, and no one can stop it. So Tu Yuan began to look up to Ji Xinghe, and more, until when planning the B-72 Highland combat plan, Ji Xinghe was regarded as the most important one. But now it seems that his high opinion of Ji Xinghe is still not high enough. These people who are in the Nanchaman space station and have almost never reached the surface battlefield of the alien planet have reached an unprecedented level of expectations for Ji Xinghe, the oldest recruit in the Federation. Just like those who have fought side by side with Ji Xinghe. Those who are involved are not confused, and those who are on the sidelines are clearer. Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe. Tu Yuan had to explain some issues in person because of Ji Xinghe. You all know what will happen if Ji Xinghe appears on the northern battlefield. Doesn't the Empire know it? We can't let them retreat from the northern battlefield. When they are tied down on all fronts, that's when Ji Xinghe will be unstoppable. And once they retreat because of Ji Xinghe, the battle situation will return to the previous stalemate. This is not our only chance, but it is our best chance. Yes, Han Li may sacrifice, so what? As long as Ji Xinghe does what Han Li said, Han Li's sacrifice will not be in vain. Han Li asked Ji Xinghe if he believed him, and Ji Xinghe replied that he did. Ji Xinghe didn't ask Han Li if he believed him, but Han Li used his choice to tell Ji Xinghe that he believed in Ji Xinghe. They trust each other, and I choose to believe them. Any questions? No questions. People looked at the battle situation below anxiously, watching Han Li, who led the crowd, being completely surrounded by the Imperial Mecha Corps. Many people began to hate themselves very much. If they could also fight on the surface. This is not an idea that a qualified commander should have, but it is the empathy that humans should have. Therefore, there are actually very few truly qualified and excellent commanders. Tu Yuan, who was able to remain expressionless while watching the ground troops being killed and wounded, was undoubtedly one of the best. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. A general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. There are many truths, and many people know them, but how many can really do it? Ji Xinghe is undoubtedly one of them. 56 years of hard work and practice have allowed him to lead the Xinghe team in the Imperial Army. One after another, the Empire's communication support vehicles were destroyed. Without communication satellites and signal base stations, it is actually very difficult for them to achieve communication on the surface of an alien planet. The command center on B-72 Highland has a screen dedicated to displaying the coordinates of the detection communication signal. The Imperial Army formations that originally surrounded the B-72 Highland were all in a state of maintaining communication, and with the Galaxy Squad's clear-cut charge this time. Those areas gradually changed from red to green. Red represents danger, and green represents safety. For the Federation, safety means that the enemy has no communication ability. The Empire's command has been broken, and more Imperial soldiers are out of contact. They can't even guide medium and long-range firepower to bombard the B-72 Highland. In addition to the communication support vehicle, the Galaxy Squad's other main target is the Empire's air defense and anti-missile systems. A large number of mechas need to contain the entire B-72 Highland. The Imperial Mecha formations that can serve as high-speed mobile reaction forces are almost all deployed to the northern battlefield of the B-72 Highland. The Galaxy Squad, who will be the first Emperor, the second King, the third Duke, and the ninth Marquess in the future, has not yet reached their peak state, but it is enough in this battle. It is really unstoppable. Faster, 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 Ji Xinghe urged in the communication channel very rarely. This was the first time he asked the Xinghe team to fight in a faster and more dangerous way. The reason is simple. The faster they fight, the less crisis there is for Han Li. The two sides are like choosing to exchange pieces when playing chess. Whoever can't bear the loss first will completely lose the opportunity. The Xinghe team gradually penetrated into the enemy camp, and the crisis continued to increase. If Luo Su chose to retreat from the northern battlefield at this time, the Xinghe team, which was more than 5 kilometers away from the first line of defense of B-72 Heights, would most likely be surrounded by Luo Su. And B-72 Heights is simply unable to rescue. This is one of the fatal loopholes in the combat plan mentioned by Han Li, but because of the light of divine punishment, Luo Su did not dare to trouble Ji Xinghe. As Amidst said, the deterrent significance of the light of divine punishment is far greater than its actual combat significance. Han Li, who is holding on to the northern defense line, is also one of the fatal loopholes in this combat plan. If he dies, if they don't stop Luo Su, B-72 Heights will be directly captured. The Imperial Army that surrounded B-72 Heights and launched attacks from multiple directions can directly take over B-72 Heights. It is meaningless for the Galaxy team to go down the mountain even if they can sweep their combat objectives. In the extreme home-changing combat plan, the most uncomfortable thing is that the enemy has no home. B-72 Heights is the home of the Galaxy team at this time. Hurry up, I want to go faster, I want to go faster, Chu Feng, Zhang Ji, Liu Junle, Zhang Yun. Their strength is weaker than Qin Tong, Harris, the cripple, the blind man, and Sichuan Ian, so when Ji Xinghe frantically urged them to speed up, they gradually felt like they were leaving the formation. This scene looks like the many formation drills that the Galaxy Mecha Corps conducted at Chen Sun's suggestion on the way to B-72 Heights. But there were too many people who couldn't keep up with Ji Xinghe at that time, so Ji Xinghe was the only loophole. And now, they are the loopholes of the Galaxy team. I want to go faster, I want to go faster, hurry up, you fucking go faster, waste, go faster for me. The same but more intense voices are still ringing in the hearts of Zuo Xiao, Andre, the lame man, the deaf man, and Li Lehei. Their strength is actually not much worse than Sichuan Ian and the others, but the problem is that their mecha performance is not good. So they can't keep up. I don't know if it's the effect of psychological suggestion, or the long-term hard training has finally paid off, or Ji Xinghe has recently taught them when he has time. Their speed has really become faster, all of them have become faster. The performance of the mecha has obviously not changed, but it feels completely different from before. Because the operation is smoother, more accurate, and more efficient. The loopholes of the Xinghe team are being made up by these loopholes themselves. And in the northern battlefield of B-72 Highland, Luo Su determined that Ji Xinghe was already far away from him, and Han Li's mecha did not have the ability to launch the light of divine punishment. Finally, he was going to take action against Han Li, the soft persimmon in his eyes. In the previous battle, Han Li's mecha had been damaged, so Luo Su, who thought he was stronger than Pumpika and whose mecha was intact, thought he could kill Han Li directly in the fight. As long as Han Li died, no one in the northern defense line could stop him. Knowing that Ji Xinghe was making great progress, Luo Su was not worried, because in his opinion, he, who was leading the charge, would also start to make great progress. Chapter 300 Ji Xinghe was killed by me. What does it feel like to watch one comrade after another die beside you? No matter what it feels like, Han Li is used to it. He was once the last survivor in a deadly battle. Wait a little longer, he kept telling himself in his heart during the battle. A Marcus-class Imperial Mecha and 3 Earl-class Imperial Mechas, with more than 30 noble Mechas, broke through the first line of defense and rushed straight towards him. The Federal Mechas guarding him did not hesitate to push up. No one can survive the siege of so many Imperial noble Mechas, not even Ji Xinghe. The weapons used by the Marcus-class and Earl-class are made of tungsten steel gold, which can cause direct damage to the general armor. So Han Li needs help. The fearless Federal Mecha warriors used their lives to buy time for Han Li. The opportunity was fleeting, and Han Li had to grasp it. 1 Earl-class Imperial Mecha was destroyed by him, and 3 Federal Mechas were destroyed by the Imperial Mecha. Another Earl-class Imperial Mecha was destroyed by him, and 4 Federation Mechas fell 50 meters to the side of Han Li. The Marcus-class Imperial Mecha finally made a move, and it rushed in front of Han Li and seized the opportunity to slash with all its strength. Han Li had no way to avoid it, but someone helped him block it. No one spoke in the communication channel, but the Federation Mecha seemed to have said 1,000 words, and then recklessly hit the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha from the side. When the 2 mechas fell to the ground at the same time, an Imperial Mecha guarding the Marcus-class Mecha blocked Han Li without hesitation. The Mecha heavy sword slashed with all its strength, and Han Li only took 3 seconds to deal with the Imperial Mecha. But these 3 seconds are too long for some people, long enough for all the impressive scenes in his life to emerge in his sight. The Federation Mecha warrior who knocked down the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha did not miss the wonderful things in his life before he died, but used his last strength to hug the sword of the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha. The tip of the sword had penetrated his body. He hugged the sword with his mecha, hugged the sword with both hands, and then died. In the last moment when his vision turned to darkness, he seemed to see the Marcus-class Imperial Mecha that killed him, which suffered a fatal blow because its weapon was restricted by him. Boss, see you in the next life. Consciousness eventually turned into nothingness, and everything disappeared, but the battle for which he dedicated his life continued. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, believe me, please believe me. Han Li's voice gradually became hoarse. He who killed a Marcus-class Imperial Mecha actually had a chance to save this brave and fearless Mecha warrior, As long as he changed into his new mecha in advance, he could actually save many mecha warriors who sacrificed for him, for this war, for the Federation, and for mankind. There were many ordinary soldiers. Some of them relied on the fortresses and bunkers on the defense line, trying to use guns and artillery shells to block the charging Imperial mechas. Others, without any bunkers, charged directly at the Imperial mechas without even holding a gun. 10 lives, 100 lives, just for an opportunity to rush to the side of the Imperial mecha and then smash the interception rope. In the direction of Han Li's charge, an Imperial mecha suddenly fell to the ground. Its mecha feet were tightly entangled by the interception rope. In terms of its mecha performance, it was impossible to break free from the automatically locked interception rope. It could only be chopped with weapons to untie it. But the time it took to untie it was the time Han Li had to kill it. However, this opportunity to break through was exchanged for 19 lives. Han Li could actually save these 19 people, as well as many more heroes who used their flesh and blood to intercept the steel beast. As long as he changed into new mecha, he would be able to fight as unstoppable as Ji Xinghe. But he couldn't change yet. "Boss, it's out," a voice suddenly sounded in Han Li's ears. The simple word it made Han Li almost cry. Who knew that he had already become accustomed to watching his comrades sacrifice? His mental will could collapse at any time. Some things can be accustomed to, but they must not become natural because of habit, and should not be taken for granted. Retreat, abandon the first line of defense. Han Li, who issued this order, wanted to close his eyes when he turned around and ran. He didn't want to see those federal soldiers who were sacrificed like abandoned pawns because of this order. How could retreat be so easy? Where could they retreat? Even the federal mecha warriors with super defense and strong mobility could not retreat, all of them, when they received a retreat order, let alone those ordinary soldiers. They were sacrificing. Han Li was running away. Seeing the Grand Duke of the Empire, Luo Su, charging with elite mecha forces, Han Li controlled his mecha to run frantically towards the second line of defense, the third line of defense, and the last line of defense on the B-72 Highland. He seemed to be avoiding the battle and running away. Just like the battle more than a year ago, everyone was fighting for Han Li's chance. They used their lives to ensure Han Li's safety, just because Han Li was the strongest among them and could achieve the combat goal that none of them could accomplish. This included Ji Xinghe. But this time it was different. Those who were sacrificing were not actually sacrificing for Han Li. They, as well as Han Li, were all sacrificing for another person. That person was Ji Xinghe, who was using the opportunity created by Han Li and thousands of federal soldiers with their lives to achieve a combat goal that would affect the overall situation. Because Ji Xinghe was the strongest on the B-72 Highland? Some people thought so, but many people thought that Han Li was actually no worse than Ji Xinghe. But Han Li insisted on his choice, so he used himself as bait. When he was running away, Luo Su took more than 500 Imperial mechas and directly broke through the second line of defense of the Federation on the B-72 Highland. They were as unstoppable as the Galaxy Squad. Moreover, they had more mechas than the Galaxy Squad, and their combat targets and distances were closer than those of the Galaxy Squad. So Luo Su didn't think it would fail. For it didn't matter whether it could kill Han Li now, because it was about to break through the third line of defense of B-72 Highland. The fierce firepower could not stop more than 500 Imperial mechas. Those federal mechas that blocked it couldn't even delay time when facing the powerful Earl and Marcus level mechas. We're going to win. We're finally going to win. The third line of defense was in sight, and Han Li had disappeared. Luo Su, who was leading the charge, suddenly felt a little regretful. If Han Li had just run away, his merits would have been much less. Feeling that there was something wrong with it didn't know that Han Li didn't run away. He just went back to change a mecha that had been waiting for a long time. After the armor was penetrated, Han Li rushed out at the first time. 300 federal mechas gradually gathered around him. With Han Li as their sharp point, they rushed straight towards the more than 500 Imperial mechas led by Luo Su. In terms of formation, the federal mechas had a greater advantage because the federal army had been using firepower to bombard the Imperial mechas. But in terms of numbers, they were too few. Is this your trump card? Luo Su was not surprised but happy. He saw the brand new Han Li. Because there were 187 gold stars on Han Li's mecha, he recognized it at a glance. At the same time, He also recognized the main material of this mecha. It was not tungsten steel alloy. High-resolution detection equipment could confirm that Han Li's new mecha did not have a beacon to guide the light of divine punishment, nor did it carry a mounting component that could resist the light of divine punishment. So it did not retreat. Its chances of winning were too great. As long as it dealt with the 300 federal mechas led by Han Li, there would be no mechas on the B-72 high ground that could stop them. Charge, charge, charge. When Luo Su shouted loudly in the communication channel of the Empire mech, Han Li did not speak passionately in the communication channel of the Federation mech. At this point, why do we need to say such words? But he actually has a knot in his heart, and this time, Han Li is not sure of winning in the mech cluster battle with fewer enemies. So he wants to untie his knot. Is the Galaxy Squad fighting? No, it is moving at high speed to the next combat target. Access the communication channel of the Galaxy Squad. The communication connection is successful. Colonel Ji Xinghe is online. Zio Han, you? Ji Xinghe's somewhat unexpected voice just sounded, and he was interrupted by Han Li, and he spoke to himself. Uncle Ji, do you know? In fact, Chen Xing is better than me, and has always been better than me. Han Li's words shocked everyone in the Galaxy Squad except Ji Xinghe. If there were no Empire mechas near them, this sudden situation would be fatal. When we were in school, Chen Xing couldn't beat me, just because he didn't use his full strength. He knew that my family was not well off, and he won the first place in the school fighting competition, and got a prize of 10,000 yuan, so he gave it to me. He gave it to me for 4 years, and I only treated him to 4 meals because I had no money, and because he always rushed to pay the bill. Using your money. The running speed of the Xing team suddenly slowed down because they were too shocked. Speed up, concentrate, retreat if you can't keep up. Ji Xinghe restored the transfer speed of the Xing team with an unprecedented cold voice. Han Li continued to speak as if he didn't hear it. We passed the selection and became mecha warriors. When we came to the alien planet and started fighting, Chang Xing was still stronger than me. My first gold star was given to me by Chang Xing. He said that because I was too weak. He wanted me to become a special class mecha warrior as soon as possible and have the authority to customize and modify mecha. That should actually be Chang Xing's first gold star. He said that as long as I got a customized and modified mecha, he would not let me go again, but after I became a special class, he still let me go, because I couldn't beat him as a special class, and I, who had a modified mecha, couldn't beat him who used a standard mecha. He gave me a total of 36 gold stars. He took on many combat missions that I should have taken on. He should have become a special class before me, but when I got the 73rd gold star, when he died, he was only a first-class mecha warrior. Sometimes I even doubt that I am really stronger than him, and he had actually used up all his strength that he reserved for me a long time ago. Until the last battle, he single-handedly destroyed 6 imperial mechas. He was driving a conventional standard mecha and fighting alone. When he was besieged by the imperial mecha, he single-handedly destroyed 6 imperial mechas. How many special class people can do that? I couldn't do it before, but no one cares because he has already sacrificed. He gave me the most critical task, and he gave me the only hope of survival. Just like today, he did what I am doing, and he asked me to do what you are doing. But please don't have any psychological burden, because this is my own choice, because Chen Xing sacrificed, and I am still alive. He shouldn't have sacrificed. He was killed by me because I was too weak. Uncle Ji, I'm sorry. Han Li looked at the imperial mechas getting closer and closer, and at the imperial Duke Luo Su hiding behind the Marcus and Earl level imperial mechas. Speed up again, he said. I have kept it from you for so long, please don't mind. If I die today, please. Ji Xinghe suddenly spoke, and his tone at this time was so calm that it was shocking. I know, you are not as good as my son. I knew it the day I beat you for the first time, but I never hated you, because this was my son's choice. Han Li, my son let you live, so you can't die. Han Li, who had been troubled by the knot in his heart for more than a year, laughed happily and started fighting. No, he started killing. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.